Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes and shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right, blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families watch, soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes do gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gates. In this court, no room for haste.
This NBC News special report. We're going to have much more ahead on our streaming network, NBC News Now, and online at NBCNews.com. I'm Laura Jarrett. Thanks for watching.
At the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face. But when evening comes, she steps into a darker place.
News now with a partial guilty verdict in the case of Sean becomes a jury there in New York, finding Combs guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. I want to go to the attorney right there in court, speaking right now, and listen in.
She's happy that in November of 2023, she came forward and shined a light on this and brought other people forward who have very simple claims. And Oh, I can't repeat it again. But, sorry. So, what was the question? Yeah. The reaction to what happened. The reaction is that we're pleased that he's finally been held responsible for 2 federal crimes, something that he's never faced in his life. He still faces substantial jail time. Of course, we would have liked to have seen a conviction on sex crimes and RICO, but we understand that beyond a reasonable doubt is a high standard, and we're just pleased that he still faces substantial jail time. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Doug Wigdor, W-I-G-D-O-R. Well, each is faces up to 10 years on each. I'm not sure what the sentencing guidelines are given the various different things, but I'll leave that up to the government and to the defense to argue. But I feel confident in saying he still faces substantial incarceration. How would you feel if he walks out on bail? Well, that's up to the judge. I don't have a personal vested interest in this case. Whatever the appropriate thing to do under the law is what should be done. And at the end of the day, he needs to be sentenced pursuant to the guidelines and pursuant to what the law is. My understanding of that is that he faces significant incarceration. So thank you very much. Thank you.
You've just been listening there to Douglas Wigdor. That is the civil attorney for Cassie Ventura, obviously one of Combs's former girlfriends who figured prominently in this trial. He said that he's pleased that Combs has finally been held responsible. He talked about the substantial jail time that Combs is now facing, having been convicted of those 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution as it relates to his client, Cassie Ventura, as well as another woman, another former girlfriend under the pseudonym Jane. Misty, I wonder what leverage and how this changes those civil claims, because he is facing a mountain of civil claims. It felt like they were coming fast and furious there after he got indicted on the federal charges, the criminal charges. Then the civil deluge of lawsuits started to come out. Does this change the calculation on the civil side at all? Does it help him? What do you think the effect might be?
So certainly there were so many civil lawsuits. It was hard for us to even keep up. They were filed every single day. There's so many, and they all have different types of civil claims. The claims that were raised by Cassie Ventura, that case has been settled. That case would have been directly impacted by this verdict. Now, the civil standard is much less than a criminal standard. So the case is...
All right, I have my coffee. I don't know why I'm over here in a bubble like this. Let me rearrange my stage here because I feel funky like this, especially on her stream. I don't know why I feel weird like that. Oh, yeah, I'm over here singing music too. All right, there we go. I'm over in this little corner again. Okay, I think that's situated enough. So, Bryan Kohberger isn't doing anything right now. So, what we're going to do is... Hold up. Why is it telling me that? Okay. Take this down. Let's change this to... I gotta get it out of full screen. See? Y'all just bear with me. I'm having a senior moment. Let's see. Katya, I'm drawing a blank because I changed the streams and the link that I had was in the other stream. We're leaving. Keep an eye on Stearns. All right. Find a feed. I'm trying to find a feed. We left that damn thing. Okay. I'm trying to find that other court hearing feed. The parole hearing. Where was the one that I had sent you? Oh, it was Miami-Dade. That's what it was. Okay, I got it. It was with the felony bond hearings. I figured we'd watch these for a little bit. This is out of Miami-Dade County. I don't normally watch these. So this is a Nosy Docket is the one that does these. I will drop his link in the chat just because that's the link I'm using for today. So yeah, let's hear what this is. This is for today, Miami-Dade County felony bond hearing. So let's just see what they got. We'll just hang out for a little bit until we get any news on Diddy or they start doing some Kohberger stuff, because right now they're not even, I don't know why it says 10 a.m. for Kohberger, but it's not working. It's not doing anything for Kohberger. I'm watching though. Oh, they're getting all kinds of people in here. Nobody's talking yet. I'm listening. Nobody's talking. Nobody's talking. Why can't I hear? I can't hear nothing. tell me my thing didn't come unplugged. I'm not losing my mind. There's no sound.
To waive extradition.
Okay, here we go.
Viola.
Irse y no pelearla.
If you waive,
I waive.
thank you, Mr. Diaz. Please sign the waiver form.
Gracias, señor Díaz. Por favor, firme donde renuncia a los derechos.
For a reset date.
I think his locals are set for today. For his traffic, if correction can verify.
Are the traffic cases set today, corrections?
He's going to jail arraignment this afternoon. He has two cases, was taken into custody on 2 other ones yesterday.
Y tiene 2 casos y ayer lo arrestaron en 2 casos más en la corte de la corte de delitos menores.
Oh, she got a bug in her throat.
Más tiene una acusación de prófugo del condado de Collier.
So if we could reset for July 3rd, Your Honor, to see if
7. All right, good luck to you, sir.
El día 3 de julio, señor, buena suerte.
Viola Patterson.
she's a quash, Your Honor.
All right. The motion to quash is granted.
Okay, not gonna lie, I don't like the setup of this. I don't like the setup. Maybe it's just my OCD or something. I don't know. This is all too much for me. So we're gonna switch over. Just call it a Sheila moment. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna go over here. This was back from June 5th, but hey, you know, let's see what they got going. Hang on. Let's see. Let me get them started. I like their parole hearings. I like the way they're set up. I like watching them. Not gonna lie. So let's see what we got going. And let's roll. We'll just watch these until we get something started with Kohberger.
Good morning. How are you today?
Oh, good morning.
You're on, other than being on mute, how are you? Okay.
Are we good now?
Okay, we can hear you now. Okay, we're in Baton Rouge at the Department of Corrections headquarters. And the three of us are going to be handling the cases for today. On my left is Mr. Chuck Tillis. On my right is Mr. Pete Freeman. And my name is Steve Prater. Like I say, we're at headquarters down in Baton Rouge. The date today is June the 5th. It's Thursday. The time is 8:55 in the morning. And I'm going to ask the staff here to introduce themselves.
Francis Abbott.
Okay, thank you for that. And we're talking to Ladarius Carter, and we'll talk to you in just a minute, Mr. Carter. But at first, we're at Concordia Parish Correctional Center. Is anybody in the...
Okay, and see, and this is what I like to do. So, yeah, he's in a great mood today. I love it. So, he is in for illegal substances. I was trying to use the right word. I want to say the D word, but I don't know how I could get away with that. I don't know. Anyways, so, I have a private chat. Let me see. I don't know what this, did he? We got something going, did he? Shit. Why did you drop that in the back, Katia? You just screwed me. Okay. Anyways, so we're back over here. Let's go back over here. Anyways, he's in there for possession of illegal substances. There we go. So let's see what he has to say for himself, and let's see if he tells the truth.
Staff, I see behind you, the staff for Concordia Parish Correctional Center.
Yes, sir. My name is Melanie Book. I am the DOC Transition Specialist here at Concordia. We also have the Fairview Police Chief, Derek Freeman, here. to speak on Carter's behalf.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, we'll get to him in a second. We don't have him on our list, but we'll sure put him there. Mr. Freeman. Okay, or Chief Freeman. All right. Okay. Well, the way we do this, Mr. Carter, is that we begin by asking you why you feel like that you are worthy of a parole. Why you feel like you should be able to get out of jail early, basically. What you've done since you've been there, and what got you there, and what's changed in your life, so we don't ever have to see you again. Okay, that's what we want you to tell you. And then we're going to ask the institution there, whoever knows you best there at the institution, as far as the staff, we're going to them to tell us what kind of fellow you are, and then we'll hear from your supporters, and we'll ask questions and make a decision. Okay?
Sure.
Okay, tell us what got you where you are and what you've done to better yourself.
What got me here is I was using drugs and selling them.
No, he was honest. And?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I got a little nervous. But what got me here was
That
selling
happens.
drugs and also using them too, which was supporting the habit. I have sought treatment that while I have been here. And I know the seriousness of my charges. Also, with just using, I realized, the losses that I took with my family, jobs, and now I want to live to be a better, and with abiding by the laws. Before I came in, I was not living. Excuse me, I'm just a little nervous.
Sir, I understand.
Stage fright. I get it, dude.
Before I came in, now that you know that I do work for the police department, and I've been around them since I've been here, rehabilitating myself. But before I came in, I was lost. I was just, didn't want to work. I give up on all that, and which that's just a disease that I suffer from and using. But since I came in, and been here, I will say that jail actually saved my life. It helped me to realize that if I do decide to keep on doing those old habits and things, the behavior I did in the past, that it will either keep me here behind bars and also or end up dead. Because since I've been here, a lot of loved ones, family have died due to drug use in that state. Since I have sought treatment from the classes and from working around law enforcement at the facility, I realized that I don't want to live that old life anymore. Accountability is big, and I think as long as I keep that in front of me in this early recovery for me, I think I will be successful. Especially in back giving, and then I want to just give back to the community and help the younger generation so they don't want to go through the same thing that I've been through.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll come to, is that your statement?
Sir?
Is that what you got to say right now? We'll come back to you and ask more questions in a little bit. Okay, let's hear from who would know you best there in the room that could tell us something about you from the institution from Concordia.
Yes, sir. He's been here for several years. He's actually been a trustee at the police department since April of 22. And he's not had any discipline, any write-ups. He's been a model inmate. He's participated in LA Risk Management Phase 1 and 2, Living in Balance 1 and 2, Cage Your Rage, and Inside Out Dads. He also participates in some of the faith-based dorm activities.
It's like Cage the Rage again.
So we've not had any problems with Mr. Carter.
Okay. And so y'all had him there since 22?
I believe actually a little before that.
22.
22, yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Well, let's move on to the people that are going to speak on your behalf. Was it Chief Freeman? Is that who's there?
Sir. Good morning, y'all.
Good morning, Chief. How are you today?
Doing good. How are you all?
Tell us what's on your mind about this fellow.
Oh man, he's an outstanding young man. I mean, anything I asked him to do, he's done. I've been knowing him since I made it here in August 12 or 24. And when I mean he's an outstanding young man, I wouldn't trade him for the world. Anything we ask him to do, he get it done. Even if we don't ask him to do it, he do it before even being told to. I feel like in my heart that he will be an outstanding citizen back out there in public. I really believe that his rehabilitation that he's been going through here has really changed his life. His faith in God has really stepped up because I'm a firm believer in that. And I mean, he's an awesome young man.
Mm-hmm. All right, Chief. Thank you. Hale, is there any questions you want of the Chief?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. We appreciate that. Okay, and we have Monique Bradstreet that wants to speak on, and she's in Zoom. And what is your relationship?
I am the court clerk here at the Faraday Police Department, and I've known Ladarius since July of 2022. And like the chief said, he's a very outstanding young man. He has no problems with anyone here. He is willing to help in any way he can. And I think he would be good to be back in society.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And just for your records, Mr. Carter, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. We'll switch back to Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, we also have letters from Lieutenant Johnson, Trenance Morgan, Jamar White, Derek Freeman, Kimberly Curry, and Monique Bradstreet. We have letters from them, all from the Faraday Police Department. Of course, we heard from Mr. Freeman, and from Vidalia PD, Lieutenant Johnson. So anyway, what do you? Okay, I think that's everybody that's going to speak on your behalf and all the letters that we've done. I guess we'll start our questions now. And your case is assigned to me to primarily ask the questions. And one thing I need to get out of the way real quick is, what is your sobriety plan once you get out of jail? Because it's kind of easy to stay off drugs if you're in a controlled environment. When you get on the street, it's going to be a lot different.
Yes, sir, it is. And I totally understand that. I do know that, for one, I do have to change my people, places, and things. That also includes family and friends. But my main goal is to go to meetings like NAAA meetings, possibly still get a sponsor, and stay in contact with people who are in early recovery also.
Okay. All right, because you're going to be out and you're going to be free and you're going to be needing some money.
Yes, sir.
And it's tempting to want to sell an 8-ball or an ounce or whatever. It's tempting to do all that. So
yes, sir.
How are you going to get around? I mean, are you involved in NA or AA meetings or?
I'm pretty familiar with them. This time I went in and linked to get, and selling drugs and using them. I just want a positive change for myself this time, without the use and the selling the drug. I see what it does to people, see what it, how it does families. But like I said, working for the police department has taught me a lot, and especially being around them. So this time I don't want to break the law any longer. I want to live by the law and that aspect. But if I do get out, I am going to continue to go to meetings and seek still outpatient treatment.
Okay. Let's see here. You've got some, what are you going to do about the Mississippi charge that's still over your head? Do you know?
No, sir, I'm not sure just yet. I think they still have the tanker on me. But I'll take care of it the best way.
One step at a time, huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I noticed you only took one class in 2024 and no classes in 2025. Is that correct?
No, sir. I was in a class in 2025 inside and out bads, I think. That was 24 also. Okay, yeah, because I think that I basically took all of the classes that they have here.
Oh, okay. So you've taken everything that they offer there.
Yes, sir.
And you're working every day at the
Yes, sir.
police department.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I don't have any other questions.
Yeah, how long have you been incarcerated?
Since September 7th of 2021.
And you were selling drugs and using drugs then?
Yes, sir.
This was the last time you had a hit?
That would have been September the 7th, the day I got arrested, of 21.
And you've not used drugs since then?
Absolutely not.
Okay. I heard you say when you get out, you're going to try to do some things to curb young people from making the same mistake?
Yes, sir. When I graduated high school, I did attend Pearl River Pearl River Community College, and I wanted to do like general studies. I always wanted to coach. I want to give back to the youth. I also attended, which I did drop out due to hardship that I was having. And then I also was taking some online classes, early childhood education. Which I did end up dropping out due to stupidity, ignorance, and just want to, work and still go out and have fun and not thinking about my goal, not pursuing my goals at that time. And they have cost me, but I'm not going to give up there. Even with me being back in jail, and like I said, jail did save my life. I will be the one to tell you that. And it also helped me to want to just live and to give back. I also, here at the Fairleigh Police Department, I also help back like the community by helping on their food drive for the elderly people. And, so there's more young people now in this society, because every time I call home, you hear about gunshots, this and that, and the violence. And a lot of it is just due to the lack of accountability for us elderly, especially us men who are here to be leaders in our community and in this world. So that's what I have.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Okay. Just real quick, Mr. Carter. First off, you're a third felony offender and you're a very young man.
Yes, sir.
Your life right now is not headed in the right direction. Do you realize that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My only concern is the drugs. Would you be open to going into a inpatient treatment in DOC and being released after that treatment?
I would have no problem with that, sir.
I just want to make sure, and you're going to give your best effort if we get you there.
Sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? No. I think we'll go ahead and vote. And I'm supposed to vote first because this is my particular case. Excuse me. And so I believe that with all of the good reports we have from the police department there, and from after hearing your interview, I think that I'm willing to take a shot as far as my vote goes on paroling you. But I think that Mr. Freeman has a very good idea to go ahead and let you finish a in-house DOC substance abuse program. I think that'd be good for you because of the extent of the problem that you've had in the past. So that'd be my vote.
Okay. My vote is the same. Parole conditioned on you completing the Steve Hall or a inpatient DOC facility and follow all of their recommendations upon release, because we won't see you again.
I concur with Mr. Freeman and Mr. Prater.
Okay, sir, today at 9:11 in the morning, you've earned your parole from us, providing that you do the conditions, which are not that ominous. So I think you'll be able to do good. And I think you'll do fine from here on out. So we wish you luck and
that was cool,
let us
though.
know we can help you do something.
Thank you so much. I have a question.
Uh-oh.
Here at this facility, I know they have, you said the Steve Harvey program?
Okay. Look, we're not gonna air this out on the hearing today. We'll reach out to your institution and get you some more information, okay? Thank you.
All right. He got his granted. Good job. Aw, that was sweet. I always like to see happy outcomes when that happens, you know. It's always cool when that stuff happens. So the next case is Johnny Meredith. And let's just take a little peek at what Johnny Meredith did, if I could find real quick. It's not on this one. And, oh my Lord. Y'all, I would tell y'all the charges. This man was born in 1953, so he's a little bit old. He's an elderly man. Before we come up on to actually watch this man. He is, oh Lord, he's got charges for, and I'm just going to name a few because there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 2, 4, 5, 25 charges for this gentleman. The first one listed is simple arson. Second one listed is simple burglary. And then there's a whole bunch of Schedule 2, and then more arson, more burglary, more Schedule 2. So, yeah, let's see what happens with this guy. Oh my, he's a mess. He's a whole mess. But let's see what. Oh, he is an older man.
All right, good
he's
morning.
My daddy's
How are you today?
age. He's my daddy's age. Go, sir.
Okay, we are at Baton Rouge at the headquarters of the DOC. This is the Committee on Parole that you'll be talking to today. We've already had our introductions, but just for the purpose of the record, the time is 9:16 in the morning. Today is the 5th day of June, and we're going to be conducting this parole hearing that we have for you, Mr. Carter. Mr. Meredith. And so we're Rayburn Correctional Center. Warden, what's going on there?
Yes, sir.
Welcome back, please, one.
Okay, go ahead and introduce yourself for us, please.
Sir, Warden Travis Day.
Carolyn Thomas, records. Tracy Taylor, classifications.
Okay, all right. Well, we're here to talk to Mr. Johnny Meredith. What's your DLC number, Mr. Meredith?
584458.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Freeman has your case, and he's going to be handling the interview, and then we'll come back after we hear a little bit about what kind of fellow you are and why you feel like you're worthy of getting an early release of parole. So having said that, I think I'll just turn it over to Mr. Freeman right now, and you can hear from the board and everybody else.
Got it. Okay, Mr. Meredith, I'm gonna just enter some preliminary information into the record. You're a second felony offender. Your parole date was 11/21/2023. Your adjusted good time date is 10/23/25, and your full term date is 8/17/48. You're serving a total of 34 years and 1 month and 3 days for illegal carrying a weapon, distribution of meth, simple arson, and simple burglary. Distribution of meth, and simple arson. Does that sound correct to you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Meredith. How old are you, sir?
71.
Okay. And how long have you served on this charge?
Well, I don't know.
I got about 8 years. That sound correct?
About what time?
What you said, about 8 years?
Oh, yeah, that's about right.
Okay, that's what I got. You served 8. Okay. Tell me what happened. Why you were doing all these things?
Which one you want me to start on?
Any of them. Let's take your best shot. Tell me what got you in there and why you think I ought to let you go today.
Well, my son had a bad addiction on meth. So he didn't have nothing to do with me, but he always close to me anyway. I didn't sell no meth in there, and I didn't anything else. I just was at the wrong time, the wrong place. And
Wrong time, wrong place.
I feel like the stuff was sent over by my son to somebody else, and I happened to be the one on the first deal. And I prayed to the Lord and everything to get him off that mess. He won't even budge.
Okay. So tell me this, why you have so many charges for distribution of meth? You saying you never sold meth?
No, I didn't sell that. I did not. I had it in my hand. For 1 second, I put it in my hand, put it over to his other hand, and he videoed me. I didn't know that.
All right. The sheriff, the DA are opposed, the attorney general is opposed. You have quite a criminal history. I see you've taken tons of good time classes. What class was your best class?
Oh, kind of like on the hard one. I took everything as a solitary. I took everything they got 2 or 3 times. But these are not. Oh, I helped with that lady who was running it. I helped her a lot, you know, for my
Help on what? What class you help her run?
Every one of them in the saw, I helped her on every one of them. I ended up taking some of them 3 times, but she gave me the credit for one of them.
We'll get Warden's gonna say something about what you've been doing. Okay.
Taken here.
Yes.
I'm trying to take the name of it.
Have you taken pre-release?
Yes, I took that, sure did, and I have one more took too.
Living in balance?
Living in balance.
You taking a bunch. Like I say, you got 700 and something hours worth of credit, so that's a lot of classes. I was just trying to see if any of them stuck out to you.
700 hours.
So did you use
He's
drugs?
been in there a long time.
No.
So why did you have these drugs with you? I'm really confused here. We got all these counts of meth, and then you saying you didn't use and you didn't sell.
If anything, I would have to say I used. I never sold any.
Okay, that's what I was asked, if you use.
You use.
Okay. Did you ever get any treatment for your drug usage?
No other than classes, I don't know.
What you think you could do when you get out to stay off of drugs?
I won't stay away from people.
Okay. Stay away from people.
Stay away from people.
Anything else? You could do any AA, NA, stuff like that?
That here, I sure did. I took it to college, I took it here.
But are you going to continue when you get out?
Right. I'm gonna call the police if I ever see her here and next time, call the police then.
This old man, stop.
All right. Okay.
Stop. I don't know. Case one. Was he? I don't know. They're asking. They're like, okay, when you get out, how are you going to continue your sobriety? Basically, is what they're saying. And he's like, no, I took the classes in here. I'm good. But now I need to know. How did he have a fire? What was the arson? And all this meth stuff. Okay. Was he manufacturing it and selling it? Is that how the fire? I'm just guessing. The fire. I don't know if he's an arson. What did he set on fire? I have questions.
Warden Day, what do you have to say about Mr. Meredith?
Yeah, Mr. Meredith, he's been in RCC since 2020. I only got 1 write-up. I read it. It was pretty insignificant. he does not have a job here. He does have a medical condition that we're following up with him here. You know, speaking with Mr. Meredith yesterday and asking him about his plan when he gets out and what his contingency plan is. You know, I do have a little reservation about that. He and I discussed with his good term date being so close and this, that it would be a tough time, and you know, it might be better for him just to wait and let us try to help him find somewhere to go and help him out and get his feet on the right path prior to this. So we discussed that yesterday.
Appreciate it, Warden Day. I have no further questions.
He's in agreement with what you talked to him, Warden?
He said, yeah, but I don't know that we all the way connecting. Yes, sir.
I got you.
Okay, no question. I think it's time to take a vote. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, my vote today, it's like the warden said, he gets out in 4 months. And I think those 4 months could do him some good with the warden helping him find a job and a place to stay, get him more settled. So my vote today is going to be to deny due to the proximity of good time, date, and law enforcement officer.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
And I concur with Mr. Freeman. So today at 9:24, your parole has been denied, and you could be getting out a few months anyway. So I wish you luck when you get out, and you're gonna need a plan, and I'm sure the warden will help you. And Warden, we appreciate your input today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That'll conclude this hearing, 9:24 at Rayburn Correctional. I believe that's all we got.
Yeah, so he was denied, and my thought is he was going to be out in 4 months anyways. So what in the world, you know, sorry, I had to type something. He's getting out in 4 months anyway, so why, I don't get it. Don't be sorry, Katya. I see you typing in my background. Just stop. Thank you. I appreciate all your help, baby. So this is, let's back up just a second. Raymond Johnson. Okay. And let's see what Mr. Raymond Johnson did. Raymond Johnson. It doesn't have anything on here. So I can't tell you what Mr. Johnson did. He's up for revocation. Okay.
Okay, Raymond Johnson.
Mr. Johnson.
Raymond Johnson.
Raise your hand.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I want to tell him to raise his hands because it looks like they're in handcuffs down there in his lap. I don't know. I'd like him to raise his hand and say hello, but I don't know. We'll see.
Sure.
Okay. All right. And what is your DOC number, Mr. Johnson?
368835.
Okay. Well, you're speaking from Louisiana State Penitentiary. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is there any of the staff in the room with you?
Yes, sir.
Would you ask them, or would you identify yourselves, please?
Oh, he does. He has a belly belt on with handcuffs.
Okay.
Don
They're on his side. He can't move his hands.
Okay. Thank y'all for hosting us today. I know you're not used to this thing, this kind of hearing, but we appreciate it very much. Okay, Mr. Johnson, do you have a piece of paper in front of you by chance that says that you signed about your revocation hearing? And you got that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And did you sign that piece of paper?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you understood that, and that talks about your right to have an attorney if you want to get one, but you're not entitled to an appointed lawyer, that sort of thing. So that's what you signed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, your case has been assigned, the interview has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. And so I'm going to turn it over to him. He's going to go over some different things with you and try to get to the bottom of why you're being considered to be revoked. Then we'll ask questions, then we'll take a vote. Pretty simple thing. So, Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Johnson, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read your conditions to you, and I want you to plead guilty or not guilty, with or without a state. And We will go back to each one and go over it after we hear from you speakers and stuff. I'll ask you specific questions. Right now,
Yes, sir.
condition number 3, on or about, and I'm just reading the 3 conditions that they found probable cause on. We're not gonna read the other. On or about 12/20/2023, you were arrested in Fort Bend County Jail in Richmond, Texas. You were not given permission to leave the state. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty. I mean, guilty, sir.
Okay.
Guilty with a state.
Yeah, right. When we're gonna let you make your statement, I'm gonna come back to it. I'm just getting you pleas right now.
Yes, sir.
You possessed, condition number 5, you possessed a firearm or dangerous weapon as indicated by your arrest on 1/19/2024 for 2nd-degree murder. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty.
Okay. And you are $1,449 in arrears with regard to supervision fees. As of 3/27/2025, you have never made a payment. How do you plead to that charge?
Not guilty.
Okay. All right. So we got 5 and 10 not guilty and 3 guilty. All right. First, let's hear from Mr. Michael Banford, Orleans Public Defender's Office. Mr. Banner, tell us what you want us to know and what's your plans for Mr. Johnson.
Come on, Mr. Banford.
Can you hear me, board?
Sir.
Good morning. How you all doing?
Good.
Okay. My name is Michael Banford. I'm a client advocate here at Orleans Public Defender's Office. And my plan with Raymond is to work closely with him and have him to come to the office or meet to see him at least once a week. I've worked with him for quite some time since he's been incarcerated, and he does want to do the right things. And being able to work with our office and have that navigating system for him, we have it. We'll be able to bring him to any appointments that he may or may not have and assist him in getting a job. He doesn't have anything that will require treatment, and he does have the ability to do well, and he wants to do well. But I personally will walk this out with him to ensure that he does the right things and abide by the rules and regulations of his parole so that he can succeed at it and he could be the man that he desires to be, as he expressed to me during our times of meeting while he has been incarcerated. And I'm just hoping that the board take that under consideration and knowing that I will work tirelessly and effortlessly to make sure that Raymond succeeds and be the best version of himself that he can be.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Okay, and next we'll hear from Ms. Drew LaFontaine. I'm sorry if I butchered that. Your attorney.
Good morning. It's Drew LaFontaine. How are you?
Good, good.
So I just wanted to offer a brief comment at the beginning, and then if it's okay, I'll reserve my remarks for the end after you question Mr. Johnson. I just wanted to clarify regarding the 2nd-degree murder charge. That charge was not dropped on a technicality. That charge was dismissed because there was no evidence that Raymond had anything to do with it.
I told y'all we didn't know what he did.
And that's because
I had no
Raymond
clue.
did not commit that crime. They arrested the wrong person for that charge, and that's why they dismissed the charge. And, you know, had those prosecutors had any evidence that Raymond was involved in any way, they would have continued to prosecute him on that charge, but they did dismiss that charge. And so I wanted to clarify that just up front. I know that there are other issues that will be addressed with Mr. Johnson, and I'll reserve my remarks about that for the end, if that's okay.
That's okay. Okay. All right, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Condition number 3, you pled guilty. So you went to Texas. When did you go to Texas? What date did you leave?
I went to. You there?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Well, I went to Texas prior to me being about to be homeless, and my cousin had stocks in his name for me. He notified me. He was like, the only way I can get this money to you is if you come pick it up, or you wait until after the holidays and I'll bring it to you. He didn't want to send a large amount of money through Western Union or do no phone apps or whatever, etc. So I chose to make that silly, conscious decision to go out there and retrieve the money. And I made a honest mistake. I regret to this day. I apologize and just ask for mercy in my apology that it won't happen again.
Okay. Is it just a big coincidence that you were just getting about to be arrested for murder when you went down there? You wasn't running?
I assume so, because as long as I was home, like, I never had no knowledge of what was going on. I walk the streets, I go to the stores, I go in convenience stores or none of that. But prior to that, it was just like all a big misunderstanding of me. I'm still to this day overwhelmed and trying to figure out, like, why didn't they just arrest me while I was in New Orleans?
Okay. How much money did you get?
I had got $3,000.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. And condition number 5, you pled not guilty.
Pete, can I ask a question? 3?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Johnson, you say you went out there to get the money?
Yes, sir.
How long did you stay there?
I stayed there it was probably the second day. I arrived out there Sunday night. Monday morning, I was trying to get in contact with my cousin, in which he's an electrical engineering for the state of Houston. His name, Wesley Phillips. So he told me when he get off, he'll try to get to me, in which I was staying by my little brother. And that day went by. So the next day he said, I'm trying to just come see you. The part of the city where I was at, he couldn't get to me because he stayed like 30 minutes away from Kirkendale Road or whatever street my brother lived on. So I had to wait for him to bring me the money, but he assured me that it would be before the holidays so I can get back to New Orleans and pay the bills, pay my fines and fees, and be established for the new year coming in. That was my plan. But as I say again, it was a foolish.
Hold up. This shit's falling. He said, wait a minute. He said before the holidays. So he planned on being there for a hot minute. Okay. No. The only holiday coming up in June would have been Juneteenth. Other than that, let me back that up just a second. Because he talking about like Christmas, Thanksgiving? Wait a minute. Yeah, excuses, Stephanie. Hold up.
And pay the bills, pay my fines and fees, and be established for the new year coming in. That was my plan.
New year.
As I say again, it was a foolish mistake I made to cross the state line. I could have just waited, and it wouldn't have been.
So you stayed about a week?
No, I was actually there 2 days. I was arrested.
He only got to stay a couple days.
And I was arrested Tuesday.
Okay. All right.
But you had plans on staying until the holidays, dude. So stop with that.
All right. Condition number 5. You said you pled not guilty to having a firearm.
He'll be denied.
What's your statement on that one?
Yeah. I didn't have when I was arrested, I didn't have nothing but an ID and a pack of cigarettes.
You okay,
I was not in no other violation, sir.
What about your pictures on Facebook and stuff with you holding a gun?
No, that's not me. That's not Raymond Johnson.
Okay.
Sorry to interject. That was the alternate suspect in the murder that was submitted. That was, yeah.
Okay, was it you that said that you were hood famous, no doubt?
No, sir. I don't have a Instagram or Facebook or none of that. That's not me.
Okay.
I don't have a social media platform.
Got you. Okay. All right, let's go to number 10. You didn't pay nothing on your supervision fees. Did you ever work when you were out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever attempt to pay anything on these fees?
Yes, sir. In which that was running in concurrent to the money that I was receiving from my cousin. My plans were to pay the $400, the initial $238, I believe, to the parole board to activate the parole fees and fines. But in the process of that, prior to that, starting from the beginning of my release, I was looking for a job. I was working at the city airport, washing the RTA buses,
Right.
getting paid
Got
cash.
injured, didn't you?
Sir?
Did you get injured while you were working there? You were doing good and you got injured?
Yes. Yes, sir. And I managed to break my wrist. And the guy explained to me that the insurance can't carry me, so just lay low. I acknowledged my parole officer, I acknowledged my parole officer, and he told me not to worry, just relax and stay up and get healthy. Prior to that, I tried to get in contact with him and let him know my every move about my financial situation and housing and everything. And he was agreeable with it until we lost contact.
No, his
All
story is
right.
bullshit. There's too
I
much.
have no further questions.
No.
I have no questions.
Denied. Nope. You left the state, revoke your parole.
I'm ready to
You
vote.
didn't follow your probation
Okay,
officer.
no, let's hear the
All my
closing from your
opinions.
attorney. I'm sorry, ma'am.
So I just wanted to address a few things. Raymond has been in jail now for 18 months, and he's been suffering consequences mainly for this parole hold, for violating his parole hold by leaving the state.
Shouldn't have done it.
When he left the state,
Follow
it was out of
directions.
financial desperation, and he should never have left the state to get that money. He regrets that. He understands now that it's impacting his future freedom. But we would accept any sanctions that the board would find appropriate. If the board would find appropriate putting him on a curfew or putting him on an ankle monitor, Mr. Johnson is willing to submit to any sanctions that this board finds necessary. He had been on parole for 9 months. He was regularly checking in with his PO. He was employed at the RTA washing buses
Hold that
until
thought,
he broke
Hannah.
his wrist,
I'm
but
gonna
he was
respond to you.
maintaining employment up until then, maintaining a stable address. And going forward, if the board does make the decision to release him back onto supervision, he will have the extra support of Michael Banford from our office, who's a client advocate, who's been working with Mr. Johnson. We'll be checking in with him weekly. We'll be providing him the additional support, the decision-making counseling in order to make sure that, he never makes a decision like that again, which was to leave the state without getting the permission first. And so, just on behalf of Mr. Johnson, I just want to express his remorse for making that decision to leave the state. And, we're essentially just throwing ourselves at the mercy of the board and asking the board to consider that he has already suffered this consequence of being incarcerated for the last 18 months, and he will accept any sanctions that the board deems appropriate.
Finish your sentence, whatever it was.
So let me ask one question. You stated earlier that the DA dropped the case because he didn't have evidence.
Yes.
It wasn't because a witness went out of state and refusing to testify now?
That's what the DA put in his email, but in addition to that, there was no evidence at all connecting Raymond to the murder. This is a case that they would not have been able to prosecute. There was absolutely nothing tying him to it at all.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
I'd like to go into executive session.
Okay. Made a motion. I'll second.
Got a motion and a second going to executive session.
Yes.
Prayer.
Yes.
Tillis.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna go into executive session for just a moment, probably maybe at the most a minute or two, and we'll be right back and let you know. We'll take our vote then.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so why they do that? Let me address Hannah. Hannah here. Hannah, my lovely Hannah. You don't think so? You don't think he's going to sign the plea deal? Just your gut. And then Case Swan says, I hope the judge doesn't accept the offer. I'm telling y'all, I'm really having a tinfoil hat moment about after seeing Diddy. I'm having a feeling BK's gonna back out at the last minute. That's just my gut feeling. It's just my feeling. I have a feeling he's gonna back out too. He's not gonna sign this plea deal.
They freak out like he being disrespectful.
Okay. They're coming back. He's talking about they're freaking out.
Okay,
Being
it's
disrespectful.
9:45. We're back from executive session. Let's have a vote to go back into regular session.
I make a vote that we get back into regular session.
Motion in a second. And seeing there's no one opposed to it, we're back in regular session, 9:45 in the morning. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Johnson, I find you in violation of condition number 3 and number 10. I find no probable cause on number 5. No evidence to link you to a weapon and stuff. But, absconding, going out of state, very serious. Find you guilty in number 3, number 10, and my vote is to revoke.
Okay.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Okay, you got 2 votes, and that's all it takes, but I would concur with them also. So your vote today, as of 9:46, your parole has been revoked, and anyway, we wish you well. That's the end of that particular hearing.
Look at all those
That's it.
He says that's it. That little eavesdrop, that's it. Yeah, that's it, sweetheart. Okay, so we still have nothing to show on the BK screen, so we're going to carry on with the hearings for a minute. Let's see Mr. Norman, if I can find out what Mr. Norman did. I don't have him listed here either, so this will be a surprise. We don't know what Mr. Norman did. Oh, but somebody's coming to adjust that camera for him. Oh, quit screeching that chair, dude. Homeboy, sit still. Quit huffing and puffing. I hear you up in there.
Mr. Norman, is that you, Earl Norman?
Hello, Mr. Norman. Good morning.
Is that you, Mr. Norman?
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Hello? Hello? It's Verizon calling. Can you hear me?
Mr. Norman, is that you?
Is that
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Good morning. We're here to talk to you a little bit about a revocation hearing, and you are currently right now at Angola. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Moved there from Orleans Parish, so we're going to be conducting that. Would the staff introduce yourselves that's in Angola in the room with you?
Donnie Bordelon, Assistant Warden.
Taylor Graff, classification.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And we're here, Mr. Norman, to talk about your revocation. What is your DOC number?
My DOC number is 545403.
Okay. And what do you have a piece of paper in front of you that you signed a waiver by chance?
That I signed a waiver. I have this piece of paper in front of me about the parole revocation questionnaire.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And you signed that, and you understood what was on there and all of that business, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Well, we got some folks that are going to speak on your behalf that want to talk to you, and then I'm going to talk to you also. But you're accused of violating really rule number 4, which is to avoid guns, and avoid criminals, and avoid criminal activity, and that sort of thing. That's what we're going to be talking to you about
What
in
were
just a
your
little bit.
charges?
But we'll save that questioning until we talk to these folks that are for you, your brother, your mother, and your sister. And I think they all 3 want to talk on Zoom. So we'll go ahead and start with Steve Martin, who is your brother. Mr. Martin, are you on Zoom with us?
And that's not the comedian Steve Martin. He doesn't look anything like us. Just saying.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And if you would, just limit your remarks to just a brief period of time, because we have a lot of folks to talk and a lot of business to conduct. If you would, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No problem. My name is Stephen Martin. I currently reside in New Orleans, Louisiana. Earl is my godbrother. I've been knowing him his whole life. I'm 43. He's a little younger than me.
His god brother. So it's not
Watch him
his real
transition
brother,
through
not
so much in his
biological.
life,
Okay.
and watch him fight and struggle to, you know, to get on the right path and be in the right position to be in a position to be a good dad to his kids. What I am asking, of course, today, if it seems feasible to you all, to grant him access back to his kids, back to us, to a stable environment. We and myself, I am a serial entrepreneur. I have several businesses right now myself, including construction, car lots, along with a clothing store and other business ventures that I'm doing. My goal is to have Earl to, you know, to engulf him and put him in a different arena around things that will pique his interest, and maybe he'll take heed to, and, you know, gravitate toward these things to put him in a path for success. That's my goal, is to just continue to encourage him and put him in a position for success, and to try to eliminate all the outside noise, all the distractions, you know, if that's a word I can use. And then that's just simply it. I just want to see him make it. I want to see him be a good dad to his kids. He's a good father, and they need him. They need him out here. You know, every family needs a dad. All these children, you know, all these kids are lacking father figures, and he's a great father figure. And I just feel like that he needs the opportunity to prove himself on that level, you know, to not just to our family, but to the courts as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Appreciate that input. Miss Veronica Wilson, who is the mom, would you tell us what you've got to say, please, ma'am?
No.
She's not on?
No.
Who's next? Okay. Miss O'Neill.
Good morning.
Miss O'Neill. Okay. Would you tell us your relationship and what you've got to say about Mr. Norman?
I am the younger sister of my siblings. And I can honestly say that Earl Norman has he has changed. Let's put it that way. He has changed. Before his incarceration that he's on now, we opened 2 businesses. We opened a nail salon, which I do nails. He opened a construction business. We were getting children to work with their hands and stuff like that, teaching them and all that kind of stuff. Now on his charges, now I was a part of that case.
Oh, Mama get her.
There was no evidence on that case at all.
Mama's on screen.
They didn't even put our charges in the right way. The guy who made these allegations against us, Mr. Earl and myself, he was nowhere to be found. And he was the one that started the altercation. So, like, I just hope that, you know, you all can grant him to get back to his business, because I have the LACs, the business license. Like, he has changed from his last incarceration. I can definitely say that. He's a different person, and he's a great father. My children call him Uncle Daddy. Like, he's not the same person he used to be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We appreciate that input. And Miss O'Neill, before I get rid of you, Miss O'Neill, are you still on?
Yes, I'm here.
Were you actually arrested with him?
Yes, I was.
In this case?
Yes.
What have you done with the charges against you?
My charges, because I was driving the car that he was in. My charges got dropped to criminal mischief.
Okay.
Because there was no probable cause.
You were driving the car that they were shooting out of, correct?
No. He wasn't in the car that they were shooting out of. He was in my trunk, because the guy that was on the so-called victim, he said that before Earl got involved, he called some people with guns. So I put Earl in my trunk, because when he called me, he was
Okay. I am hearing her right. I am hearing her right. Y'all see my glasses fell off my head. He was in her trunk. I don't know the whole story. See, this is why I want to bust out these channels, and this is kind of what I want to do. Is there's a channel called Mandu. I love it. And he does this stuff. Why? why was he in her trunk? See, this is what I want to research. I want to find out, and this is kind of where I want to do a little bit of fun stuff with my channel. Like, why the hell was he in her trunk? This makes no sense to me. So, anyways, we're going to carry on and listen. But yeah, he was in her trunk. Here we go.
Okay.
Because there was no calls.
You were driving the car that they were shooting out of, correct?
No,
No?
he wasn't in the car that they were shooting out of. He was in my trunk because the guy that was on the so-called victim, he said that before Earl got involved, he called some people with guns. So I put Earl in my trunk because when he called me, he was just hysterical, saying that they're looking for him and all that kind of stuff. And last I remember from before leaving that scene, the guy had called people with guns and they were out there. So all the other stuff that was going on in the case, I'm not sure about, but from what I know, he was with me. And even my statement that I gave to the detectives on the case that testified can testify to what I just said.
Okay, well, I just wanted to make it clear that you were a co-defendant on the case. And okay,
I don't know
thank
if
you.
that's
We
a good
appreciate
thing,
your
sweetie.
input.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. Okay, we'll hear from the mom now. Yes, ma'am. Would you talk to us, please, ma'am?
Morning, how you all doing? I'm the mother for Earl Norman. I pray that my son has changed. He has been incarcerated. He has started his own business. During the time of his incarceration 2 years ago, I was on the phone with my son. We were talking because it was a car accident, and we were speaking on that. During that time, guys had walked up to him with a weapon. And I told him, baby, please leave the scene. He left the scene. These guys followed him. And going forward, my son has started his own construction company. We come from a family of construction. He was out there helping those. He had many opportunities to go into their world. If you can see what I see in my son, I would already asked my father, my heavenly father, to grant him.
They're not his
and have
mama.
favor on him. Now I'm coming to the board because you all hold it.
You're pleading
I
as
ask that
a
you all
mother
have
right
favor
now, so
and grant
that's
him.
not going to help
I was
his
diagnosed
situation.
with cancer mid-January.
I'm sorry, sweetie. That's got to be hard.
In the little time that I do have left, I would love for my son to be here. He have missed 5 or 6 different family members that has passed. My dad, who helped raise him, he wasn't there. He wasn't there for his brother. So I just pray that you all have favor and grant him the time to come home to be with us. He have a family. He have children. He have my granddaughter. She has started college.
Okay.
Allow him to get back to his business.
Okay.
We appreciate that input, and
we appreciate that input. Let me tell you from my mind, that tears me up because I'm hearing that coming from being a mother, knowing the love for your child, no matter what they do, you still love your child. And here she's dying of cancer, and that choked me up, made my eyes water. But we can't forget the crime that he's committed. And I don't know the crime. Other than he was in the trunk, somebody was shooting at the car, he had weapons and wasn't supposed to have weapons. So the mother and me, that choked me up hearing from her. So let me go back and I'll hit play and let them finish.
We pray that your health will be cured and you'll be fine, okay? And we appreciate you. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Norman, let's talk to you again. I believe we've handled all the preliminaries. Okay, Mr. Norman, your case has been assigned to me in this particular, and I'm kind of curious about some things. According to the police report, the way I read it, you were in the car and they were shooting out of the car, but you weren't doing the shooting. They were shooting out of the car, and the lady we talked to, Miss O'Neill, was driving. excuse me, you were driving, and they were shooting out of the car. Did that happen?
All right, so it could be clear, sir, to the board. First, I want to bring something to the board's attention. I've been incarcerated for 2 years on these charges.
Okay.
I was offered 5 years credit for time served. The repercussions of going to trial, if I would have lost, I would have done a life sentence due to my previous convictions because the DA filed the enhancement bill. I went to trial, sir. To clarify what's going on with the case that you got in front of you, it did start out with a car accident. My baby mama was driving my car. She got in a car accident. I was called. When I got to the scene, the family of the other car, they felt as though it was my baby mama's fault. So I came into a hostile environment. So when I get there and I get out of the car and I'm checking on her, me and the guy look at each other and we pass words. He brandished a weapon. I'm on the phone with my mama. I'm not looking for any pity. When I'm like, you gonna shoot me? By me being on the phone with my mother, I get off the phone because I don't want her going through that again. You know, she lost her son already. So I get off the phone with her and I leave the scene. When I leave the scene, my sister talked down the situation. She talked to the guy, she talked to the people. I come back because I'm waiting for the police to get to the scene because it's my vehicle involved. When I get back, my baby mama family get.
Okay. Gather myself. Again, this is me, my emotions as a mother. This mom has already lost one son to a shooting. From what I'm gathering, he's saying, and knowing he was on the phone during the altercation that was going on, and he wanted to hang up the phone from his mom, from keeping his mom to have to go through anything she's already been through before. As a mother, man, that tears at my heartstrings. Okay, back up just a second, okay?
Now leave the scene. When I leave the scene, my sister talked down the situation. She talked to the guy, she talked to the people. I come back because I'm waiting for the police to get to the scene because it's my vehicle involved. When I get back, my baby mama family get there. A fight break out. I leave the scene, shots fired. I call my sister, I hop in the trunk. I was not driving a vehicle of the SUV that they say that shots was fired, the shots was shot out of. During the course of trial, you know, we listen to ballistic tests. I don't even know if shots was fired out of the SUV, to be honest with you. But I'm not really, I don't want to waste y'all time trying to get into the political part of it. My standpoint is nobody can really understand. I was in the trunk of the car, not evading police. The car didn't have any tint on it. I'm trying to stay out of trouble. I want the board to know when I come home.
Wait, the car didn't have any tint on it, so he hid in the trunk. Okay.
I'm trying to stay out of trouble. Everything was new to me. I can't fantasize the things I saw. My second day home, I saw a man get killed in front of me. I done went to gas station and saw people hop out and go in the store with assault rifles. Everything is different. My thing was staying out of trouble. Like my family said, it's easy to do the wrong thing. Yeah, I was tempted, to get back in the street life. I've been doing that my whole life. I gave my whole life to the system. When I came home, I started washing cars. I opened up a nail shop. I opened up my own business. I did things the right way, the hard way. During these 2 years in jail, like I brought to the board attention, I went to trial facing a life sentence. And I know that a part of rehabilitation is admitting to your wrong, admitting to your faults. I know that's something the board wants to hear. But I can't come here and tell the board that I'm guilty because I'm not. But with that said, I did need this time. I needed this time in jail because it showed me something different. The generation that's coming up now, the youngsters, it showed me that I needed to embrace this feeling to where when I'm out there, I don't get sidetracked. I remember everything that I went through. Like I said, it's so easy for me to do the wrong thing. It's easy to do the wrong thing. I'm in Angola now because I was on a dome where the mass escape happened at. You know, one of the escapees was my celly. I'm just trying to do the right thing. I'm just trying to get back out there to my family and put the pieces back in my life together. I'm not perfect. I'm not coming here to tell the board I'm perfect, you know, but
okay.
I'm a work in progress, man. And every day I wake up, I pray for patience and discipline. And you know, I'm still just working on myself, man. That's what I gotta say towards the board.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Just so that you understand, it's rule number 4 is what you're being charged with. And you were found guilty by a jury of simple assault and flight.
Simple assault and simple flight, yes.
Yes. Okay. And so that means you ran from the police, correct?
Simple assault is
no.
That doesn't mean I ran. I'm going to say I was found guilty. Yes, sir. I was in the trunk of a car. I never was given a command to stop. I was in the trunk of a car. Yes.
Okay.
That's what I did, sir. I was in the trunk of a car.
You were hiding in the trunk. Okay, I don't have any other questions, I don't think.
I have. How long have you been in jail?
2 years, sir.
Okay. And did you originally run to the back to another street and then you got in the car?
No, sir. All right. The way Franklin and Leon C. Simon is, I think that's Franklin and the way Franklin and Leon C. Simon is, when I went down the street after the fight broke out, I called my sister after I heard the shots, and I got her to pick me up on Franklin and hop in the car. We went down Leon C. Simon. They had a perimeter set up already. She was trying to go in the perimeter, but they had it blocked off. So she turned on the street, came back out because the house was right there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Jones? How long have you been on parole?
I took my time in 2017.
And 17, and you got in trouble, or you out on parole a couple of years, and then you got in trouble again?
Yes, sir. I got on parole, and you know, I had a great relationship with my parole officer. What's so ironic is I just met with my parole officer the morning I come to jail. He met me at the shop. I was cutting grass. I was building on the deck. I was building the deck in the back of the shop for a hookah lounge. A lot of females were speaking on hookahs. I guess it's a new thing. You know, I don't smoke. I don't do anything. I don't drink. But, you know, it was that weekend that was coming up. I wanted to start a car wash in the parking lot, you know, start getting my business up and running. But I said all that to say, you know, man, my parole officer, he retired now. You know, I wish he was here to speak for me. You know, we had a good relationship. And
You abided by everything he asked you to do? So you had
yes, sir.
You didn't have any problem about it?
No, sir. No, sir. Great communication. If in fact, I think it was 1 or 2 times he came to the house. Matter of fact, the day that he met me was one time he came to the house and I wasn't there. I think he came probably around 7-ish. I used to wake up every morning and take the kids to school. Whether it be nieces, nephews, kids, you know, and after that I go to the shop and he just meet me at the shop. But it was always great communication.
Okay. All right, we got a motion to go into executive session in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Brandon?
Yes.
Bryan?
Yes.
Dennis?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna be in executive session for just a moment, then we'll come right back out and we'll take a vote, see what we're gonna do.
Okay, so let's let them do their executive session and come right back. They need to hurry up because I have Anjanette Levy on hold, guys.
Back into regular session. It's
Okay,
10:15
back in
in the
regular
morning.
session.
Same date as when we just
And then we're switching
left
to
a few
Kohberger.
moments ago. Mr. Norman, I think we're ready to vote
Let's
now.
vote. I want to hear.
I'm the first one to get to vote because I was the primary, and then the others vote behind me. And we
I say
make
let
the
'em go.
decision. And so my vote is that we revoke your parole because of violation rule number 4. Jury found you guilty. The reports are pretty clear. Jury found you guilty of simple assault and a
Mama's gonna
flight
cry.
charge rule number 4.
See, I
So that's
can't.
my, Mr. Tillman?
That's only one vote.
I concur with Mr.
Oh,
Freeman.
shit.
Mr. Prater.
Yeah, I also find you violated condition number 4. I concur.
Okay, as of today at 10:15, your parole has been violated, sir. I think that's all we have in Angola.
Okay, I'm going to take that off. Mama's trying to compose herself. Wow. I totally feel the mama there. She is trying to keep her composure. That's okay. On to Kohberger. So I'm gonna start it right here because Anjanette just came on. Hang on. Where's the volume? Why can I not hear?
I'm Anjanette Levy coming to you live from the Ada County Courthouse in Boise, Idaho. Breaking details for you. I just hopped back into the seat.
This is
Steve
interesting.
Gonsalves,
Pay attention.
the father of Kaylee Gonsalves, he walked in during our quick break and walked in with his family into the courthouse. And then he came walking back out and he gathered here. We ran over and spoke with him. I tried to get him to come back over. He is livid. Absolutely livid. He said, I am not going in that courtroom. I am getting out of this zoo. I can't do this. The rest of his family will be in the courtroom, but he and I believe one of his sons, but it was hard for me to tell, walked across the court or across the street here, away from the courthouse. He doesn't want to sit in there. He feels betrayed. He wanted a jury trial. He wanted the truth to come out. He wants Bryan Kohberger to have to allocute and tell what happened, whether anybody else was involved, why he did this. He wants the whole truth. Of course, Bryan Kohberger has the right to remain silent, and as part of this plea agreement, he is not going to be required to do any of those things. He feels that he's been betrayed, and all of the families have been betrayed by the system, by the prosecutor in this case, because he's not going to get the answers that he feels that he needs in order to grieve and move forward. So I got a video of that on my phone. I'm going to be tweeting that out. We'll try to get that up for you here so we can take a look at that. That hearing where Bryan Kohberger is expected to change his plea to guilty in exchange for 4 consecutive life sentences is going to start in about 37 minutes now. And we'll be bringing that to you live. Please continue to drop your questions into our chat. We'll get to as many of them as we can. But I want to get to Bradford Cohen on this one. Bradford, Steve Gonsalves is furious. Your thoughts on what I just told you that he said and this plea agreement and how it was reached within days and no real face-to-face, in-person meeting with the families about this. As far as we know, it sounds like it all took place over Zoom.
Sure. So when it comes to these type of cases.
Real quick, guys, I'm going to take a restroom break. I'm going to let this play for a few minutes and turn my camera off, but I will be right back. Yeah, the families are hurting. And this is heartbreaking for the families. Whether you go through I'll talk about that when I get back. Let me hit play and take my restroom break.
It is outrageous, to be quite honest. It doesn't matter if you're a defense attorney, if you're a state attorney, if you're a civil attorney, you know that individuals need to be contacted. The fact that in this type of case, not even putting aside that it was this, TV and everybody's paying attention to it, high profile case, putting that all aside, just the fact that it is a murder case and the way that these murders happened and how many of them happened, to not sit down for a state attorney, to not sit down with a family face to face and either discuss it face to face about this plea and why it's a good plea or a bad plea, get their input, and then do whatever you're going to do. it's really shocking. I just never seen it before. I've never seen a state attorney, and I've dealt with cases across the country, where the state attorney would not sit down in this type of case, a murder case, and ask the victims' families what they think about a plea. And even if he's going to ignore that, to tell them, hey, listen, this is what I'm going to do. I understand your position, but be a man, be enough of a man to at least sit down and look at them in the face and tell them why you're making this deal. In addition to that, they get nothing in this deal. So essentially, the state gets nothing. The state avoids a trial, but that's what they're there for. They charge the most ridiculous crimes in other cases and pick up cases where they shouldn't because of who the defendant is. That's my personal opinion, of course. But in this case, where you have a murder case and the judge is denying every single motion the defense is making, and it, for all intents and purposes, it looks like, and there is no slam dunk, but it looks like this case is one of the cases where, you know, you're not going to have trouble at trial. To give up the death penalty and get nothing in return, the only thing they get in return is not going to trial. It's really disgusting, to be quite honest with you. Listen, I'm looking for words to describe it. I understand this father of a slain child, and the individuals, the families of these slain kids, and that's what they were. They were kids just kind of starting their careers, starting their college careers. It really is a disgusting thing that can happen. Now, here's the question, and it's a big question. Depending on how these murders were carried out, depending on what weapon was used and where that weapon was made, is there a possibility that the feds could pick it up? That's a big question, because there are ways that the feds can look at what people would think would be state cases, and they could possibly bootstrap them into federal court. Like, I'm looking at the weapon that they suppose was used. It looks on there like it was made in New York. Making it in New York would be the Commerce Clause, right? You cross state lines for that. I don't know, because I don't know all the facts and circumstances of the case, but certainly there are ways that these type of cases can be brought in a federal forum, which I can assure you the family would be finding justice in a federal forum, more justice than they are in this state forum, where they got absolutely nothing for this deal. That he's not even doing an allocution is crazy to me. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I find it odd with facts like this. And I spoke with a death penalty prosecutor yesterday who said, with facts like this, I wouldn't deal on this case. I would have all of the facts on my side. And he finds it unbelievable. Yes, Kohberger has a Fifth Amendment right to stay silent, but they could have made allocution a part of this plea agreement. They chose not to. They could have said, tell us what you did with the knife. Who did you target and why? Because there are still a lot of questions here that could be answered. And the families, I think, deserve answers if they want those answers. And the feds, I think they could potentially charge in this case because of crossing state lines. I'm not a federal prosecutor, obviously, and have never been a federal prosecutor, but he crossed from Washington into Idaho to commit these murders. And there was there's also some potential, there were some suspicions about stalking using the internet and phones, things of that nature. We don't know if that actually happened, but there was a suspicion about that. Tara, your response to Steve Gonsalves, what I told you, he said, again, I just tweeted.
Y'all know y'all take your phones to the bathroom with y'all, so
them on X, and then
don't come at me for my potty break texting.
Well, I can certainly understand why he would be upset, why the families or some of the families would be upset here. I mean, this is a really heinous crime that occurred. These were incredibly young victims. Certainly understand being upset about this.
Fast forward this to real time.
No, that's
just so
not
we're in
what
real
we
time
have
with the whole thing
today. That's going to occur. What is likely to occur today?
I'm with you, case one. Something is totally off.
The parties, one or both, will put what the plea agreement is on the table. The judge will then engage the defendant in a plea colloquy, which is basically a conversation to make sure that any plea that he's entering or may enter is knowing and voluntary, that it's not, he's not under the influence of anything, that he hasn't been coerced into making it. So the agreement is what it is, and so long as it's knowingly, the entry of a guilty plea is knowingly and voluntarily made with the advice of counsel, then the judge will accept it and will move forward to sentencing.
Tara, what is your feeling on why Bill Thompson wouldn't require or make, as part of the plea agreement, make it contingent upon him pleading guilty?
Right.
They make it a requirement. Yes, he has a Fifth Amendment right, but you're willing to plead guilty and go to prison for the rest of your life. Why wouldn't Bill Thompson say, tell us where the knife is and tell us what happened?
Well, we don't know whether he did or not. We don't have the details of the plea agreement. We have a general understanding of what we believe the plea agreement is. We'll likely be hearing more of the details of that plea and what was negotiated between the parties on the record today. They will have to disclose that to the court. And so there may have been a component about giving up certain information, but right now we just have very limited information as to the conditions of this plea.
Bradford, our next viewer question comes from NR. NR asks, is it a coincidence that he pleads right after the DoorDash driver is exposed as a potential witness? And this is the woman that was captured on body camera during a traffic stop, totally unrelated to this case. It was she was pulled over for DUI. She was under the influence, and she said, I have PTSD because my husband was killed right in front of me years ago, and I'm the DoorDash driver. I have to testify. I saw Bryan. This was almost 2 years after the crime, during a DUI traffic stop. The prosecutors had previously said there was only one person who saw the killer that night, and it was the surviving roommate. So she said she parked right next to him. I saw Bryan. So we don't know what she actually told the investigators about that night. We just know what she said during a traffic stop for an OVI. So what do you think that could have played a role in this at all? Because up until
that
a week and a half ago or so,
it played a lot of
they were ready to go to trial.
Yeah, I don't think so. I'm familiar with that testimony. I don't think that was the straw that broke the camel's back. There's a lot of other evidence, and I mean, when I say a lot, a mountain full of evidence that would point towards his guilt. And when you have the death penalty on the table, if there's always discussions to see if there's some sort of settlement or negotiation you can make with the state attorney's office when the death penalty is on the table. There's always discussions of that, usually throughout the case, depending on obviously the evidence that is in a case. In this case, I would imagine that they've been trying to get the death penalty off the case from day one. And I don't think this in itself, this one witness was like, okay, we got this one witness, let's call it a day and try to make a deal. I don't think that's true. And if he does not give an allocution, which all roads are pointing to Rome here, that he's not going to give an allocution, he's not going to say where this knife is. The question to answer is why the state would not require that. And that's my guess is because they're weak. I've never seen a state attorney's office that was so desperate to make a deal that they did not say, hey, listen, you have to do an allocution. You have to tell us at least where the knife is. You have to do something to get this deal, not just stand up there and say, okay, judge, I'm guilty and call it a day. I've just never seen it. And I'm talking about in any case, drug cases, prostitution cases, weak cases where you're getting an unbelievable deal. Maybe you're getting PTI with his diversion program, or you're getting some sort of benefit. The prosecution always says, okay, that's going to come along with an allocution, especially if there's a co-defendant or they can't find the weapon, they can't find the gun that was used in a robbery.
Okay, we're gonna switch to this just for a second, just to watch it. This is talking about the parents.
Suspected quadruple murderer will appear in court today to formally accept his plea deal. The family of one of the victims, Kaylee Gonzalez, issuing this new statement saying the following, quote, We stand strong that it is not over until a plea is accepted. We will not stop fighting for the life that was stolen unjustly. While we are cognizant that some may have wanted the plea, the prosecution relayed to us it was not a majority vote that was the deciding factor in offering this plea. The family would go on to say they, quote, require a full confession, full accountability, location of the murder weapon, confirmation the defendant acted alone, and the true facts of what happened that night.
Former state prosecutor Elliot Feelig joins us now. Elliot, thank you so much for being here. What are the chances that happens, and what are the chances it happens today at the plea hearing?
Well, the judge is almost certainly going to accept the plea. And judges recognize that it's prosecutors who are elected by the people to make these sorts of decisions. The judge can ask for a full allocution. I don't think they're going to get all the answers. The judge isn't required to, for example, request that a motive be provided. But by and large, this plea is almost certain to go through. Judges generally say, I'm not going to step in and insert my own discretion and say it's too lenient, it's too harsh. Provided the person pleads to the full docket, that's it.
And just to be clear, under Idaho law, there is no way for that judge to force Kohberger in the act of pleading guilty to give that exact allocution that the victim's families want.
No, just has to allocute to the facts and show that it's a knowing and voluntary plea.
So the Menendez brothers got life in prison without the possibility of parole, and they spent their 35 years behind bars trying to get out of it.
Right.
And look where they are today. Could you foresee something like that happening with Bryan Kohberger?
No, I think this is such a heinous crime. And I understand why people object to this not being death penalty. You look at this and you say, if not for this, then why we even have a death penalty on the books? That being said, I don't think he'll ever see freedom.
As a former prosecutor, do you think that this case from start to finish was properly handled by the Idaho prosecutors?
No, look, the victims or the victim families have a right to say, to object if they were not kept in the loop, if they were not kept on board. If this is in fact being rushed and hurried, then the prosecutor didn't show sufficient empathy and didn't do his job. I've been in that situation where you're making a plea. You're accepting a plea that the family is not comfortable with. At the very least, you have a duty to make sure that they understand why you're making this decision. And it seems like there hasn't been good communication from the prosecutor to the victim families.
So Maddie Mogan and Ethan Chapin's families are okay with this plea deal, but Kaylee Gonzalez's family is not. We've heard a lot from Steve. Actually, we're hearing that he's going to be protesting outside the courthouse today. Can you envision a scenario where one of the parents speaks out at this hearing? It's going to happen at 11 a.m. in Idaho time, 1 p.m. Eastern, and says, please, judge, prosecutors, don't let this go through, and their opinion is taken into consideration?
I don't think the judge will let victim families speak today at the plea proceeding. I think at the sentencing, of course. But in the end, the judge is going to look at this and say, he's pleading to the whole docket. And you know what? I understand the objection, but there are so many things that can go wrong at a trial, even what looks like a rock crusher case. So when you have a defendant who's willing to plead to the entire docket, accept responsibility, it's hard to see a prosecutor passing up that opportunity.
And there seems to be a lot of confusion coming from people in the legal community. So I want you to be the definitive final answer here. Under Idaho law, how much discretion does this judge even have to reject a plea deal?
The judge is not going to reject the plea deal unless there's an indication that the defendant doesn't understand the nature of the bargain, which he surely will have had explained to him by his lawyers, or if there's not a sufficient factual basis, which clearly there is a factual basis for the plea.
Well, it's been a 30-month-long case. It appears at the ending, it's ending with a man who committed such a horrific murder of 4 young lives, and he's getting a say in his fate, which I'm sure is weighing heavy on so many people who are close to this case. We want to also ask you about another case that happened in New York City yesterday, some big moves where the jury reached a partial verdict in the Sean Diddy Combs trial, but they still remain inconclusive when it comes to the racketeering charge. So the judge says, not good enough, keep deliberating. What happens today?
I think
Y'all didn't lose sound. I'm just over here muted, talking away. Y'all didn't lose sound. It's all me. I was too worried about y'all hearing me eating my Lunchable. So I muted. So you didn't hear me crunching. Okay, so back to sound. Oh, my Lord. I'm telling y'all, it's a day. I'm in a good mood. What the hell? So, as I was saying, that's the picture of Steve Gonzalez. I was looking for that little video. I know. I was looking for the video. I'm going to go find it. I'm going to go look. Hang on. It's in Discord. Okay, hang on. We're at Discord. Oh, I'm losing my marbles. But that's just the... Okay, hang on. Hang on. Y'all bear with me. Y'all know I'm not a professional. Okay, here. We're going to share this. I'm going to start over. Here we go. Wow. He's an upset parent. Oh, you can't hear it? You can't hear it? I could hear it. Hang on. Hang on. Let me refresh. Give me just a second. I'm going to refresh the whole stream. Just give me a second. Okay, we all still here? Okay, hang on. Let's see here. Let me open that back up, Hannah. Okay, here we go. Share screen. I need all of that right now, okay? I'm not even going to lie to y'all. Not even going to lie. Okay, here we go. I'm going to hit play.
Do you have any message for folks?
Yeah, what do you want?
We know when you flew out here. We know. We have your flight records.
How are you preparing to see him today?
I'm not going to see him.
When you say you know the flight records, what do you mean, Steve?
I know when his parents booked their flight. When his father did.
What does that mean?
Can you hear? You can't hear that still? Cindy, you can't hear that still? Or is that just me? Are you just behind? Could y'all hear Mr. Goncalves talking? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, William. I'll back it up. I'm gonna let it start over. Now that I know.
Good enough for mine.
Okay.
Do you have any message for folks?
Yeah, what do you want?
We know when you flew out here. We know. We have your flight records.
How are you preparing to see him today?
I'm not going to see him.
When you say you know the flight records, what do you mean, Steve?
I know when his parents booked their flight. When his father did.
What does that mean?
You'll find out.
Would you like to say something to them?
No, I don't care about it.
The rest of your family went inside. Was it important for them to be in there today?
Yeah, for sure.
Where are you going? Are you not able to get it?
Getting out of this suit.
You're not staying in?
No, not one.
Steve,
Guys, I mean, it was good enough for mine.
Do you have any message for Kohberger's mom?
I mean, you know, the man is angry. You need chocolate, Cindy? Okay, I got a lunch. I got a piece of chocolate in my Lunchable. See? I have the Butterfinger. I won't eat it. You can have it. I give it to you, Cindy. Because I don't eat sugar, so. Yeah, so let's back up and watch a little bit of Anjanette. I don't know. They're just showing the outside of the courthouse right now, and the flags are at half staff. I'll see if there's anything else going on X with any more Kohberger stuff. Let's see what Kathy Russin has to say. No, she's just saying don't forget she's traveling today. She'll be in there when hearing Kohberger starts coverage with Anjanette. Okay. All right. So you know what I'm going to do? We're going to take a break for a second. I'm going to play touch grass and finish eating my look, my Lunchable. My words aren't even working. So we're going to play touch grass. Give me just a second. Everybody take your breaks for a few minutes. We got 10 minutes until the hearing starts. So now is your time to take a break. I'm here. But I'm going to eat.
Corners where nightmares are real, whispers and shadows, stories unfold, innocence lost and the secrets they hold. Reach out and touch grass, leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass, feel the earth, feel alive. Sensational headlines, the dramas you muse, capturing moments, the heartbreak you choose. Behind every story, a life to reclaim. Remember the human, not just the name. Reach out and touch grass, leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass, feel the earth, feel alive. Spotlights glow, don't forget to breathe. Disconnect to reconnect, it's okay to leave. Step away, take a break, find some peace of mind. True crime and drama, but balance you'll find. Reach out and touch grass, leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass, feel the earth, feel alive.
Hold up. See, I wasn't reading comments. I'm just not, and I didn't read that. That's why the flags are at half staff. Idaho had fire ambush and I didn't realize that was there. So that's why you. Okay, I thought we were talking. For some reason, I had thought you were still talking about one of the parole hearings or revoke hearings we were talking about. Wow. I kind of remember hearing about that on the news, but I didn't realize that this is where that was. So I'm sorry for that if I may have misspoke. Off themselves. Oh my Lord. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me go back. I'm put touch grass back on just for a minute while I finish eating.
More than stories that keep you up at night. Ground yourself, find the light. Everything's alright. Reach out and touch grass, you'll be just fine. Breathe deep, step away. It's your time to shine. Reach out and touch grass. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass. Feel the earth, feel alive.
Oh, hello, Mr. Head. Hi. I seen your boogers, dude.
You're always online, chasing the.
Okay. I'm gonna say this. I'm chewing my food and I'm talking. Okay. That's so rude to me. But I'm gonna do something. I don't know. I'll throw it out here. There's a link. I just put it in chat. If there's anybody who wants to come hang out, just to no, Stephanie. I just feel rude because I got food. I don't normally eat when I stream, so it's just kind of weird. But anyways, if there's anybody who wants to come up, hang out while we do this. You don't have to turn your camera on. You know, just chit chat in a few minutes before anything starts. You're more than welcome to. I always enjoy as a hostess, allowing other people's opinions and stuff. And if you're not aware of my channel, I'm really gearing towards that in my channel. So every creator and their dog and granny are going live. I know, Hannah, and that's what I'm afraid. And you know what? This is what I'm afraid of. StreamYard. If StreamYard goes down like what happened during Lori, oh my God, what in the hell am I going to do? I have no clue. I've already been thinking about this. Can we break the net? Will it be bigger than? I don't know, Stephanie. And that's why I'm like, oh my gosh, because like I keep thinking about me and Katya when we were doing Lori Vallow and it went down, and I'm thinking, oh my God, am I going to be stuck in that vicious circle again? This is live. This is live right now. It says court will resume shortly. So, okay, court, we're waiting for you to resume. I don't know. Let me close some of these other tabs just to make sure that I have good signal. Nothing crazy going on. We can close that tab. I can close that tab. We can close this one. See, I have so many tabs open, guys. I don't even know how my computer's running sometimes. Stephanie, look, I'm trying to turn my camera on and I'm removing myself from the stage. Stephanie, Katya would cry. She'd tell you thank you. I think I'd get a little teared up too, but don't tell nobody. It's not my channel, but as the hostess, you are so appreciated and thank you so much. And those went to, K-Swan. You go, K-Swan. Merbella. Oh my God, y'all. Stephanie. Okay, let me read these. Let me read these out loud while we're waiting. I don't even know what the screen says. It still says Corporal Super. Okay, look. I'm excited. Look. So those 5 memberships went to K-Swan, Merbella, Mrs. Dr. Murder, Melissa Crawford, and It's a Muffin. And guess what, Stephanie? It's a Muffin is my daughter. She's my 34-year-old daughter. She loves coming in here every once in a while just to hang out. So Yeah, that's great. Case one got one, we know, and it's a muffin. She got her one. So, oh, I'm so happy. She'll be in here later, I'm sure. She'll pop in. She'll be like, Mom, what's going on? She doesn't know that I'm doing the stream today. I don't tell her all the time. She does her own thing. She lives in Louisiana, so I don't get to see her as much as I'd like to. She tries to come in once a month and see me since, I'm in Texas. It's about a 3-hour drive apart from us. But yeah, so that's cool. You're back. Pizza. Hot Pocket. Oh, you got your Hot Pocket instead. Okay, Cindy. Wait, Hot Pockets sound good. Hot Pocket. You know what? I haven't had Hot Pocket in forever. That does sound good. I know all those notifications. I know. I'm like, I kind of had to put the phone down for a minute. That's why I was trying to find my phone to look at who the things went to. So, all right, it's just 2 minutes. I'm getting antsy. I don't know. Yeah, Hot Pockets are good. And you know what else I like? I like the breakfast toasters, the little, they're called, it's got the little Pillsbury Doughboy on it, I think, and they're egg pockets or scrambles or toaster scrambles. I think that's what those are called, toaster scrambles. Those are really good breakfast. They're bad for you. They're unhealthy. They're loaded with calories and salt, but oh my God, they're so good. I love those breakfast toasters. Oh my goodness. Now all these pop-ups are going off. Y'all need to calm down. Yes, toaster scrambles are awesome. Let's see. Yeah, y'all need to calm down because all these pop-ups and everybody going live and whew. But they wait till the last minute. Okay, I'm gonna eat my last one. I promise I won't crunch too loud in my microphone. Yes, and please, everybody, Nightbot says, make sure you left your DNA. So please hit the like button. Get us out into the algorithm. However they say that. Yeah, that's it. Get us out into the algorithm. Hit the like button. Or hit the don't like button if you don't like it. It's all engagement, right? So, any engagement's good engagement. Doesn't matter if you like it or not. Well, that's just part of YouTube. It's engagement. That's all that matters. Well, case one. My dogs are on the weirdest schedule. They sleep when we sleep. So right now they're in their beds asleep. Daddy's sleeping. Doggies are sleeping. Lola meat. Mom's asleep. Son's asleep. Because he works nights. So with Hector working nights, our hours are not your normal household hours. So yeah, I don't have to worry about them begging for food right now. They will get their cooked lunch in a little while because they're spoiled, and I make like chicken and rice, like stir fry type. Not I don't like put a bunch of vegetables like that or stuff in it, but I use chicken and rice, and I make their food on the stove, and it's always warm. And Meat has a thing about cheese. He's always got to have cheese in his food. And I decided when we got Lola, if I can find it, Katya, if I can find it, I'm gonna search for it while this hearing is going on. I'm just talking right now. Yes. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate that. I wish I could. I don't know how to. If I could. Yes, case one. Oh, yes. Stephanie came in and dropped 5 on us, and we had 5 new members, Katya. And case one had gotten 1. And it was Stephanie. She dropped 5. Do that dab, Stephanie. Do that dab, girl. You go. You go. And guess what, Katya? It's a muffin got one. My baby girl. She got a freaking membership too. And we're gonna appreciate Stephanie. She's such a sweet. And let's see, hang on. There was also earlier, there was that that was Stephanie. But somebody earlier, it was in the other stream and you weren't here, Katya. Somebody I don't remember who it was. My mind is not thinking. Somebody donated. I don't remember. Katya, you'll have to go back and you'll have to look in your other stream. Somebody gifted a super sticker or something. I can't remember. There was too much going on with Diddy. So yeah, you might want to go back and check that. I don't know who it was, but thank you. I thanked him at the time, but I don't remember who it was. I want to say maybe it was Cindy. Was it Cindy? No, I don't remember. Anyways, somebody did. Anyways, but yeah, I need to find the Stephen Stearns. I haven't found it yet. I'm still looking, Katya. I'm hard to eat my Lunchable because I haven't eaten since I've been sitting here all day. Oh my God, we need to start this hearing already. I need to look elsewhere and see if there's somewhere else because this hearing hadn't started. No, don't be odd. You're not odd. It's just they have the same thing up. So nobody's showing it yet. So it's not just me. I was worried that it might have been, like that site, but everybody's got the same hold screen up. And Katya, the only fear I'm having right now is if freaking StreamYard goes down like they did for us on Daybell. That's the only thing I'm so afraid of. Okay. This is impatient for me to sit here and like the time is clicking. It's already 5 after. Use the one in the back chat. Okay. Okay. So let's close this tab. Let's close this tab. So we have way too many tabs open. Okay. Says your browser lost connection. Okay, I have to refresh again. Y'all, give me just a second to refresh. So make sure we have sound. Okay, I'm back. Let me share my screen again. And it will be this one. That is direct from court. So there we are. And y'all can hear me, but of course there's no sound on the stream, on the feed, because we're still waiting for the feed. Okay, now I'm nervous. Why are they taking so long? Why are they taking so long to come to court and say, Let's sign this plea deal. It's taking too long. Where's Hannah? I'm nervous. Pizza Hot Pockets are the worst. Pizza Hot Pockets are the worst than Pizza Bites. I know. You know what? I prefer Pizza Bites over the Pizza Hot Pockets too. I like Pizza Bites. Myself, stop, Hannah. This is what I'm afraid of. This is what I'm afraid of. I know. It's your fear. It's my fear. It's your fear. It's my fear. Change his mind. Oh my goodness. I couldn't imagine. But yeah, I prefer the Pizza Bites to the Hot Pockets. But when you're in a rush, you take what you can get sometimes. You're done. No. Oh, Hannah. No, don't say that, Stephanie. Don't say that stuff. There's not a 30-minute delay. No. Oh my goodness. Okay, she's laughing. She's just joking with us. She's trying to make us all, make me all. Y'all see? We're over here freaking out, just looking at a white screen saying court will resume shortly. I mean, I don't know what to think. And there's nothing that I want to play during this because I'm afraid if I move away, it's gonna pop on as soon as we move away to anything. I mean, I could play, some parole hearing while we're waiting, but I don't want to take away from this. So that's what I'm saying. If there's anybody else, Hannah, we know. Oh, this is great. This is great. That's what I'm telling y'all. I put my tinfoil hat on because if he heard that Diddy got off, think about it. Think about it. You're Bryan Kohberger. You're fixing to go in. You're fixing to go in. And you're going to sign the plea deal of your life. Just sign your life away, basically. But you just heard. I'm holding it, baby Hannah. I'm holding it. But think about it, okay? Like I said, you're Bryan Kohberger. You're on your way in the little van going to jail. Yes, they have to have cameras in the courtroom, case one, because this is supposed to be live streamed. So you're on your way to jail to your court proceedings to sign this plead guilty. And on the radio, and this is just me. This is me. This is my mind. This is how I work. You're in the van and on the radio as you're going to the court to sign this horrible plea deal that's going to put you in prison for the rest of your life. You hear on the radio, Diddy, not guilty. Diddy got away with it. Diddy. Hey, could you imagine? And then all of a sudden, your mind, the mind of a criminal, starts thinking, oh, Diddy got away with it. This, and like I said, these are my tinfoil hat thoughts. But you're thinking, oh, Diddy got away with it. So, could I get away with it? Should I sign this plea deal? So this is why I'm just like, oh no. Every hearing, judge has allowed cameras. He won't change out. Yeah, they've allowed cameras in all of them. So I that won't change. I don't think there is such high interest in this case. Like I said, maybe they broke the internet. I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna go open one of the other streams and just do a back check to see if anybody else, if they're talking on some of the other channels about any of it. Let's see what War and Crime still has. Court will resume shortly up. News Nation is just kind of there waiting too. I know they need to hurry up. They really need to hurry up. Because everybody. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm going to boost the sound. Hang on, I'm going to wait. Let me start talking. If you need me to boost the sound, tell me to boost the sound. I'm going to mute, but if y'all cannot hear, tell me and I will boost the sound, okay?
All right, this is CR 0124316665. Defendant is present in custody with counsel, Ms. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, and pardon me, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massoff, and Ms. Barlow. The state's present with Mr. Thompson, Mr. Horowitz, Ms. Jennings, and Mr. Nye is here as well. Am I miss anybody? I'm sorry.
Ms. Allen is here as well.
Ms.
Your
Allen
Honor.
is here as well. Very well, thank you. All right, we are here today to entertain a change of plea. Before I start, I want to address some issues of concern and otherwise. First, I appreciate everybody in attendance today being on their best behavior. Please, no outbursts or demonstrations. Any such conduct will result in immediate removal and may result in an inability to attend further court proceedings in this case. I want to point out that there have been calls by some for the public to contact me and my office in an attempt to influence my decision-making in this case. This has been extraordinarily disruptive for court staff and the ability for them to get work done, not only in this case, but in other cases where defendants are entitled to have their cases processed and frankly, as important, if not more so, for victims to have their cases processed in those cases. It's also highly inappropriate. A court is not supposed to, and this court will never take into account public sentiment in making an opinion regarding its judicial decisions in cases. Court should, and I always will make decisions based on where the facts and the law lead me, period. I have not read any of the numerous messages nor listened to any of the numerous voicemails that have been sent to me and my staff. Those have all been forwarded to security and, where appropriate, to law enforcement. I ask that you not continue to mount such campaigns or to send me information like this because, again, it is not appropriate and frankly not something I would take into account when deciding a matter in a case like this. I also want people to understand some very basic concepts about the ideas of separation of powers, what the court's duties are, and what the duties and the rights of the executive, or in this case, the prosecuting attorney, is. The executive, the elected prosecutor, is the sole authority in deciding what charges to pursue, including whether, as well as what penalties to ask for, and what penalties to pursue, including the death penalty. This court cannot require the prosecutor to seek the death penalty, nor would it be appropriate for this court to attempt to do that. This court, in considering a plea agreement, if it were to reject this plea agreement, cannot force the state to seek the death penalty. My role and power in considering a plea agreement is extremely limited. My role is to ensure that the defendant's plea is given freely, voluntarily, and intelligently. If those things are met, I can only reject a plea, such as the one in this case, where I'm not being asked to agree to the sentence in advance. I can only reject it, for example, if the defendant does not meet or admit to all of the elements of the crime. That is, I can ensure what is called a factual basis to the plea. Finally, I want to offer my apologies to all the families, including the victims' families, the families of the defendant, for the short notice for today's hearing, and I'm sure what must have been the hurried efforts to get here. I, like most everyone else, learned of this plea agreement Monday afternoon and had no inkling of it beforehand. Prior to that time, I was under the belief that this case was proceeding to trial, as had been indicated, and my staff and I were busy continuing to work on preparations to have potentially 10,000 citizens of Ada County come to jury duty starting in mid-July, with the questionnaire process in mid-July. It was, once I learned of the defendant's decision to change his plea in this case, it was important that I take the plea as soon as possible because of the extraordinary administrative efforts that were otherwise attendant to the process of this getting this trial potentially underway on time, and including the significant process of bringing, again, potentially up to 10,000 jurors to come in and fill out juror questionnaires prior to the beginning of the voir dire process. And so it was important that we, if we're going to go down this road, do so expeditiously so that we can avoid those costs and expenses associated with that. Otherwise, if it was not going to result in a plea, or for some reason the plea were to fall through today, that we could continue diligently towards trial at the time specified. And so that obviously required that we act quickly. And so some folks may have not had the amount of time that we would otherwise allow for them to travel here. And so, again, I apologize for that. I want to make people aware that during the hearing, if you are to leave the courtroom for any reason, you will not be readmitted during the hearing. Also, when we finish the hearing this morning, I ask that the public and media wait in their seats until the victims' families and the defendants' families and others are escorted out of the courtroom before you start to leave. Finally, I want to acknowledge the trial court administrator and her staff, the Ada County Sheriff, and the Ada County 4th District Marshal Service for the huge lift that they've accomplished in preparing for and orchestrating this hearing today, as well as to all the security attendant today that you see, and some of whom many of whom you don't see, with less than 48 hours notice. And so I appreciate the hard work that they've been doing Frankly, some of them while they were on some vacation prior to the trial starting and had to call that short. And so I appreciate very much their professionalism and dedication. All right. That said, let's move to the business of today. I understand the state and the defense have reached a plea agreement in this case. For the record, I have a written plea agreement which indicates in sum, the defendant will plead guilty to all 5 counts in the indictment, burglary, felony, and first-degree murder, 4 counts. The state and the defendant stipulate, that is, that the defense is not free to argue for a lesser sentence at sentencing to the following. The defendant on the burglary charge will be sentenced to 10 years fixed, and that the defendant on counts 2 through 5, the 4 counts of first-degree homicide, on each count would receive a fixed life sentence, all 5 of those counts to run consecutive to one another. Defendant, as part of the plea agreement, waives his right to appeal, as well as his right to appeal the sentence and his right to seek leniency or reconsideration of the sentence under Idaho Criminal Rule 35. This is not a Rule 11 agreement, meaning the court is not bound by the plea agreement and could impose a different lawful sentence at sentencing. The stipulated agreement between the parties is the maximum on each count. So theoretically, the only thing the court could do would be a lesser sentence at sentencing. But the defendant is not free to ask the court to do so under the plea agreement. Are there any other material terms of the plea agreement that the parties would like to make? Obviously, the plea agreement, the written plea agreement will speak for itself and be part of the court record.
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, very well. All right. Ms. Taylor, have you had sufficient time to discuss this case and all of its ramifications with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Have you discussed fully with him his rights, defenses, and possible consequences to him of the guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you been able to do all the discovery you feel necessary?
Yes, Your Honor.
And have you informed your client of the importance of providing the court truthful and accurate answers in taking this plea today?
I have.
Have you apprised your client of any and all offers and counter offers and answered his questions about those?
Yes.
Do you consent to the entry of the plea today?
I do.
All right, Mr. Kohberger, I need to ask you some questions this afternoon, or I guess it's this morning still. I do this to ensure that you so that I am assured that you understand the nature of the charges to which I understand you're going to plead guilty, as well as the possible consequences to you of your guilty pleas. I want to make sure your plea is given voluntarily, and I want to make sure that you actually committed the crimes to which you're pleading guilty, because I don't want you to plead guilty to a crime you didn't commit. If you attempt to plead guilty today, but for some reason I don't accept your plea, then it is possible that your statements today could be used against you later at trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And now, while you're standing, actually, why don't you take the oath from the clerk?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in the matter not given before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Kohberger, just to make it easier, you don't need to stand when you speak to me. I appreciate the sign of respect, but for convenience, you can remain seated, all right? Before I start asking you questions today, have you consumed substantive questions? Let me ask you, have you consumed any alcohol, drug, or other intoxicating substance that would impair your ability to understand or exercise reasonable judgment?
No.
You feel like you are thinking clearly today?
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the possible penalties are for each of the crimes to which I understand you're going to offer a guilty plea today. They include on count 1, the burglary, a fine of up to $50,000 and a period of incarceration of up to 10 years in the state penitentiary. You may be required to pay restitution to any victims of the crime. count 2, 3, 4, and 5 for first-degree murder, the consequences include a fine of up to $50,000, a period of incarceration of life imprisonment, which is a requirement of a sentence, that it be a life sentence with a mandatory minimum sentence of at least 10 years on each of those counts. In addition, you would be potentially responsible for a fine of up to $5,000 to each of the victims of your crime, to be enforced in the form of a civil judgment, to operate as additional punishment. This is in excess of any restitution or fines that the court could order. And again, you may be required to pay restitution to the victims of the crime. You would be required to provide, as to counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression, and potentially pay for analysis of those samples. You would lose any right to possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, the right to serve on jury duty, the right to hold public office, and the right to vote. Do you understand the charges and all those possible consequences?
Yes.
You've heard the plea agreement that I talked about today. Do you agree with that plea agreement?
Yes.
And do you understand the nature of the charges that you've been charged with, that I understand you're going to plead guilty today to?
Yes.
As I indicated, I'm not bound by the plea agreement, but the plea agreement is for the maximum on each count. Do you understand that I'm not bound by the plea agreement?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you that I would be lenient or easy on you if you pled guilty?
No.
Has anyone threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Is anyone other than the state's agreements with respect to the plea agreement, has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
Has anyone told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No.
Has anyone offered you a reward of any kind other than the plea agreement in order to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
And counsel, obviously there have been a number of motions filed to suppress evidence in this case. Other than those filed, are there any other motions that you felt were available with respect to Rule 12?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Kohberger, you understand that by entering the guilty plea in this case, you would be giving up your right to appeal any decision this court made, as well as your sentence.
Yes.
Have you had enough time to decide whether or not to plead guilty?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Given your choices, do you believe it's in your best interest to plead guilty?
Yes.
Have you discussed fully the matter of pleading guilty with your attorney, and are you satisfied with the advice you've received?
Yes.
Has your attorney advised you to your satisfaction about what your rights are, what your defenses may be, and what the possible consequences to you of your guilty plea are?
Yes.
Has your attorney done everything you've asked them to do?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with their representation of you?
Yes.
I have received a written guilty plea advisory questionnaire that is purported to be filled out by you. Did you fill that document out?
Yes.
Did you understand the questions that you answered in this document?
Yes.
And are the answers that are outlined in this document your answers?
Yes.
Are those answers truthful?
Yes.
Did you sign the document?
Yes.
And this document outlines many of the rights that you have in this case. Should you not plead guilty, did you understand those rights?
Yes.
They include a right to a jury trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to the presumption of innocence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have the right to require the state to prove your guilt as to each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to confront your accusers and cross-examine witnesses presented by the state, including by utilizing the subpoena power of the court to accomplish that. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You understand you would have a privilege against self-incrimination and a right to remain silent, meaning you would not be compelled to testify if you did not wish to, had you not pled guilty.
Yes.
You understand you're giving up that privilege and those rights that I've just outlined by pleading guilty.
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the state would have had to have proven at trial had you, to the crimes that you're pleading guilty to, had you, if you didn't plead guilty. Let me find the document. Hang on a second here. All right. So as to count one burglary, the state would have to have proven that on or about November 13, 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, you unlawfully entered a residence located at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. As to count two, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogen, from which she died. As to count three, the state would have had to have proven that on that same date in Latah County, at that same address, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. As to count four, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. And then as to count five, also murder in the first degree, that on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing him, from which he died. Do you understand those things the state would have had to have proven?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, the state no longer has to prove those things because you're admitting those things are true?
Yes.
I want to also make, for the record, the defendant has provided with the guilty plea advisory form a document entitled Written Factual Basis that purports to have the defendant's signature dated 1 July 2025. Did you sign that document?
Yes.
And did you agree with the written factual basis that is included there?
Yes.
And then let me ask you, did you, on November 13th, 2022, enter the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder?
Yes.
Did you, on November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
Did you, on or about that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And did you on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And then on or about November 13th, 2022, again in Latah County, Idaho, did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Yes.
Did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
I would ask the state at this time to provide its recitation of its factual basis had this case gone to trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the organization of the recitation is different than what I think the court and the public may be familiar with from the probable cause affidavit and other documents. The state's evidence as an overview would show that back in March of 2022, when the defendant was residing in his parents' residence or was residing back in Pennsylvania, his home state, he purchased online a K-bar knife and sheath with an Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase of the knife, sheath, and sharpener. Jumping ahead, the end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. The state's evidence would indicate that beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone began connecting to a cell tower that serves the area of the 1122 King Road residence in Moscow, Idaho. Now, I will acknowledge for the court and all present that there are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants. Between July 9th of 2022 and November 7th, the defendant's phone connected to that particular tower during late night, early morning hours, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. on approximately 23 times. Now, I will acknowledge also, we do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area on those times. In the interim, on August 22nd of 2022, Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Duke conducted a traffic stop in the early morning hour or late evening hours, about 11 p.m. On the west side of Moscow, on the Moscow-Pullman Road. This was a traffic stop of Mr. Kohberger's car, which turned out to be a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plates. During the course of the traffic stop, Deputy Duke was able to obtain Mr. Kohberger's name, Bryan Kohberger, his phone number, and his address, which at that point was an apartment address in Pullman. We then move to the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The state's evidence would show that early morning hours on that day, Mr. Kohberger's phone left his Pullman residence, which is an apartment in kind of the central northwest part of Pullman. That phone was then subsequently turned off at approximately 2:54 a.m. and remained off until approximately 4:48 a.m. on Sunday, the 13th of November. The state's evidence would include a trial, video surveillance of a business on the Moscow-Pullman Highway, just across the state line from Moscow. It would show a vehicle matching the description of the defendant's Hyundai Elantra entering Moscow at approximately 3:02 a.m. Compiled surveillance that the investigators put together from businesses and residents then show the defendant's car, the white Elantra, as I've described, circling the 1122 King Road area, that neighborhood, starting around 3:30 or so in the morning. Comes into the immediate area of 1122 King Road, which is actually on a dead end. That morning, the defense car had entered that area, was leaving, stopped at the intersection of King and Queen Road, did a U-turn, and the state's evidence would show that the defendant's car came back and parked behind and above the 1122 King Road residence. The state believes that its evidence would then show that the defendant entered the residence of 1122 through the kitchen sliding door on the back side of the residence, which is the side of the residence that would face the area above where the defendant's car was parked. Defendant entered the residence, went to the 3rd floor, and with a knife, killed Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez. The defendant, as he left that room, for whatever reason, ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed next to Madison Mogan's body. And I can jump ahead. That sheath was tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, and single source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath, as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison and other trace evidence. But it's important to note single source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the 3rd floor. It was on the 2nd floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her, also with a large knife. Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was asleep in their bedroom, in her bedroom, and the defendant killed him as well with a large fixed blade knife. Each victim suffered multiple wounds. I will state for the record that there is no evidence there was any sexual component or sexual assault on any of the victims. I want to make that clear so there's no speculation. There were 2 other roommates in the house, and they were already asleep. During the course of this, one of those roommates awoke, looked out her door not knowing what was going on, and saw the defendant, who was dressed in black with a black balaclava on, holding some sort of container in his hand. And she saw him leave the house through the direction of the kitchen where that sliding door is that I mentioned before. At approximately 4:20 that morning, so this would have been 15 minutes or so later, the defendant's car is seen on a surveillance camera, which is immediately next door to the west of 1122, leaving the area at a high rate of speed. And if the court were to see that, or anybody in this courtroom would see that, you can see the car almost loses control as it makes the corner, heads north, and then turns to go south on Walenta, which is one of the only ways to get out of that part of town. The evidence would show that following that, the defendant in his Elantra drove south of Moscow. We know that he drove on the back roads because there are surveillance cameras on the main highways, Highway 95, that would have picked up the defendant's car if he'd gone that route. And they did not show the defendant's car on that route during the time. So we know that he went through a variety of back roads in very rural, isolated part of Latah County. About 4:48 that morning, the defendant's phone comes back on. And the evidence will show that that phone was located south of Moscow, likely at a side road intersection with Highway 95. From there, the defendant's phone activity tracks him back north towards Pullman, Washington, where the defendant lived. About 5:26, starting approximately 5:26, various surveillance cameras in Pullman, Washington pick up the defendant's vehicle as he enters Pullman from the south and heads north and slightly west towards his apartment, where he arrived at approximately 5:30 in the morning. Later that morning, Sunday, the 13th of November of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone returned to the area of King Road. We don't know exactly what he did, but it returned to that area. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. He was there for about 10 minutes and then returned to his Pullman residence. About 9:30, the state's evidence will show, evidence taken from the defendant's phone, that he took a selfie of himself on his phone in what appears to be the bathroom of his Pullman apartment with a thumbs up. The defendant's phone then went to the Lewiston-Clarkston Valley, approximately 30 miles south of Moscow and Pullman. And the defendant is actually seen with his car at various businesses down there. This area is the confluence of the Clearwater River and the Snake River. Lewiston is Idaho's seaport. Large bodies of moving water down there. In addition to tracing the defendant's activities, as I've just outlined, on the 13th and leading up to the 13th, the state's evidence will show that following Sunday, November 13th, 2022, business records show that the defendant began searching for a K-bar knife and a K-bar knife sheath, as the state believes, to replace the one that was left at the scene of the murders. The evidence also will suggest that there were at least attempts by the defendant to delete or alter his purchase history on Amazon, where all these transactions had occurred. Later that week, the state's evidence will show that Mr. Kohberger went to what we would call DMV, motor vehicle licensing here in Idaho, in Pullman, to change his car registration from Pennsylvania to Washington. That's of note because Pennsylvania cars do not require a front license plate. The vehicles seen on the surveillance cameras of the defendant's car showed it didn't have a front license plate on it. At the time of the traffic stop by Deputy Duke in August, it was Pennsylvania plate, no front license plate. Mr. Kohberger proceeded to finish his semester of studies at Washington State University and returned to Pennsylvania for the holidays. Law enforcement at this point were aware of Mr. Kohberger, had been accessing information about him, were trying to find him. They located him in Pennsylvania, and they conducted what's called a trash pull. During the nighttime hours, agents of the FBI, who assisted immensely with this case, working with the sanitation department back in this neighborhood in Pennsylvania, took trash that had been set out on the street for collection, sent the contents of that from the Pennsylvania residence of the defendant's parents to the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, where the lab experts there were able to identify DNA on a Q-tip as coming from the father of the person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath that was next to Madison Logan's body in the bed. Subsequently, an arrest warrant was issued here in Idaho, and a search warrant was issued in the state of Pennsylvania with the assistance not only of the FBI, but the Pennsylvania State Police. Mr. Kohberger was arrested at his parents' home to return to Idaho. Upon his return to Idaho, a DNA sample was taken from him, and it matched the DNA found on the knife sheath next to Maddie's body at the crime scene. I can tell the court and the public the weapon itself, the knife, has not yet been recovered. I can tell the court that the defendant's apartment in Pullman was searched, as well as his office. Spartan would be a kind characterization. There was virtually nothing there. Nothing of evidentiary value was found. And of course, we are now talking 6-8 weeks after the time of the killings. In Pennsylvania, the defendant's car was seized, and it was actually pretty much disassembled internally. And it also had been cleaned. There was a bucket of cleaner right beside it. I think we can all look to our own cars, you know, in those compartments in the doors. We try to keep them clean where you put stuff. There's always some degree of crud in there. They were spotless. The defendant's car had been meticulously cleaned inside. And the state would present to the jury that that was part of the defendant's plan in covering up this. The defendant has studied crime. In fact, he did a detailed paper on crime scene processing when he was working on his pre-doctorate degrees, and he had that knowledge and skill. So, Your Honor, at the end, the state submits that the evidence that I've given just a quick overview of, and that to present in court would consume weeks, which the state is prepared to do and has been prepared to do, would show that as the defendant has just admitted and pleaded guilty on November 13th, 2022, excuse me, Mr. Kohberger entered the residence of 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. He did that with the intent to kill. We will not represent that he intended to commit all of the murders that he did that night, but we know that that is what resulted, and that he then killed intentionally, willfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Santa Cruz. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, based on the state's proffer and importantly, based upon defendant's explicit admission to committing these crimes, the court finds there is a factual basis. Therefore, with respect to count 1, burglary, felony, how do you plead, Mr. Kohberger, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 2, murder in the first degree, as it relates to the murder of Madison Mogen, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 3, as it relates to murder in the first degree for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 4, the first degree murder of Xana Kernodle, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 5, the first degree murder of Ethan Chapin, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Right. The court will find that the defendant understands the nature of the charges and each offense and the possible consequences to him of his guilty plea. The court finds that there is a factual basis for the plea and that finds the defendant believes the plea to be in his best interest. I find that the plea was given freely, voluntarily, and was intelligently made. I accept the plea. I direct that it be entered. I'll continue the matter for sentencing in this case. I think it was mentioned on the call Monday afternoon, the defense wishes to waive a pretrial investigation. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
The state also?
Yes, Your Honor, the state does not believe pre-sentence investigation is needed given the evidence that is available. We want to, though, make sure that all of the victims have the opportunity to make statements to the court at sentencing.
Absolutely. And certainly both the state and the defense may present whatever sentencing memorandum and other documents you wish me to consider. The victims will be given an opportunity to provide the statements that they wish to at sentencing. Do we need more than one full day for sentencing?
I do not believe so, Your Honor. We have numerous victims, and we have victims who share unique perspectives on this, and we want to make sure that they all have time to express their feelings to the court. But I believe that if we can start perhaps 8:30 or so in the morning, that we should be able to complete it all in one day.
Defense agree with that in terms of the time frame?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So as it happens, we have some time reserved in this case in July and August. The week of July 22nd is available. I don't know if that's too soon for the parties or the next week, the week of August 4 is available. Any preference?
Your Honor, we're prepared as soon as the court wants to schedule it.
The state, I believe, would be prepared on the 22nd. Right. We've told the victims' families that we're looking at approximately those dates.
All right. So because of the plan to bring in so many jurors to fill out questionnaires, I had ordered that no other trials could take place in this courthouse the week of July 22nd. And so we will use that in terms of the sentencing date because of what I'm sure will be the significant interest of the media and the public and the logistics that will be required to make that happen. Without trials going, it'll be a lot easier to do that. So let's pick that week. Why don't we pick July 23rd with the idea that if for some reason we don't finish, we could continue into the 24th. We'll start at 9 in the morning. Does that give your team enough time, Sandra? 9 in the morning? All right. Any concerns with that date?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, sir.
All right. any reason why I should not rescind the non-dissemination order at this time?
You're right. I think that given the history of this case, it would be best if that remained in place through sentencing. So we have time to make sure there's the ability to completely answer questions. That would be the state's preference and recommendation.
We'd have no objection for the order to remain in place through
All right,
sentencing.
I will, at this point, the idea to keep it until sentencing, which time it would be withdrawn in order to give the parties the space and time to prepare to meet what I'm sure will be the deluge of media requests. That's at least my preliminary decision at this point. We can always revisit if it seems to be, for some reason, I should. That said, obviously, I don't think the defendant, a bond was ever set for the defendant. Were it would be revoked. The prior order allowing him to come in civilian clothes is revoked, given his plea and no longer the presumption of innocence. And in fact, now the actual conviction for the crimes. He will continue to be held at the jail pending sentencing. Is there anything else today?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
I assume that the trial date will be vacated and those 4 jurors will be released.
The trial will be vacated, and I'm sure that the jury commissioner will get word to those that receive their summons that they won't be required to attend. So that said, again, if you would all please wait for the parties and the victims' families and others to leave the courtroom before you do, I would appreciate it. And with that, we're adjourned. All right, please.
Oh, I was gonna watch them walk out. Okay, we don't get to do that. Excuse us. I wanted to see the people walk out. Let's see if maybe another channel has them walking out. I don't know if there'd be a hearing afterwards. Maybe. Hold up, just a second. Let's see. Nope, this one did the same thing as soon as it was done. Okay. And I am very sorry to tell y'all, but I will show you. As this has been spinning in my background now for, it was supposed to start at 12:15. It is now 1 o'clock. Allegedly speculating also covers this case. And yeah, she didn't do her stream. Well, she did part of her stream, but I guess she's thinking that they're not going to play it. So I guess they're not either. No, I have not been stalking X on Diddy. What's going on with that? Anything new? Did they have anybody talk after they came out of the courthouse or anything? Okay, guys. Well, it is 1 o'clock. I know it's still early. I'm going to keep checking on the Stephen Stearns thing. I'm going to go ahead and keep that going in the background. And yeah, so we're still right, Hannah. We're still waiting on that. see if he gets to go home today, because wouldn't that be interesting if Diddy went home today? So let's go over here and we're going to share this tab instead. Mama was upset. So let's watch this one just for now until David Augusta. Let's see if I can tell y'all what he did. Uh-oh. He's an indecent human being. So we're going to play this, and I'm going to take another bathroom break, and I'm going to check in on Diddy in the background. So let's play this, and I'll be right back. Uh-oh. Maybe we're going to play this. Okay, do we have sound? Can you hear? Let me know you can hear. Okay. I will, Hannah. I will, love. Just, I want to make sure y'all can hear, because...
I think you're on mute right now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, all right. We're ready to go from Madison Parish.
Okay, I just want somebody, heads up, thumbs up, finger, I don't know, whatever. Y'all can hear, right? All I hear is my ice maker making a squealing noise in the background that I need to go check on. That's why I want to make sure everybody can hear. So, all right, good. Thank you, Paula. I'm going to hit play, and I got to go take care of my squealing ice maker.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good, doing good. David Augusta, is that your name?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and your DLC number is what?
562791.
Okay, and could I ask anybody from Madison Parish, are you in the room with you?
Yes, sir. Captain Alfreda Jones. I'm
Okay.
over security. I'm in security.
Okay, Captain, thank you for hosting us. We appreciate it very much.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Augusta, we're here to because you had asked us for another chance at getting paroled out. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, we don't have anybody to speak on your behalf or speaking against you as far as in person or on Zoom. So we'll go ahead and I want to hear, first off, I want to hear why you feel like that you're worthy of getting this early release. Then I want to hear from anybody there at Madison, the facility that might know you, and then we're going to turn it over to Mr. Tillis to ask some questions. So first off, tell us what you did, why you're there, and why you need to get out.
I gave my life to God, and I do a lot of Bible studies, and I like working out a lot. And I think, like I said, I'm not really a troublemaker. I'm just at the wrong place at the wrong time. But I feel that, by me being here, I got closer to God, and He's changed my life tremendously. And I have a lot of faith in Him, as well as my family. A lot of my family has passed on since I've been incarcerated, and I'm still trying to have a speedy recovery, but it's not, coming in as I like, but I'm being patient and putting all my trust in Him, God above, and He's the only one that can work it out for me. I believe that no man has the power to release me, only Him. And I feel that He has me here for a reason, to better shape and mold me as I should have been when I was free out there. And I'm reluctant, to have this done to me, because, it really has made me a better person, because I feel, I can do much better. And I've learned, since I've been in, learned to know myself by acknowledging Him first and foremost, that He's the only one that can make a better person out of anybody. And I feel that He's done a wonderful job for me.
Okay.
And only through him, that's the only way it's possible. Because he's taught me to be a better person.
All right. Okay. Let's hear from the captain there. What kind of fellow is this fellow been at while he's been in?
Oh, I'm not a captain, I'm a lieutenant. My name Lieutenant Robert Thorne.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I mean, he's a good person, and what I'm saying is, I didn't even realize, I just got through talking to him before y'all came on, and I said, what dorm you in, where you came from? And he said, I've been in J dorm for all this time. And I didn't even know he was in there. That's how quiet he was, because I didn't even know he was in the dorm. But I don't have no problem out of him and stuff. I mean, he down to earth. I mean, I ain't have to give him no write-up. He ain't never been in lockdown. And then mostly he just stand out the way. And that's what I like about a person. When they stay out of our way and stuff like that, don't give us problems. That's good. That's a good thing on their behalf.
Has he had any programs while he's there?
Well, that's the thing about it. We used to have a program, but it faded away for some reason. I mean, we had about 3 different programs, but they just fade away for some oddball.
Oh, you don't offer any programs there?
No. That's the only thing about a lot of the guys. They want to get in programs and stuff to help them, pass time and stuff like that. But this place, it just don't have it. And if they can go to a place like Hunt's or somewhere, David Wade, where they got programs at, that'll be better for a person that, they can come up on things and learn about things, stay out of trouble and stuff. And when they do, like they're in trouble and stuff, and then they got programs that teach you about right and wrong stuff,
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant. We appreciate that. Okay, Mr. Augusta, you never told us why you're there. Before I turn it over to Mr. Tillis, you need to tell us, why are you in jail? Why you been in prison?
I was convicted of a crime of indecent behavior, juvenile.
How old was the juvenile?
At the time, 7.
7 years old. And you were convicted of indecent behavior with that juvenile, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You did. What are you supposed to have done with a juvenile?
Well, sir, really not really want to talk about that. I know it's your plan. I mean, y'all protocol, but I feel that I've done with court, and I don't want to further incriminate myself. If I had the liberty, I would like to have a lawyer present, but I just don't have that resource at the time, and so.
Okay. Mr. Tillis, I'm going to turn it over to you for some questioning.
Well, how long have you been incarcerated?
The time now, sir, 17 years.
17 years. Have you
Yes,
tried to get any classes or anything?
Yes, I tried, sir, but at the time that they shipped me here in 2017, and like the lieutenant just said just a few minutes ago, they don't have any programs over here, and I would like to be in some programs, like I said, to pass my time, to make me more a better person. But like I said as before, I found the Bible in my life, and I never, for one, really to put the Bible in my life when I was out there in that world, because I was moving a shaker and going to a job every day, providing for my family, and that's how it was. But since I've been here, I mean, I put the Bible in my life, and God has, I think he's done a wonderful change in my life. And like I said, I've had a lot of family members that passed on. And, you know, it's hard dealing with that while being incarcerated, but God has gave me the mental capability to handle situations like that. It's made me more stronger.
Okay, I heard you say that earlier, and I heard you say, and you kind of talked just about yourself. What about the victim? That was your daughter or what?
Was my stepdaughter, sir.
Your stepdaughter. You were responsible for taking care of them?
Yes, sir. I was providing for them, and pretty much did a good job. And like I said, I mean, other people, when me and my
I'm pushing the wrong
fiance at
buttons.
the time,
He said he did a good job.
Hold
up. Y'all heard that, right? He said he did a good job. You violated the child. Oh my God. Okay. Deny him.
it was in our business a lot. Her family on her side, and you know, things just got out of hand, and here I am. You know, and
17 years. So
Yes,
you're
sir.
saying you're innocent or what?
Well, yeah, pretty much that's what I'm saying. But I mean, that's not a real case right now because everything is done and over with. And like I said, I mean, things happen for a reason. Like I said, I was a moving shake out there in the world, and I really didn't have time for God. Not to say that I was an atheist or anything, but I was feeling that I can do things on my own. But since I've been here and I've really found God in my life, and like I said, I think he did a wonderful change to me. And like I said,
Okay.
I've lost family members. And
The gentlemen on this panel are not buying what he's selling. Y'all see the body language of these three pardon parole gentlemen over here? They're like, no, we're not buying this shit.
most people, they would, like you say, flash out in quotes, but I choose not to do that because I let God handle things now as to where I was handling things myself.
Okay, thank you so much. I have no more questions.
Well,
I have one question. You ever took sex offender
Yes, sir.
treatment?
Sir?
Have you ever taken sex offender treatment?
No, sir. I would like to. Like I say, they don't have any
No.
programs over here. And
Then you're staying.
It's hard to consider you without that class. So we need to get you somewhere you can take that class. But yeah,
Yes,
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, let's vote.
My vote is going to be to deny
Thank you.
because of law enforcement. And I think you were at a facility that you could have taken some sexual classes and stuff, but you didn't. And it seems like you're just all about yourself and not thinking about a 7-year-old child. So my vote is going to be to deny.
Mr. Kelly? Excuse me, Mr. Freeman?
My vote is the same, but it's because I think you need sex offender treatment, and I am going to request we move him to a institution where he can get that sex offender treatment, and then you can reapply. Well, I'm still not going to vote for him unless he has sex.
Okay, we got 2 votes that your parole be denied, and my vote is that you be denied for the same reasons. I think you need some sex treatment to start with, and you need to realize you need some victim awareness training to realize that there was a victim in this, and you need to realize just exactly what you did, and I don't think you have. I appreciate the fact you got a better relationship with God, and I congratulate you with that. But I think you got some more work to do. So your parole's been denied at 10:38 in the morning.
Okay. Let's see. This next one is Todd Campbell. Let's see what Todd did. Uh-oh. Todd is one of those that does the grape stuff. Another one that's somebody's not going to be the same. So I'm going to let this start playing, and
Mute.
I'm not sure. Why did that start playing? That shouldn't start playing. Okay, so we're going to watch Thomas Kimball in the background while that's playing. Y'all know that it's 1 o'clock. It's my bacon and eggs time I got to make, but we're going to do chorizo and eggs real quick this morning. So I'm here. I'm just going to be in the kitchen on my phone while we do this hearing. So let's roll.
Okay, we are here in Baton Rouge and we are talking to Rapides Parish Detention Center. Is that correct? Is that correct? Is this Rapides Parish?
You're on mute. Y'all on mute.
Hello?
I'm here.
Okay, I thank you for you being there. We talked to the jail. If you'll just stand by for just a minute, please, ma'am. Rapides Parish, can you hear me?
Yes. I understand that.
Can you hear me, Rapides? You're on mute, I believe.
All right, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for hosting us there at Rapides Parish Detention Center. Would the staff introduce themselves that are in the room?
Sergeant Marsh and Sergeant Steimel.
Okay, all right. And are you Mr. Todd Campbell?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Campbell, what is your DOC number?
503439.
Okay, all right. And you are in jail now on a rape charge. Been in jail for quite some time. You have asked us to consider releasing you early. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I want you to tell me, this is the way this will go. I want you to tell me why you feel like you ought to be released early, why you're there. Tell us about the crime a little bit. We don't need a lot of specific, just about that. And then tell us what you've done since you've been incarcerated and why you'd be a better person when you get out. Then I want to hear from the facility there at Rapides Parish, if anybody there has anything to say about your conduct. Nobody's going to be speaking on your behalf, but we have two people that want to speak on Zoom in opposition to this. So let's begin by you telling us why you're there and what have you done since you've been there and why should you get out? Why should we even consider letting you out?
I feel as if I became a better person. I'm older. I have participated in 3 classes and completed them. Don't have any disciplinary write-ups in quite a while, some years. You know, I just feel like my life is better and I have better habits. I can make better decisions now that I'm older.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's good. Is anybody there at Rapides that will tell us anything about him, his behavior or attitude or anything?
Yes, sir. Mr. Campbell has requested to be placed on trustee. As of right now, he is not on there due to limited space, but he has not received any disciplinary infractions since he's been here, and his name, I haven't even heard his name come up in the last year. So if I haven't heard of him, that's usually a good thing.
Okay. All right. Mr. Campbell, what classes have you taken? You say you've taken 3 classes since you've been locked up?
Yes, sir. I just completed the risk management program, the 100 hours of the pre-release program, and the Celebrate Recovery, the Celebrate Recovery 12-step program.
Okay. And what years were those? What years did you take those programs?
The risk management and the pre-release were just this year.
Okay.
And the Celebrate Recovery was in 2015.
Okay. So what have you taken any other classes other than the ones you took really this year?
Just those two this year and the Celebrate Recovery in 2015. I wasn't eligible for the take classes before that. I don't know if y'all aware, but the laws were changed so DOC picks when we're able to take class. And I just came under 2 years in February. So I've been in classes since, 2 classes since February.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's hear from Christiana Miller. Is Christiana?
Good login.
Okay, Miss Miller, can you hear us? Miss Miller, can you hear us?
You're on mute.
Miss Miller?
She's on.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Can you hear us okay?
This is location.
Okay. Okay. I'm speaking, is this Lakeisha that I'm speaking to on the telephone? Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, you are the victim's sister, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm Christina's younger sister.
Okay. All right, would you tell us what you have to say about Mr. Todd Campbell's parole request? Ms. Miller,
Yes, sir.
would you tell us what your statement is about his request to be let out?
Okay. I think it was that I feel that Todd Campbell should not be
Okay, you're against him getting out.
Oh, this is a, I'm so
Okay.
that Todd Campbell should not be set free. I feel this way because he changed my sister Christina Miller physically and emotionally, and also traumatized by the event that took place. Being that he choked her to the point where she could. And she could barely talk to tell exactly what had took place with her. He also told her that if she ever tell anybody what he did to her, anything, he would kill her. He raped her so bad that it was blood behind on the bed. A person that can do horrible things like this should not be set free. As I mentioned before, he told my sister that if she ever told anyone and he went to jail, he would kill her when he got out, when he get out. My sister is scared for her life. Also, the year before that, he choked my brother, Tommy Miller.
Okay.
It's not that I'm being negative about the situation. I do forgive him from the bottom of my heart. I do, but he changed my sister's life. She had more than one surgery. It's hard for the help cleaning, like to any passengers or anything on her. She had surgery on thigh because her bone was broke. So she got screws and a plate in. She had hickeys on her head. This was left behind that he did have behind, and the thing that he did not do to her, he failed his program test by line.
Okay.
And before all that, I told my mom he looked at strange that he didn't need to be there, and she allowed him to be over there anyway. But my mom told me to get out her house, and I was 8 months pregnant at the time that of the incident. he took me home and told me that he was going home and lied about it and went all the way back 15 miles to Delhi, Louisiana, and took me back to Tallulah before the incident occurred, way before that, because I was talking to Mama. He didn't know I was talking to Mama. Then he was looking strange. And he had photos. He went to the store about 2:11 because he took Christina with him. I didn't want to go. All the time I went with him is when I went home because my mama told me to leave her house because I was constantly worrying her about he didn't need to be at the house with them.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate that. I'm sorry you having to relive this parts of it. Miss Christiana Miller.
Yes.
You're on mute, please. Miss Miller? Miss Miller, you're on mute, I think.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, we can hear you now. Would you tell us what you have to say, please?
Yes, I feel like you never know what a person's mindset is at or on. They can always come back and do it again to the same person or somebody close to them. They could try with somebody else family members. And I still be having bad backlash and nightmare and hear voice in my sleep. I do not eat. I better eat. I be hearing noise, waking up out of my sleep, shaking in my sleep, screaming, hollering, kicking in my sleep. And I'm terrifying him, and I feel like, and I know for sure he will try to get out early and soon on good behavior. Or he would try to do it to somebody else because he did to a 5-year-old child. And yes, I am afraid of him. He do have 10 people down the road for me. I like to know what can I do to protect myself, or keep myself protected. Do I have to be a trainer all the way, or protected all the way? Because I don't want to be nowhere close to him. I don't want him nowhere close to me.
Okay. All right. Well, we appreciate that. Appreciate you telling us what your thoughts were about this. Thank you very much, Mr. Miller.
Because I do be up all times of the day and the night. I'll cut you off. I'm sorry. And I do try to keep myself busy and occupied. That's keep my mind off that whole situation.
Okay.
And I be, half the time, most of the time, I do be snapping out on people since that had happened to me in 2009.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
And I still have.
Okay, Miss Miller. Thank you. Was she through? Okay, Mr. Campbell, we'll come back to you now. And the case has been assigned to me, so I wanted to ask a couple of questions. How old was the victim at the time?
I think she's 2 years younger than me. I think.
Which is how old?
She should have been about 25. I was 20. No, she could have been 24 because I was like 26.
Okay. All right. And you were found guilty of this, correct? Or you pled guilty, right? You pled guilty. You were charged with ag rape, and you pled guilty to force rape, correct?
I pled guilty.
Okay. And the judge and the DA and the sheriff and the attorney general and the family, her family, are all opposed. That's about all the questions I got. No question. Sorry. Okay. All right. It's our turn to we vote now. We've asked all the questions, and so mine's the first vote, and I'm going to deny this. I think you need to go ahead and finish up the finish up the rest of your sentence there. You'll be out 27 anyway. And so I think because of the seriousness of the crime, the victim opposition, and because of law enforcement opposition, that this parole be denied.
My vote is also, I concur with Mr. Prater. I think you also need to get some sexual abuse classes before you leave. He does.
Okay, and I concur.
Okay, that'll be the end of this here at 10:58. That's the end of our business. We'll be signing off from Baton Rouge at 10:59.
Okay, so he was denied. So, so we're done with that one. I still am kind of keeping up with Diddy in the background to see if he actually gets released. So if y'all want to hang out, no problem. I'm going to keep streaming some. Actually, I found some pardon hearings. I've never watched pardon hearings, and it's interesting to know what they did. What their conviction is and what they are asking to be pardoned of. So I thought we'd watch a few of those and see what happens with those while we're kind of keeping up with Diddy in the background. So that's where we're going to go. We're going to share this tab instead. And yeah, this is a pardon hearing. And like I said, I've never seen pardon hearings, so I don't know what they're about. So let's roll.
Mr. Johnson?
Here.
Ms. Davis? Prater?
Here.
Mr. Kennedy?
Here.
Mr. Freed?
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We will allow public comment today on requests before any action item. Our first item in regular business is review and approval of the minutes from our Monday, June 2nd regular meeting. In your packet, are there any corrections? Hearing none, I've entertained a motion for approval.
Make a motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Prater, second by Mr. Freeman to approve the minutes. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Our next agenda item is consideration of applications for clemency. Bit of housekeeping. We have two cases today, and it will be rescheduled. First is Marlon Robertson, DOC number 397065. And then we have Drew Arnold, DOC number 96979. Those will be rescheduled. Our first remote location this morning is at Louisiana State Penitentiary. And first, we are at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge, and I'd like the staff here at headquarters, please introduce yourself for the record.
Jasmine Thompson? Chiquita McCord. Carla Williams?
Francis Abbott.
All right, thank you. And would the staff at the State Penitentiary please introduce yourself for the record?
Hey, it's just Carmen right now. Reginald went to get the offender and Warden Benoit had a call. He had to leave. So Warden Olivo is coming in to do the hearings.
All right, so as soon as he gets in though, we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, good morning. Is Ms. Hogan there?
Yes, Ms. Renata. Good morning. How you doing?
Okay, I didn't see you. Thank you. Mr. Proctor, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You introduce yourself. Tell us your name and DOC.
My name is Eric Proctor. My DOC number is 347099.
All right, thank you, sir. Now I have, of course, we heard from Ms. Hogan. She's here as your counsel this morning. On Zoom in favor, we have the Parole Project. Channing Blake will be speaking shortly, and your brother Greg will also be speaking shortly. Now, you do have some folks there with you at Angola that I don't have on my list. Would y'all introduce them, please?
We have Mr. Tyrone Glover. We have Tom Proctor, who's Eric's father, who will be speaking. We have Vivian Mejia, who is Eric's fiance, who will also be speaking.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we have representing the victim. We have Jesse Martinez, Tiffany Delter, Patricia Giat, Charmaine Moon, and Autumn Martinez. And we'll call on those who've indicated they'll be speaking at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Proctor, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, sir. You are classified as a second felony offender. You're currently serving a life sentence. You were sentenced in April 1998 in Lafayette Parish for a first-degree murder conviction. Mr. Proctor, is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. We'd like to hear from you first, Mr. Proctor, before we hear from those who want to speak today. You are seeking a commutation of your sentence, so tell us why that is and why we believe we should vote for you today.
Yes, ma'am. I think first I should go ahead and recognize my victims' families and to let them know that I do hold this regret and shame for what I did 30 years ago, and that I hold it every day for the rest of my life. And to answer your question, 30 years ago, I was an individual that didn't care, that didn't have a resolution of who I was or what it meant to be a person. And I deserved to come to prison. I deserved to be punished. And through my classes, my programs, it learned me and taught me how to be an adult and to grow up and know that I'm not the only individual that's in this world, and that I affect other individuals, and that I know what it means to be alive.
All right, thank you. And we'll get a little more detail shortly. Did the warden come in yet?
They're en route, with Renata.
Okay, so we'll just hear from those who want to speak in favor. Could we hear from Channing, the Parole Project, please?
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Eric Proctor. He's a resident of Camp F. He's been a Class A trustee since 2012. Our camp maintenance job is special projects. He has programming. He's also participated in NAAA. His vocational certification is graphic arts. He has family support. He's proud to be the valedictorian of his GED class. He has employment lined up with roofing and interior company, and he's been sober for 34 years. And because of these things, we've accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we will provide transitional housing, employment assistance, both mental health and substance abuse evaluations, and social norms for him. He will also be assigned a reentry specialist that will guide him through his reentry process. Based upon his record, rehabilitation, and strong support system, we ask that the board will grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Mr. Greg Proctor, please.
Good morning. I'm sorry. It's obviously a very emotional morning, but I guess what I just wanted to say is, when I think about my brother and we're here today, while I'm certainly not proud of what he did, I'm proud of the man that he's become. I've watched him over these last 3 decades go to prison a scared boy trapped in an adult's body and become a man that I can be proud of and trust. I've watched him grow as somebody who is involved in ministry and has to see things like this a lot I can honestly and genuinely say I've watched my brother change and become a responsible adult, which I wouldn't have been able to say years ago. But I know that he's not the man that he once was. I know that as we get older, we change. But I've watched him change emotionally, mentally, and maturely. I've watched him take responsibility. I've watched him do things to better himself, to become a better person, not just in a workplace, but as a person. We've been able to have conversations over the years that have really struck me as amazing, as I've heard just his language and the way he speaks about things and deals with things as you would want a man to do. And so I guess I just come on this morning and ask that you would see that, that we would certainly not ignore the things that he did, but that we would see the man that he's become. I know that he certainly has my support and the full support of his family, that if he was to be able to come home, that we would care for him and support him and make sure that he would be able to do well. So I appreciate you even giving us the opportunity to, I guess, to speak this morning, and I thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate hearing from you this morning. So now we'll go to, yes.
Excuse me, Warden Olivo has come into the room.
Okay, well, we'll hear from Mr. Proctor's family there, and then we'll ask the warden for her comments. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Tom Proctor, please, sir, could we hear from you?
You can just stay there and talk.
Mayor. Yes, good morning. And thank you for giving me this time to speak. The sheer weight and importance of this testimony is rather daunting. But I want to be sure that I'm able to convey to you how important and what it would mean to me and our family to have him come home. I really don't have the words where I'm able to express the effect that this would have on our family. I think the best way or the easiest way for me to describe it would be to compare it to a parable in the Bible. And it's just simply to say that it would truly be our prodigal son moment. The amount of joy and thankfulness would be overwhelming, immeasurable. My name is Tom Proctor, and I'm Eric Proctor's father. I'm 75 years old, and this journey began when I was 45. In all that time, our love and our support for and of Eric has never diminished. And the transformation that we have seen in him over the past 30 plus years has been truly amazing. We have watched him go from a boy with no scruples to the man that he has become. The man that he has become has truly filled my heart. I am truly proud to say today, this is my son. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on this earth, but if it be God's will that you let him come home, I can assure you that he'll come home to a solid and secure home. My wife and I have a room ready and waiting. Thank you.
You, sir. Thank you for being there. And Miss Vivian, could we hear from you, please?
Yes. My name is Vivian Mejia. I am Eric's fiance. I've known him since he was 14 years old. He was my first love, my best friend. We dated for over 2 years until his mother shipped him to Louisiana to live with his dad. We technically never broke up. We just got separated. I never forgot him or ever stopped loving him. So after my marriage of 24 years ended, I decided to look for him. I never thought I would find him in prison serving a life sentence. He has ADHD and was on Ritalin from the age of 5 until he was 15 years old. He was a handful growing up. I tell you this not to excuse the treatment he got as a child, but to help emphasize how much he got punished as a child for his hyperactivity. His stepfather was an alcoholic and would beat him on a daily basis until he was 16 years old. And he said, enough is enough, and hit him back. That's when his mother shipped him to live with his dad. His dad put him to work at the tire shop he was working at. That's where he got into drinking and doing drugs, hanging out with older guys from work, just trying to fit in and make them friends in a strange place. He has been in prison since he was 21 years old. He grew up in prison. He got sober in prison, and he got his GED in prison. Prison saved his life and changed his life for the better. He didn't have much of a childhood or a normal adolescence, nor much of an adulthood, considering he has been in prison and locked up for the past 31 years. His mother abandoned him long before he came to prison. His dad might not have been the perfect father and made some mistakes, but he has been by his side and is still here by his side. Eric has a beautiful heart. He is smart. He graduated valedictorian from his class. He is also extremely talented, making things out of a piece of wood that would amaze you. He is not the same person he was when he came to prison. He has been wholly and effectively rehabilitated, making the most out of the situation while paying for his crime with sincere remorse and personal shame. He regrets every single action and has worked tirelessly to make amends that will never provide comfort. He understands this and accepts this, the burden that will hang over his life for eternity. Childhood excuses are not justification for an action. He will be the first to admit that. He doesn't make excuses and doesn't let a day go by without thinking about how he could have changed the situation. Living a life of true remorse is punishment in and of itself. All I ask is for you to give him a chance. Give him a chance at a life, a normal life, a decent life, something he never had. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Warden Oliver, what can you tell us about Mr. Proctor?
Yes, ma'am. He AU'd here in August of 1998. He served 27 years. He's a Class A trustee at Camp F. He works with our maintenance department on the welding crew, which means he does have a trade, a good trade. He's had 33 DV reports, with the last one being August of 2019. He's completed anger management, his GED, graphic communication, victim awareness, thinking for a change, substance abuse, 100 hours, and his Tiger score is low. He does have some letters from staff here in his record. Do y'all have those, or do you want me to read some of those?
Have those, thank you. We do.
Okay. All right, and that's what I got.
Very much. Ms. Hogan, what would you like to say about your client?
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Natsa. I would just like to say that Mr. Proctor's remorse and shame for his actions did not begin when he got to Angola. They didn't begin 5 years ago. They began immediately. He's always acknowledged what he did was wrong, what he participated in was wrong. Immediately after his arrest, he gave a full confession, and Eric was not the only person arrested for this crime. He had 3 co-defendants. He gave a full confession that the district attorney believed was true. And while Eric was not the actual person who killed Ms. Martinez, Eric has never denied participating in it. He has never at all denied his role in it. He believes he could have stopped it. He should have stopped it. He knows that. And I think what separates this case from many others this board might see is just the fact that Eric pled guilty to this offense. He didn't plead guilty to avoid the death penalty. He pled guilty because he was guilty. He pled guilty and accepted a life sentence in 1998. Of the 4 people arrested for this crime, 2 of them never served significant time, and one of them was sentenced to 40 years and was released after serving half of that. So of the 4 people arrested that participated in this crime, Eric remains the only person who is still incarcerated. And as this board's already heard from other people, for the last 31 years, Eric has been a man of change, rehabilitation. He has found his purpose. Long before he had any hope of release, he was earning his GED. He was participating in AA groups. His jobs also are really a testament to the type of trust and the rehabilitation that he has demonstrated. He is on the maintenance crew and special projects, which means he goes all over the state. He's gone to the governor's mansion. He's gone to parish prisons to fix doors. He's gone to AMEET. He's gone to St. Francisville. He was on a 24-hour stick-out crew during the COVID-19 pandemic. Again, that is not something that a non-trustworthy person would be tasked to do. Before that, he worked for the range crew. He was instrumental in training horses at the equine lot with Marshall Kane, and did, without even having any knowledge of horses, he applied himself and he excelled. If he is granted an opportunity for release, he would not remain in Louisiana. His family is in Florida. He would he would participate in the parole project, but then go to Florida immediately. He would not be in Louisiana. And for all of these reasons and anything else that becomes apparent to the board, we would ask this board to commute his sentence to a term of years. Thank you.
Now we'll hear from Ms. Angela Martinez's family. First, could we hear from Ms. Patricia Dion?
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm 75 years old. My daughter was very special to me. I made promises to her when she was born that I would be there for her always. And I didn't, and I couldn't do that. And I have this hurt in my heart that has never gone away in all the time that she's been gone. We were talking about her going back to school, go back to college. And she always made good grades. She was a good person. She was a loving person. She had a son that never got to know his mother. And she never really got to know him because her life was taken. She was taken at a moment and just snatched away from my whole family. She had a brother that loved her. They were close, that loved her dearly. Our family was close together, and it's just very hurtful that somebody should just snatch her life with no reason. There just was no reason for them to do this. And it's just, to me, it's very hurtful, and I'm sorry if you feel.
Thank you. Miss Moon.
And my sister-in-law, I was married to Jesse. She had a baby at home. I never got to know his mom. They took that from us. And I'm glad that he gets to wake up every day. But she doesn't. We go sleep every night without her. Because he took it. They all took it. It changed the trajectory of our lives forever. And I don't think that he should ever be there. None of them should ever be there. That is not fair. And so I ask that you please don't say that. He keeps them locked up. The least that can be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Mr. Proctor, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis this morning. Would you answer any questions he has, please?
Yes, please.
Good morning, Mr. Proctor. How are you?
Okay.
I've read your case, read it several times. Your rehabilitation is outstanding. And I wanted to ask a question. Were you guys doing drugs at the time?
Yes, sir.
What kind of drugs were you using?
Cocaine and marijuana were the drugs of choice.
See. I have no more questions.
All right, you want to get up for questions, Mrs. Stapleton?
Yeah, the family, we heard from the family just now. And, this wasn't a normal crime, but somebody, gets hit by a car, or, get shot or something like that. It was a brutal, heinous crime. The lady, their sister, their daughter, she was raped. She was beaten brutally. I'm not going to go into details of how she was raped because that was brutal in itself. She was strangled with an electrical cord. She was dumped in the woods, and then her head was beaten in by an aluminum bat. So this crime took a while for 4 people to accomplish. And that's what makes it so brutal and heinous. And they were talking about the baby. The baby she left behind was only 18 months old. That's all I agree with Mr. Tillis. You've done wonderful things while you've been in prison. There's no doubt about that. But I also agree with the family that had this not happened to her, she would have had the opportunity to do wonderful things with her life and enjoy the child that she had at home. And that was all taken from all of them. So I think that should be remembered too. That's all I have to say.
Any other questions? All right, let me just ask you something, Eric. The warden mentioned, and your attorney put it in the packet, all the classes you've taken. You did the victim awareness, did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us, what did you get out of that?
The main thing that I got from victims awareness was to know that to have empathy for another individual, and that I'm not a sole entity and a person, and everything that happens around me, it just needs to concern me. That my actions and decisions that I make affect other people, and not just in the immediate area, but there is that of a ripple effect. And it really opened my eyes and my thinking into knowing to be a human being and to being an adult.
Did you also take the victim accountability letter training class?
No, ma'am. When I took the victims awareness class, that was before they started instituting that. But I did write my letter and turned it in, but that was when it was supposed to be just put onto that of a database, and when I was writing that letter, I wrote that letter with complete sincerity that I apologize. And I know that what I did was very wrong. And I stole and took something that shouldn't have been stolen or taken. And I completely apologize. Completely.
Thank you, sir. I don't see that there are any other questions, so I think that we are prepared to vote, and I'll ask Mr. Tillis for his.
I really appreciate what you've done since you've been there, and you didn't just start it, as your attorney said 5 years ago. I hope you continue, and I see the remorsefulness in you. I see the support you have behind you. Law enforcement has opposition, is in opposition of your release. So today my vote's going to be with a sad heart to deny.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Tillis, everything that he said. We do see that you're making every effort to become a new person while you're in prison at this time. But because of the brutal, heinous nature of the crime, and we do have law enforcement opposition, and the DA is opposed, and the family is opposed, I'm going to vote to deny.
Mr. Craig,
I concur.
Mr. Frick.
I concur.
All right, Mr. Proctor, you've received 4 votes to deny your application today, sir. So today your application for a commutation has been denied. So good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that was interesting. I have never watched one of those before. So the next one is Bryan Dietrich. We'll watch a couple of these. And then I did find the letters that have been presented by the U.S. Against Diddy. We could read those now, or you know what, let's watch one more pardon hearing, because they're not going to have anything towards the actual verdict of what's going on, whether they're going to release him or not on bail today, or bail bond, whatever the wording is. They won't know for another 2 hours from now. So that would be 4:00 Central my time. So we've got 2 hours to kind of play around and hang out. So, we'll watch a couple more of these pardon hearings, and then I'll go into we'll watch these for about an hour, and then at 3:00, if this bores you, at 3:00 I'll plan to start back on the Diddy, and we'll go over the letters, and I will play some of the stuff I found. They were throwing baby oil in the crowd and outside the courthouse. Yeah, it's a circus out there. So anyways, let's watch another pardon hearing, and let's see what Bryan Dietrich did.
Good morning.
Dietrich,
Tell us your name and your DOC.
my name is Bryan Dietrich. My number is 125055.
Great, Mr. Dietrich, and you have counsel with you this morning. Would you introduce yourself?
Okay, and just an FYI, on the docket, Mr. Dietrich is in there for 2nd-degree murder. So let's see if he gets a pardon. I've never seen these pardons before. This is totally interesting to me. So yeah, I can't believe that they could be in there for something like that and get a pardon. That doesn't compute. I don't do political things, so I don't understand that, but okay.
Help me.
Good morning. My name is Allison Adger on behalf of Bryan Dietrich.
And thank you. Let me acknowledge the folks who are here in support today, Mr. Dietrich. On Zoom, we have the Parole Project and Earl Ramey, both who will be speaking on your behalf. Also here with us in Baton Rouge, well, you have Taylor Nichols there with your attorney, I believe. Good morning. Here with us in Baton Rouge, I don't know that everybody's in the room, but in support, we have Ann Brown, Kim Poe, Charlotte Dietrich, Edward Sakini, Daryl Dietrich, Diane DePiro, Mike Viator, Marilyn Dietrich, Steve DePiro, Joe Prokop, Tim Dietrich will be speaking, Danny Truly, and Michael Dietrich. So all those folks are here in support.
Okay, I'm saying yes, a lot of
support of the victim. We're here with us. We have Denise Shepard, Robert Shepard, Jennifer Abear, Robert Shepard, and Charmaine Delchon. And we'll call on those who have indicated they'd like to speak at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Dietrich, let me read some identifying information into the record. Mr. Dietrich, you're here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in March 1989 in the 19th Judicial District, East Baton Rouge Parish, to a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct, Mr. Dietrich?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the first thing we'd like to do this morning, Mr. Dietrich, is get your statement. We'd like for you to tell us what did you do while you're in jail? Why are you seeking a commutation, and why do you think we ought to vote favorably for you today?
With the board's permission, the last time I came, I had a problem articulating myself, so I took the initiative to write what I'd like to say, please.
Yes, okay, that's fine. Good, thank you.
First, I want to thank the board for this hearing. I also want to apologize to Mr. Saulnier's family for the pain I've caused them. Being here today only causes them to suffer more, and I deeply regret that. For me to say positive things about myself when I've destroyed so much by taking Patrick Saulnier's life is difficult. The impact on him and his family is immeasurable. My actions that night have weighed heavily on me for 38 years. I wish I could reverse what I did, but I can't. Every day I have regretted it. A few months before I met Mr. Saulnier, I was arrested for 2 armed robberies and placed in the East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. After being there a few weeks, several inmates attempted to rape me. I fought and I yelled as hard as I could while they tore my clothes off. Because of the amount of noise I made, other inmates stopped it. When the guards came, I was removed from population and placed in a one-man cell. I sat in that cell reliving the horror in my mind until I finally bonded out. A few weeks later, I met Mr. Saulnier when I went to have my car battery charged at Kmart. While talking to him, I asked about a job. A few days later, a guy named Jason and I went to Mr. Saulnier's. He had us organize a storage room on his back patio. When we were leaving, he told me to check back in a few days to see if he had any more work. On the night Mr. Saulnier died, Jason and I went to a bar and shot pool. While there, we smoked weed, took LSD, and drank. After several games, we decided to go to Mr. Saulnier's. It was late when we arrived, but he answered when we knocked. We asked him about more work. He said he didn't have any, but invited us in to drink some beer anyway. During our conversation, he told us about a new shotgun he had bought and showed it to us. After putting it away, he went to get a beer out the refrigerator and realized we were out. Jason offered to go get more and left. When Mr. Saulnier and I went back to talking, I took my knife out and showed it to him. I did not realize the mistake I made until he began to offer me money for sex. I was uncomfortable and tried to change the subject. He became aggressive. All the emotions from the parish came rushing at me. I tried to leave, but a fight started instead. I was able to get the knife back and I lost control of myself. I stabbed Mr. Saulnier over and over and over again. In the end, I cut his throat. All of my shame and helplessness came out of me, and Mr. Saulnier died because of it. Coming to prison saved me from myself. I was a reckless, out of control young man with no thoughts about his future. To blame drugs or other people for what happened would be inaccurate and deceptive. Everything that happens falls on my poor decision-making, my immaturity, and my selfishness. When I arrived in Angola, I knew I had to change. Since I never finished school, I enrolled in the GED program. After earning my diploma, my dad challenged me to take courses from LSU. Without a teacher, learning was hard. I had to learn self-discipline and responsibility, 2 traits I never had. I still found ways to hurt myself, though. The best example I can give are my 2 failed urine tests. My continued drug usage in prison cost me the support of my father and grandfather. Both stopped coming to visit, and all financial help ended. I lost everything important to me. I was broken on the inside. As I stood at the crossroads, I had to choose which path to take. With my life in ruins,
I'm gonna say this right now, watching this lady She is listening to every word this man is saying. This lady in the bottom, she is writing things down. She just picked up her pen to write again.
The decision to look up for the first time. In 1998, I started going to church. As I attended the services, I began to see the changes that needed to happen in my life. As I grew, I found peace inside myself. I was given the strength to stay away from drugs finally. In the fellowship itself, I found friends who helped me in my struggles and held me accountable. I was pushed to excel and told what I needed to hear when I messed up. I finally began to understand what was expected of me in life. In 2002, I was given a trustee status. I worked a variety of jobs and learned many job skills. I've been sent to work on special projects outside of Angola, like building chapels at Winfield, LCIW, and Fo Shui. The greatest blessing I've had as a trustee was speaking at a church in Moss Bluff twice. Those trips still resonate inside me because I was able to share my life with other people. As my journey continues, I have good days and bad days. I've learned how to deal with them that matters. The hardest lesson I've had to learn was to look in the mirror and accept what I saw. Can I say I'm a changed man? Yes, I can. I can see who I was, and I can see who I am now. I was once a selfish, reckless taker with no regard for others.
Y'all see Miss
Now,
Charmaine on the
I do
bottom.
my best to
She's
give
shaking her
back,
head no.
to
She
help
said no,
others,
sir.
and to be a positive impact on those around me. I have come before you asking for mercy, the same mercy I did to show Mr. Saunier. I'm asking you to have faith in me, even though you don't know me. The programs we take to help us are to help us rehabilitate. Everything they have to offer has been poured into me. I'm asking this board for a second chance. I'm asking this board to recommend me for clemency. Before I end, I'd like to apologize to Mr. Saunier's family again for all the pain and suffering I have caused in your lives. Thank you for allowing me to share this.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich, for being prepared this morning. Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Dietrich?
He's a Class A trustee. He lives at Camp F. He works in the maintenance area. It says he does general maintenance and repairs for the camp. He AU'd here in 1989. He has served about 26 years. It says he's a Class 2 offender. He's had 18 disciplinary reports, the last being in September of 2014. He did complete his GED in 1991, Celebrate Recovery in 2022, Anger Management in 2009, Victim Awareness in 2020, and he just completed the letter accountability program, and I believe he wrote his letter just recently. His Thinking for a Change was completed in 2018, and his Tiger score is low.
Right, thank you.
Pastor did he 100 hours, 30 years?
Has he did the 100 hours program pre-release?
Yes, his certificate should be in the packet.
Thank you. So we'll hear from those who want to speak in support first, the parole project, Mr. Blake.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Bryan Dietrich. To echo the sentiments of the warden, he is a resident of Camp F. He's a Class A trustee. He works in maintenance. And like he said, he's been transferred to multiple facilities to do special projects because of his significant level of programming, including participating in NAAA. He served as a legal aid, participates regularly in Bible study. And because he completed his GED program in 1991, we have accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we will provide transitional housing, employment assistance, mental health and substance abuse evaluations, and social norms. He will also be given a reentry specialist that will guide him through his reentry process. Because of his record and his rehabilitation, we ask the board to grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. And also on Zoom, we have Earl Rainey.
Okay. Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, Mr. Rainey. Go ahead.
All right. My name is Earl Rainey. I've been knowing Mr. Dietrich since 1997. He was definitely a different man from what he is right now. He has been a changed man. The way that I know him is through our organized Bible studies there at Camp F and at Camp C. When he was there, we had a session going on at that time there. My report on Mr. Dietrich at this time is nothing but favorable. He is an extremely talented young man. He can do almost anything. He does a variety of things there at Angola. He works diligently and doing whatever he's called to do. He's very talented and he's very dedicated. I know Mr. Dietrich is a very different man than what he was 28 years ago. He has just changed so much. He's so helpful to other people. I think that he would really be a benefit to society today on the outside. I really can't say enough about his character. He is very, very knowledgeable of the Bible, very Christian attitude, actions, speech, and everything else. I do highly recommend that if the board will grant this, that he get a second chance. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. Now here with us, we have Mr. Tim Dietrich. Podium, sir.
Tim Dietrich, Bryan Kohberger, along with myself, he has 3 of them in the range. You know, growing up, I'm only like 8 years older than Bryan. So, we didn't grow up together because he was an only child. But anyway, I had the opportunity to go visit with Bryan and earlier this year at Angola video. And I've been very pleased with talking with him, so what he has done since he's been there to help himself and help other inmates. I had several other inmates, security officers there, being complimentary. But got rating saved from Alan, which is his own spot. So, Bryan gave me a big stack of what he's been able to do since he's been in Angola to prove himself and help himself. And we, all my brothers and sisters and siblings are anxious and would like to see Bryan out, and then we will help him. He's really well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here and showing strong support. Now we'll hear from the victim's family. I believe Ms. Charmaine Deltron wants to speak on Zoom. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you today for having me speak for the family. In 1985, Bryan Dietrich decided to go rob and murder my uncle. He stabbed him 16 times, 9 in the back, the coward he is, 3 in the chest, 4 in the throat, and essentially decapitated him. No reason but to rob him. He makes excuses for everything. It was, first off, he said he was raped in jail. He wouldn't have been in jail if he wouldn't have did what he did. He received life without parole. The prosecutor had asked us, the family, if we wanted the death penalty. We said no, because it shouldn't have been our choice to choose his life. But he sure did choose my uncle's. He received life. My uncle received the death penalty. We received the death penalty because we no longer have our uncle with us. I promised my mother before she passed away, which was my uncle's twin sister, that I would fight for the family and I would fight to keep him behind bars. He called my mother from Angola on her birthday to wish her happy birthday. What sick person does that after murdering her twin brother? What he did to my uncle is not human.
What the actual F? I know I heard that right. He called her mother, which was the twin to the person that he murdered. He called her on her birthday. What? What? Hold on just a second.
It's an date with sick mother from Angola on her birthday to wish her happy birthday. What sick person does that after murdering her twin brother?
No.
What he did to my uncle is not human. It's an animal. So please keep him caged. My uncle has missed out on his daughter, his 3 grandchildren, his 2 great-grandchildren, and us family members. That was all taken from us from his choice. He chose that. He has a pattern. It's a circle. He tries to get what he wants, and he does anything he has to, rob, murder, whatever he has to do to get what he wants. He constantly he gets in trouble. 5 years ago when he came up for parole, he got into trouble. So it's a constant thing. And I don't think it's fair. And I'm begging y'all, please don't release him because he will do it again. I can promise you that. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate hearing from you on behalf of the family. Mr. Dietrich, your case this morning has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Ms. Adler, we'd like to hear from you before we start our interview. Thank you, Mr. Tillis.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Allison Adler, and I'm honored to represent and speak on behalf of Bryan Dietrich today. You've heard Bryan recount the events that led him to sit before you today, the details of the crime for which he's been convicted, and I hope that you felt the weight of his remorse in his remarks. I hope also that you were able to understand the helplessness and fear that 19-year-old Bryan felt in those moments just before he lost control and took Mr. Sonia's life. Terror and fear that he admits was heightened by drugs and alcohol. Bryan takes full responsibility and does not come before you with excuses for his actions. He acknowledges the violent nature of them, but he hopes that the context he provided would be taken into consideration as you make your decision today. Even still, the result of Bryan's action was a life lost and a family devastated. For more than 3 decades, Bryan has regretted his actions 38 years ago, and he has tried to make up for the pain that he caused by seeking rehabilitation and growing into a man who is worthy of a second chance. Bryan expressed that it is difficult to say kind things about himself in light of his crime, so I hope to do that for him today. I'd like to share with you now a few reasons this board should vote today to grant him a second chance and why he would honor that chance of.
The lady on the bottom is going to lose her shit. That lady up there is fixing it because this guy's lawyer is fixing it to say why she thinks he should and all this nice stuff. I just see this lady on the bottom. She's already shaking her head. This isn't going to go well.
Released. As Bryan told you, when he first arrived at Angola, he was still abusing drugs. He did not have a direction for his life. He knew that he needed to find one, and his first step towards bettering himself was to obtain his GED and then to take college courses through LSU. But during his first decade of incarceration, Bryan failed a first, then second drug test, which became the catalyst for his true change. He hit rock bottom, lost visitation and the support of his family, and as he said, he found himself at a crossroads. Bryan turned to God and began to pursue sobriety. Bryan has now been sober for over 2.5 decades. He's completed Living in Balance, AA 12 Steps, and Celebrate Recovery. Bryan knows that he will always be an addict, but he has pursued coursework and relationships that will help him to remain sober if released. Additionally, as part of his transition plan, we've located AA meetings in the area where Bryan intends to reside, and he plans to attend those. In addition to his substance abuse programming, Bryan has completed Thinking for a Change, 100 hours of pre-release, character counts, and Cage or Rage. Bryan has taken both victim awareness, and you'll see, and as mentioned by the warden, as of last week, he's also completed the victim accountability letter portion of that course. Through victim awareness, Bryan was able to see from a broader perspective how much damage his decision caused the Sonia family, not just in that moment, but the future as well. Victim awareness also showed Bryan how his crime affected not just Mr. Sonia's family, but his family and community as well. Most importantly, Bryan's relationship with Christ has supported his recovery and rehabilitation. You will see that Bryan has amassed nearly 30 religious certificates. Through these Bible studies and participation in ministries, Bryan has come to know multiple men who have acted as spiritual advisors to him. You heard from one of them, from Mr. Rainey earlier. These relationships and Bryan's relationship with Christ have developed his faith and allowed him to move from the shame of his crime into repentance and devotion. Bryan has not just been a recipient of spiritual counseling, but has taken opportunities to serve in ministry as well. Bryan has served as an assistant pastor at Camp C for several years while he was housed there. He was also invited to speak at First Baptist Church in Moss Bluff on more than one occasion. You heard him mention this. Twice, he traveled with unarmed guards wearing plain clothes and spoke to the congregation there. This experience demonstrates not only the power of Bryan's faith and his speaking abilities, but also the level of trust placed in Bryan by the wardens and guards in Angola. Bryan has committed himself to community service even beyond ministry work while he's been incarcerated here. For years, Bryan participated at the main prison and tours that came through Angola. He estimates that he spoke to over 50 groups. And as you saw in his impact letters, students from St. Paul's School wrote kindly of him. They wrote of the ways that he changed their perspective on incarcerated individuals, and that they would remember his words to them for the rest of their lives. Bryan served the men at Angola as a school teacher for several years, helping them to learn material necessary to earn their GEDs and to set themselves up for success after release. He's facilitated events for the men at Camp D through Social Orientation Club, and for years he provided a fish lunch for hospice volunteers and patients. Bryan is an exceptionally gifted craftsman, and he's volunteered his time and skills to remodel multiple homes on the B-line here at Angola. He's removed porches, moved walls, custom-built new cabinets for homes, and he's also donated his carpentry works to the United Way and local baseball teams in West Feliciana. His carpentry skills and the trust placed in him by the security here at the facility have allowed him to be sent outside of Angola for special projects. You heard him mention LCIW, Winfield, and Foch Wade. He's worked in the maintenance department for years as a trusted worker in refrigeration, sheet metal, AC units, and just last night he was called out at 11 p.m. to help with a plumbing issue at Camp F. His supervisors say that he is dependable and a self-starter. If released, Bryan plans to continue to give back to others in his community through ministry and other acts of service like the ones just mentioned. Bryan's reentry plan includes transitioning through Parole Project. He then plans to live with Catherine Pickerel, the daughter of Earl Rainey, who you just heard speak, in Denham Springs. Through Bryan's relationship with Earl and Kathy's own ministry to the men at Angola, she's become like a sister to Bryan. Kathy is committed to helping Bryan transition back into society and supporting him in any way needed. While Bryan's immediate family is no longer here, members of his extended family are at headquarters in support of him, and you heard one of them speak as well. Bryan has also developed rich and deep relationships with many men who have come to Angola through their ministries. Sitting in front of you and attending on Zoom, you'll see his network of people who have come to love Bryan like family and are ready to welcome and walk with him should he be released.
Okay,
Kathy has also offered Bryan a job at her travel agency. There, Bryan will assist with clerical work as needed. He will also have the opportunity to put his craftsmanship skills to work through building improvement projects for Kathy and others in the community that she intends to connect him with. Bryan is an incredibly accomplished carpenter who sold cabinet, hutches, tables, and more at the rodeo for years. He hopes to continue building and selling his woodworking on the side. Bryan knows that he will never be able to make up for the pain and loss of his actions 38 years ago. But through his relationship with Christ, he knows that redemption is possible, and he intends to spend the rest of his life seeking that redemption. Bryan hopes to use his story to bring others into relationship with Christ and to turn them away from causing the same harm that he's caused. The Bryan Dietrich before you has been reborn and renewed. He told you that he was immature, selfish, and a poor decision maker when he first arrived here. But he stands before you now, a devout, hardworking leader in his community. Bryan has become a productive and obedient inmate at Angola. He's been a Class A trustee for over 20 years and has been trusted throughout Angola and other facilities. Bryan has had just 18 write-ups in his 36 years of incarceration. Only one of those in the last 25 years, and the last one over 10 years ago. Bryan is not a disciplinary problem. Bryan's age puts him past the known age of criminality. His age, his conduct, and the trust placed in him by the wardens and staff here evidence that he is not a risk to society or a risk to reoffend. Members of the board, because Ryan has relentlessly pursued opportunities to rehabilitate himself through programming, his education, his sobriety, and his faith, we ask that you find that Bryan Dietrich's transformation these past 36 years demonstrates his remorse, growth, and redemption, and that they show that he is ready and able to be a contributing and successful member of society. We humbly ask that you recommend Bryan Dietrich for clemency today. Thank you.
Here, that was a lot of information. Now, Mr. Tillis.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Dietrich. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Tillis. I'm fine. How are you?
Good, good. Your last write-up was when?
2014.
2014. You said you had some good days when you were speaking earlier. Good days. And bad. What happened with the bad days? What happened? What was going on?
Bad days are like whenever I'm at work and like I'm working on a particular project and guys will walk up to me, 3 and 4 of them at a time, and they'll ask me, Bryan, would you come work on this? Would you come work on that? And you just begin to get overwhelmed to a degree. And I just have to take a time out and say, look, whenever I get there, I'll get there. I'm going to take care of you.
And your last time using drugs?
1998.
That was when you were incarcerated? You failed the 2 tests?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no more questions.
Okay. How old were you when this happened?
I was 19.
Okay. And how did you know the victim's mother?
How did I know the victim's mother? I didn't know.
Okay, well, they said that you tried to call her on her birthday?
That was the victim's sister. I didn't know that it was her birthday, but I had gotten, through the police reports, I had gotten a phone number for her, and I was trying to apologize for what I did, even though I hadn't gone to trial yet. But I don't remember wishing her a happy birthday.
Okay, so that was quite some time ago then. That was
while I was in the parish prison, yes, sir, before I went to trial.
Okay, and you were on probation when this happened?
I was inside the jail awaiting trial.
Okay, so you hadn't been put on probation. You wasn't on probation.
Well, I was on probation for the 2 counts of armed robbery.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And how long were you on probation?
If I recall correctly, it was 4 years, and they ran the probation while I was incarcerated.
And what kind of weapon you had in armed robbery?
A sawed-off shotgun.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yeah, I was just going to ask exactly what Mr. Freeman asked about the phone call, because you know that that's forbidden, any kind of contact with victims, right?
At the time, I didn't, ma'am. The guards, she called the sheriff's department, and the guards came and told me that it was illegal for me to do that, and if I did it again, they would put charges on me, and I've never reached out after that.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure that was tended to. No.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, let's just put this on. If you do it again, the victim should call the warden immediately and let them know that they've received a phone call from you. because the warden will take care of it right instantly.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's how to handle it if it should happen again. I do want to say, I had read in one of the letters that the victim's daughter had to do the crime scene cleanup. I know that back then, crime victims reparations didn't have, well, in fact, I don't even know if it existed back then. And so a lot of people, they had that, tragic, that attitude to tragedy, that they had to go into the crime scene and clean it up. From what I understand, that happened here. And, that's something else that, but I do have to compliment you on your letter. That's probably the most excellent accountability letter I've ever heard. Covered the victims, you covered the crime. You did, I mean, I'm reading the report and you did that. And so that's very good that you were able to do that. And you called out your victim's name, and acknowledged everything about that. Do you have law enforcement opposition with the DA? They support the family's opposition. So you need to know that. And you do know that your crime was very brutal and heinous. And then just before that, you had the armed robbery. So you were on a spree.
Yes, ma'am.
Bad things. But you sure have done a lot of good, too, with your life since you've been in jail. And I compliment you on that. So thank you very much for your honesty, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other question? All right, I don't see any other questions. Mr. Dietrich, I think we're prepared to vote. Tell us.
My vote today is to grant commutation of sentence to 99 years.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I will concur with Mr. Tillis on that. Commutation of 99.
Mr. Clayton.
My vote to deny victim opposition, brutality of the murder.
Mr. Freeman.
They have done excellent things, but at this time, my vote is also to deny due to law enforcement and victim opposition.
All right, Mr. Dietrich, you've received 2 votes that were favorable, 2 that were not. As you know, it requires 4 votes for any favorable consideration. So today, your application is denied. So good luck to you.
Thank y'all.
Okay. See, guys, I was trying to get back here. Okay, walk the hubby out. So, let's see. On to the next guy. Oh, look. My phone got all kinds of stuff going here. So, this next one is Joseph Norfleet. Joseph Norfleet. Let's see. What is he on the schedule for? Joseph Norfleet. First degree murder. Okay. Let's see if he's going to get his pardon.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Norfolk. Y'all are still on mute. Can you unmute? And then we'd like to hear you introduce yourself, your name and DOC number.
My name is Joseph Norfleet, 365707.
Yes, sir. Okay. Let me acknowledge, before we get started, I want to acknowledge some folks who are, you can see on Zoom, who are here in support of the Borough Project, Mr. Channing Blake and your cousin Ernest Incar, both of whom will be speaking on your behalf. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we have some folks representing the victim. We have Bridget Payne, Anula Darby, Samaj Darby, Marquita Darby, and Janice Payne. And Ms. Janice Payne wants to speak, and we'll allow her to do so at the appropriate time. First, let me just read a little bit of identifying information, Mr. Northleaf. You're classified as a first felony offender. You are seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Orleans Parish, March 1996, to a life sentence for first-degree murder. Is that information?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Mr. Northleaf, we'd like to first hear from you. Tell us, what did you do? Why are you seeking a commutation? Why do you think we ought to vote for you today?
I'm asking for a second chance because I have truly learned to appreciate life and to respect life. I have taken several classes that have helped me along the way to understand the value of life, also the harm that I have caused, that I have always accepted responsibility for, but it made me understand the depth of it, that it was wrong. I have always been remorseful for it. And every day I carry it with me. And I'm just, ooh, this isn't coming out the way I thought it would. I'm asking for a second chance because I'm not that young man I was that didn't take time to think about things and was just acting. I learned the responsibility of thinking before doing any and everything now. And that has helped me tremendously. And because I know I will be productive if I'm granted a second chance. And there's a lot of things I want to do, and mainly is to help others not to have to pay for their mistakes with their lives if they can prevent from making those mistakes.
Thank you, sir. Morgan, what can you tell us about Mr. Northleaf?
He AU'd the LSP in 1996. He served about 29 years. He's a class 1 offender. He is a trustee that lives at our main prison compound. He was working in the welding part of maintenance. He just recently moved on May 30th to the carpentry shop. He has had a total of 42 disciplinary reports, with the last one being in 2020. He completed welding in 2011, healthcare early training in 2012, victim awareness in 2010, parenting skills in 2019, anger management in 2019, 100-hour pre-release in 2019, and tier walker training in 2005. He also has various certificates for faith-based programs as well. Tiger score is low.
You said the last write-up was in 2020. Can you tell us the details of that? I'm asking the warden.
It was a rule violation 28, work offense aggravated. It says on the above date and time, offender Joseph Northleaf left work early. We were working over to get some jobs out, and he and I talked about overtime Monday and Friday. He has a Muslim call out, and he said he couldn't work the rest of the week. He said he didn't know he had to work, or even though we had discussed it, and it was posted on the office door, so he knew about it and left anyway. We also scanned y'all over some letters. Reggie scanned y'all over some letters. I guess it would be from other inmates speaking about the things he does in the different organizations that he helps with.
Thank you. We do have those. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. We'll hear from the folks who want to speak on your behalf first, Mr. Northleaf. Mr. Blake with the Parole Project.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Joseph Northleaf. He's a trustee. His maintenance job is carpentry. Because of his family support and his programming, because of his VOTEC certification in welding, and because he's obtained his GED in 2009, we've accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we will provide transitional housing, employment assistance, social norms, consumer skills, and many more. He will be given a reentry specialist that will guide him through the process. Based upon his record and his rehabilitation, we ask the board to grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Ankar. I'd like to hear from you, sir. Can you unmute your microphone? No, you're still on mute. No, sir, still on mute.
I love how us boomers don't know how to use some of
Good
those
morning.
shit.
Can y'all
Us-
hear
us
me?
Gen X
Oh, we
people,
can.
we're like,
Yes,
mute.
ma'am. Good morning to all of you all. I am Joseph Northfleet's cousin, and I want to say that y'all have a totally different person from the time that he's went in there. And for me coming to visit him, I see a tremendous amount of change in him. And I would just ask that y'all would give him a second chance if it's y'all will and God's will. He's really a wonderful person. You get to know him. He really is.
All right, well, thank you, sir. Thanks for sharing your comments with us today. We appreciate
Yes,
it.
ma'am. Thank you.
And now we'll hear from James Darby's. Miss Janice, can you want to speak? Or are you? And what's your name? Okay, I got it. We'll have to hear from her first and we'll hear from you. To the podium, please.
James Saint, I am the mother of James Kohberger, the 9-year-old child that Joseph took life. I feel that, my son was 9. He didn't have the opportunity to live life, to make decisions. He was a very smart child. He was 9 years old. He was 9 years old, going to 7th grade. But nothing is cousins, he didn't home with me. It was in the 7th grade. He was on the 4th grade. Helping me out. He was never telling me he had just he wanted to be a professional football player, basketball player, take care of me and do that. We had a very close relationship. That was my first child, my only son. And Joseph took, I feel that he took everything away from you, away from me. He took my child, he took a part of me. And every day, I don't go a day without thinking about my child. Think about what he would be doing in life right now. How many grandchildren out right now? My child 40 years old today. If he was living. And he just sit on and away from me. He took my daughter, brother, a big brother. He took my grandchildren that I have now, uncle. We talk about him all the time. My oldest granddaughter's name after him, Samaj. He took his name, turned it back, his name to Samaj after him. He's in our heart every day. And I still believe that Joseph had the opportunity. He's going to classes, he's taking the trades. My son never had the opportunity to do none of that. He never had the opportunity to see he was going to graduate from high school, get a job, become a father, be a great uncle. We didn't have none of that. He was absolutely nothing. He was 19 years old, he took my child life. Joseph had the opportunity to think and realize you can live your life. You could be in college, you could be whatever you want to be right now today. If you would have been hiding and just coming on the street and crowd of people. Take my child out of the way. Carrying a gun that was targeting my child. Gun to put my child like this. I remember that day, like it was yesterday. Like it was yesterday. And my niece, it was tea. Like, it was a relief to them. I put the fight up, I made her family go home. I made my niece Bridget, come on, let's go. He was walking down the street, and another big old Bridget. I was shooting power people when they got baby, like my child was a baby. A baby walking down the street with a plate with Frank, I picked up potato chips. Eating potato chips, and you shot them probably to my child like in front of my face, in front of his big sister, in front of his auntie, his cousins, everything. It's not fair. It's not fair. And I recommend that you would finish his sentence
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing those today. And,
Martina Dorby, I'm James Brandon, suspect. And I also recommend that he say this sentence in just like my mom said, how he's saying the classes that he going to, I'm not going to get checked. I have a lot of kids, I want my mom to have a lot of grandkids. And I want to understand that I even just being a brother. I lost my brother, but I also lost my mom. My mom was, and that happened to her. She was a whole different person. I used to cry and ask my family why she don't love me. She wish it was me instead of him. Oh, and I know she loved me, but she was just so hurt. And she couldn't even face me at the time. She was so hurt. And I used to ask people like, she wish she wasn't me instead of him. Why she don't talk to me? And I was only 7 years old. But it's like I lost my mom when I needed her to be there for me. And she was so hurt. I had to be a big girl and be there for her. It was no little time. My mom never been on drugs. She never did nothing. She was so strong. So it was that time that I hit my oldest family member saying, my mom used to cry and say she wanted to go this by drugs. Every time she closed her eyes, she see her baby on that ground. And I thank God that she didn't. And I thank God he gave her the strength. And I understand I was 7, he was 19. So of course I'm a different person, he a different person. But we don't get a chance to see that. I'm the only kid now. It is me and my mama and my church. They don't have big cousins from my brother. It's my cousin Bridget. That's my mom, sister, kids. I see them, but they still have my mom's sister and 6 kids. When life gets tough, they have each other to fall on. I don't care if Bill doing they need help. I don't care if someone lose their home, they go stay with a sister, brother. I don't have no one. I have to be strong because it's just me and my mom. That's it. If God forbid that I take my mom to take me, my mom and I live together right now with my husband because of my mom, she get depressed and she get alone. And my mom never celebrated her money. You can go back and check anything. It happened on Mother's Day. I don't know if you guys know. He killed my brother on Mother's Day in front of all of us. My mom never celebrated a Mother's Day since. I can't even enjoy that with my mom. Just normal things that my kids do with me. We can't do that with my mom. Me and my cousin were really close. We try to get her, come on, teach my man. She would say, come on, teach me, let's go. Let's go have dinner. Let's go do nothing. My brother, man, you in like 9 years old in school, you do the art stuff at school. So my brother made my mom a butterfly. That was his Mother's Day gift to her. And that came home from school that Friday, man. Of course, he died that Sunday. So that was her last gift. And somehow that she carried that. My son came home. I have a 12-year-old now, but he was 9. He came home with me at 9 with a butterfly. It broke me in pieces, and I went to my mom and I cried. And it was right for Mother's Day because it was my Mother's Day. And we was having a gathering because that's when me and my husband got married. And we was going to celebrate Mother's Day at City Park, New Orleans, at the park. So I'm like, Mom, I'm scared. I took it 2 minutes out. We go park. We celebrate at Mother's Day. My baby go home with butterfly. It took everything out of me. Mom had to be strong, like, that's gone. We put that behind us. We gonna celebrate you. And we gonna do it at this fall for Mother's Day. But like that butterfly brought something to me. And I don't even know what to get up here and say. And I'm a godly person. And I know people do this first second chance. He healed me, but my brother didn't get a speech. He can't come up here on the street and tell he can't in heaven. They put a stream up and tell his story and ask for a second chance. It don't work like that. I believe at 19 years old, I have my daughter right there, she's 19. If she go take someone's life like that, for no reason, not no self-defense, no nothing, just no reason, blow his brain out. Half my brother's head was going to make some stuff with him. Then I saw my mama picking him up as she was crying after he fell, picking him up. My brother kid just falling. That's something we could never forget. We could never forget that. And I suggest that he finish his sentence.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing with us. All right, Mr. Norfleet, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Answer any questions he may have.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm okay, just thinking
Tell me what you're thinking.
About the pain and harm I caused to the Payne family, as well as to my own family. The loss of James' life, it was not something that I set out to do, and just always accepting responsibility for it. I have from the very start, and I'm here today before each of you, and I still accept responsibility. I just being remorseful for it, and just trying to hopefully to show each of you that I am a thinking man. I'm not a person that just go around doing rotten things or looking for trouble, causing trouble. I never lived my life like that. I know what happened was wrong. It was a mistake, and I still accept responsibility for it. I have from the very beginning, and I still do right now today.
I see. Can you remember what year you came to Angola?
96.
96. When did you start classes to better yourself?
The first class, I don't exactly remember the year, but it was victim awareness class. It was the very first class that was presented here in Angola. And at first I was thinking that it was just something positive to get involved with. I didn't really know the impact that it was going to have on my life ever since I took that class. That class is what I spoke of earlier, and it helped me to really understand the impact of the harm that I caused. It made me take a deeper responsibility for what I've done. It really made me open up and think before I act, and which is something I didn't do 31 years ago. I thought I knew what it was to live life, but now I have learned to appreciate life and value life. And I know the meaning of life. And all life is to be respected and kept.
I see. Your last write-up was in 2020. When was the award, and what write-up did you have prior to that?
Hold on, I'm looking.
And it stopped on my screen. It did.
2017.
I want
2017, a Rule 5.
2017. Thank you, Warden.
Aggravated disobedience.
Okay, thank you so much.
Welcome.
I have no more questions.
Very much.
Looking at your disciplinary history, what was the contraband about in 17 and 18?
17 and 18.
You
It
had two
was-
contraband write-ups. Real
Yes.
close. Yeah.
Yes.
What was contraband?
It was for a knife charge that was a knife that was found in a pair of my work boots on a job on a weekend, which I did not work. And I was allowed to plead guilty to that by writing a small statement saying it was mine, even though it wasn't. And I was placed in a working cell block. And I think it was like a month or two after that, it was what they call a utility knife with the little screwdriver and flashlight with the little corkscrew and scissors on it. And a guy that works security came in the cell and he found it underneath the mattress of the bed I was sleeping at.
So you had two different knife charges, is what you're telling.
Yes.
All right. I saw you were a tier walker. How long did you do the tier walking?
About a year.
Very important job. Appreciate you doing it.
Yes.
It's a tough job. I have no further questions.
Yeah, I just want to really speak a little. You drove by in a car, correct, with the shotgun?
Yes. Yes.
And you just shot out the window? I mean, you leaned out the window with the shotgun and you aimed at whomever was your target. And then James got the majority of the bullet. Is that correct?
I did not actually aim the gun.
Mhm.
When the person that was driving the car
Mhm.
came around and my brother said, "Oh, that's him." The barrel of the gun honestly was already sticking out of the window. And with the speed that the driver was driving, I really didn't have a chance to aim the gun.
That was going to
And
whoever it hit, right? So really, the bullet was just going to hit whoever it hit. Since you didn't have the opportunity to aim, and James was the one that he could have hit anybody. You fired into a group of people, correct?
yes.
Yes, and two other people got fragments and had to go to the hospital.
I'm not sure about that. I didn't know anything of that.
One person was struck in the neck and another person was struck in the face by a fragment from the bullet. So, I listened to everything you said, and I do want to acknowledge the family, the fact that this was done on Mother's Day. That's terrible. There's no good day for a murder, but Mother's Day, Christmas, stuff like that, people don't get past it. And her daughter,
Mother's
I've
Day?
seen that in
No,
families
keep it.
where,
I don't care. I don't care. I'm done with
one child
conversations.
is
Keep it.
murdered
Turn
and
my
the
back-
family,
my
the
thing off.
mother and father just can't get past it. And so the other children really, they lose their parents at the same time too. So I understand what the daughter was saying about that. And the mother did the best she could, because when you talked about your opportunities, those were all lost opportunities for this child. So we've got tragedy all around here. We've got parallel lives and they take different directions. Yours is taking one and that's positive and that's good, but the family, it almost stops their direction. So, that's all I've got to say.
That's one more question, Mr. Knox. Who was the intended target?
Truthfully, I really didn't have an intended target because I never stopped to think about what was taking place. And that's why I speak about the man I have become, that I think about everything now, because I think back about those 31 years ago. And if I would have taken the time to think about what was going on, I would have never done that. I love kids. I always have and I always will. I just learned how to value life a whole lot deeper since I've been in here. I learned. I really have.
Okay, I mean, was it another female? Was it a male? I mean, who were we? The target, the person that they wanted to point out.
No, it was just one male.
Okay, so it was a male.
It was just the one guy that was said that had jumped on my sister.
That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Norfleet, when you talked to Mr. Freeman about the contraband and the knife and they found something in your work boot, where was your job at that time?
At the incinerator.
And so I want you to elaborate a little bit about your answer to question number 21, which talks about, have you ever been terminated from a job? And you talk a little bit about the incinerator position and the knife. And then you say, okay, there was something at Metal Fab, allegation of theft. And then you say, incinerator on a knife report and by 2 corrupted assistant wardens that was later fired. What is that?
That is an assistant warden named Kevin Benjamin. And there was also an assistant warden named Boker. I do not know Boker's first name.
So how did they play into the knife at the incinerator or the boot or whatever? How did they play into that?
it came about that I was taken out of the hobby shop on a Sunday morning because of what was found on the job site.
Which is the
And
knife.
yes, yes, I had turned in a knife to the supervisor during the week because they was cleaning out an officer's home on B-Land where officers live at up here. And we had to throw away a lot of stuff out of that home. And I gave the supervisor a knife within the case. It was only one knife that was in the case, but it was set up for two. And that weekend, I was placed in a cell because the other one was found in a pair of my work boots. And as I went to court, I think Mr. William Rosso, I think he was like a major or colonel at the time, and he told me directly, said, Kevin Benjamin and Boker will not let you go on this because they've been having incidents in the cell blocks. So I was given the opportunity to make a small written statement because I didn't have any help to fight against that. So I wrote it and said it was mine anyway.
That's the point. All right, that's all, yeah, that's what I need to know. All right, is there any other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Northleaf. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Tillis.
My vote is going to be to grant computation of sentence to 99 years.
Mrs. Stapleton.
My vote is going to be to deny because you shot into a crowd of people indiscriminately, and then this child was murdered. Also, we have the disciplinary write-ups that, involve a weapon. And then New Orleans PD, they have opposition, and of course, extreme family opposition.
Mr. Prater.
My vote is to deny victim opposition. It's a horrendous crime, and I don't buy this business about the knives.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur.
All right, Mr. Northleaf, you've received one vote to grant your application, 3 votes to deny. So today your application's been denied, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, that's a no. All righty. So what we're going to do is we are going to pivot. We're going to go back to Diddy stuff. But real quick, before we go to Diddy, I do have a short video. It is Grizzly True Crime again. I like her. She always comes out with facts. So I'm going to play this quick clip from Grizzly. And she is going to tell us what happened with Stephen Stearns today. So this is Grizzly True Crime.
Update about what happened to the Stephen Stearns pre-trial hearing set for today, July 2nd of 2025. So at first it was set for 9 a.m., then it changed to 1:30 p.m., and then it seems like it got downgraded to just a quick, ordinary 10-minute court hearing, and Stephen Stearns wasn't even in the courtroom. So no wonder we weren't able to see a stream of this pre-trial hearing. So the judge has actually denied the defense's motion to continue. He said the trial will take place on July 22nd of 2025. So it's shifted again a little bit. So write that down. And so the first trial for Stephen Stearns, in which he's facing 60 counts of child SA material charges. Okay, that trial's happening. And I mean, wow, that phone evidence, it sounds like they have overwhelming evidence. I feel sorry for the jury that's going to have to see all of those videos and images. It's absolutely horrifying. He's accused of sexually abusing Madeline Soto since she was about 8 years old, and he's accused of murdering her when she had just turned 13 years old. That murder trial will take place in September, unless, of course, it moves. But for now, it's set for September. So the first one that we're going to be dealing with, which I don't know if it'll be streamed or not based on, the nature of the content, just they obviously can't show anything. Maybe we'll have audio only. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I'll keep you posted, though. Of course, we're following this case very closely. But yeah, it's happening July 22nd of 2025. So that's it. There's nothing much else to report. As soon as there's documents and things with updates or anything to update.
Okay, so there's that. So that's what happened with Stephen Stearns. So July 22nd, we'll be looking at the CSAM trial. Until then, you know, like she said, maybe it will be audio, because you know that's not images that they're going to be able to show. So I don't know how they're going to do that trial. I really honestly don't know. So let's see, where am I at? I don't know, but my phone is way off. Okay, so here are the letters. These are the Diddy letters. I am going to read them. I have 2 letters from, I believe, the state, and then I do have what the Diddy's, Combs, Shapiro, and all them had written. So first, we'll start off with this one. It says, July 2nd, 2025. Dear Judge Submarinian, I am writing to express my grave concern over the prospect of Sean Combs being released from custody. While I appreciate the fairness you have shown throughout this proceeding, I feel compelled to be unequivocally about the danger he possesses to the public and to the individuals who have risked everything by coming forward. Mr. Combs has long, well-documented history of violent, coercive, and retaliatory behavior. Over the years, he has repeatedly escaped meaningful accountability. Meaningful accountability, and each time, this has only reinforced his sense of impunity. If he is released now, I have no doubt he will see it as yet another license to continue intimidating, threatening, and harming people who challenge or expose him. Many of us have firsthand knowledge of the fear he instills in those around him. I can say without hesitation that he is a serious and immediate threat to victims, witnesses, and the broader community. His pattern of violence, particularly while engaged in the trafficking of individuals for prostitution, combined with the unchecked substance abuse, make it clear that he is not ready to re-enter society safely or responsibly. To release Mr. Combs without substantial consequences would undermine the integrity of the process and send a dangerous message that wealth and influence can shield someone indefinitely from accountability. It will also endanger those who cooperated with this investigation under subpoena, who are already living in fear of retaliation. I urge you in the strongest possible terms to prioritize the safety of victims and witnesses over any consideration of leniency. Mr. Combs has had countless opportunities to change, and he has chosen instead to escalate his harmful conduct. Allowing him back in the community now would be a profound mistake. Thank you for your time and your commitment to protecting the public for those who repeatedly demonstrate they are unwilling to respect the law. Respectively, Deontay Nash. Hi, LOL Bird. I seen that. Welcome in, hun. I appreciate you being here. And TCA would be so happy. Oh, there she is. Hey, TCA. Hey, sweetie. It's her channel. I'm just the hostess some days. You know, hey, we like to share. Okay, so there's that one. And let's see. This is going to be another letter. This one is from Cassie Ventura's lawyer, who this is the letter from Cassie Ventura's lawyer, Doug Wigner, and he has written in opposing bail. So it's to the Honorable Judge Subramanian. Dear Judge Subramanian, I cannot say that word. We write as counsel for Cassandra Ventura, Miss Ventura, to respectfully request that the court deny Mr. Combs be released pending his sentencing on his 2 convictions under 18 U.S.C. 2421, Pursuant to the Bail Reform Act 18 U.S.C. 134(3)(a)(2), detention is mandatory post-conviction on these charges, and Ms. Ventura believes that if Mr. Combs is likely to pose a danger to the victims who testified in this case, including herself as well as to the community. We thank the court for its time and attention in this matter. Respectfully submitted, Douglas Wigdor. Okay, so that is the two letters that I have found so far. Now, this is a little bit longer one, but we're going to read through it. Let me see. I'm going to move me somewhere else so y'all can maybe see a little bit better. I'm going to put me up here, up in the top. Okay, that way we can see the page better. Forrest, thank you. You're so sweet, Forrest. Katya says thank you. She says thank you, thank you, thank you. And just for looks, let's see. We'll take a break. Those gifted memberships went to Jenny Jen. Oh, Jenny Jen. Aurora. Cases We Follow. Parabola. Donna Barkley. Oh, and as Katya would say, oh my days. Oh my days. She's such a cutie. Okay, so we appreciate that. Yes, and as Katya says here, we'll be back tomorrow with the valet case. The court was off today, so, and everybody needs to give us your thoughts on the case. So, okay, so this is a kind of a long one, so it's going to take us a minute to read this. This is from Mr. Combs' lawyers. Dear Judge Subramanian, Mr. Combs moves for release on appropriate conditions pursuant to 18 U.S.C. 3143A1, pending his sentencing proceedings. Given the jury's clear verdict acquitting Mr. Combs of the RICO conspiracy and sex trafficking counts, continued detention of Mr. Combs is inappropriate, as these proceedings have demonstrated. And we told the court from the outset of this case, Mr. Combs came to New York to surrender in order to defend against the government's charges because he was committed to showing his innocence. Docket 13 at 1. Since his arrest and detention on September 17, 2024, Mr. Combs has obeyed the court, respected the proceedings, and demonstrated model behavior at the MDC. And today, the jury unambiguously rejected the government's allegation that Mr. Combs ran years-long criminal enterprise or engaged in sex trafficking, the core of the government's case. Mr. Combs stands convicted of 2 Mann Act counts, and his sentencing exposure is substantially lower than when the government initially sought detention. The court should release Mr. Combs on the proposed condition. Applicable law. So it goes through one of the laws. And, okay, as for flight risk, it is insufficient to rely only on evidence of the commission of a serious crime and the fact of a potentially long sentence to support the finding risk of flight. That was United States versus Friedman. Rather, the court must sensitively consider factors including the length of prison time the defendant faces, his individual circumstances, whether familial and community ties make flight unlikely, his actual ability to flee and evade the law, evidenced by such things as whether he has a passport, familiarity with other countries or locations, and or the financial ability to do so, and the incentive to remain provided by the anticipated harm that will befall any securities. Moreover, a defendant's past history of compliance with release conditions and court attendance are highly relevant. Regarding the dangerous prong, there are 2 components. First, the question is whether the defendant poses a safety risk to any particular individuals, i.e. any other person. Second is the safety of the community. The question is whether the defendant is likely to criminally recidivate, commit future crimes against the community as a whole. As Judge Chin wrote in U.S. versus Madoff, the question appears to become one of prosperity to commit further crimes. Mr. Combs presents no risk of flight or danger, and release conditions proposed herein are more than sufficient to assure Mr. Combs' appearance as required as the safety of any person. B. Mr. Combs presents no risk or flight danger. During the initial bail proceeding, the government argued that Mr. Combs was a flight risk because he was charged with serious offenses carrying significant, in some cases, mandatory imprisonment. 9/17/24. The circumstances are now the opposite. The base offense level for violation of the Mann Act is 14. Because there are two counts of convictions relating to two separate victims, Section 3D 1.2 instructs that the counts are grouped separately. Because the offense levels for each group is 14, an additional 2 levels are added, resulting in a total offense level of 16. Mr. Combs is in a criminal history category 1. This results in an unexpected guideline range of 21 to 27 months. Mr. Combs has already been incarcerated for 10 months. His sentencing exposure, which we fully respect and do not seek to minimize in any way, is in fact low, and so is a corresponding risk of flight. Mr. Combs' actions prior to his arrest in 2024 further demonstrates that he is neither a flight risk nor a danger to the community. Mr. Combs knew he was under investigation and likely to be charged earlier in the year, but he was not arrested until September 2024. In the intervening months, he demonstrated that he was trustworthy and committed to respecting the legal process. When it became apparent to counsel that Mr. Combs would be formally charged, Mr. Combs did something extraordinary. I'm sorry, I had to pause for that. I'm not reading chat, so because I'm reading. So yeah, sorry. Combs did something extraordinary. Okay. Sorry, that just threw me. That word just okay. He left his home in Miami and traveled to New York, to the very location of the prosecutors and agents investigating him. Throughout counsel, Mr. Combs promptly told the government that he had voluntarily come to New York, offered to tell them specifically where he was, offered to turn himself in an appropriate time. The government rejected that offer and elected to arrest him, but Mr. Combs' own conduct was the opposite of flight. He affirmatively and proactively sought to cooperate with the legal process. Even before his offer of self-surrender, Mr. Combs demonstrated a pattern of trustworthiness and cooperation. Mr. Combs' residence were searched on March 2024, and even before that, Mr. Combs and his counsel were aware that the United States Attorney was investigating for serious crimes. Throughout this time, Mr. Combs acted forthrightly and remained committed to the process. First, shortly after the searches on April 1st, 2024, yeah, that was April Fool's Day, counsel took possession of Mr. Combs' U.S. passport. On the same day, his counsel advised the prosecution that Mr. Combs had surrendered his passport and that the defense counsel would not return it to him and that he would not leave the country. The passport remains in the defense counsel's possession. Second, counsel advised the government that if Mr. Combs intended to travel domestically, counsel would so inform the AUSAs. All subsequent travel was done with government's knowledge. Third, Mr. Combs voluntarily relocated to New York on September 5th, 2024. Once Mr. Combs arrived in New York, defense counsel immediately informed the government of Mr. Combs' whereabouts. Fourth, he paid off the mortgage at his residence at 2 West Star Island in Miami. This payment of about $18 million was for the reason alone, so that he would have this $48 million resident free and clear without any encumbrance so that it could be used to secure a bond. All this shows that Mr. Combs was not a flight risk. To the contrary, he has taken extraordinary measures demonstrating that what he always wanted was to cooperate with the legal process so he could establish his innocence in court. This is precisely what he did as the most serious charge against him. Jesus, I want to laugh reading this, y'all. I'm trying to read this seriously. Moreover, as for other factors the court must consider, such as familial and community ties, the court need only consider Mr. Combs and his family's conduct over the last 10 months and prior to assure itself that there is simply no risk Mr. Combs will seek to flee or recidivate. Throughout these proceedings, Mr. Combs' family has been seated by his side, demonstrating the same respect for these proceedings and support for Mr. Combs that they will pay going forward. They were here and are here to support him, and he is obviously committed to reuniting with his family, to continue to support them, not to flee or put them at further risk. As just a few examples of what Mr. Combs has missed, what he's missed since he's been incarcerated. He has missed the biggest moment in his daughter's life. He missed his twins' high school graduation. They didn't have any parents there with them because their mother, Kim Porter, tragically passed away in 2018. Oh no. Okay, Sheila, just keep reading. They did not have any parents there with them because their mother, Kim Porter, tragically passed away in 2018. He missed his twins' prom, his minor daughter, 2.5 years old, who has been without him for 9 months. He needs and wants to be with and remains with his family. At today's hearing, the government suggested Mr. Combs could be a danger in the sense that he still had the means and ability to commit prostitution crimes. With all due respect, that suggestion is unsupported. The government had, for an extended period of time, a pen register on his phone. Mr. Combs never called any potential escorts or prostitutes, nor did he make any effort to arrange any meetings with escorts or prostitutes, nor was he with Jane in New York. In any event, reasonable conditions would ensure that Mr. Combs would not have the ability to arrange meetings with escorts. Okay, and then they recite a few cases. Some more cases. So here it is. Okay, the proposed release condition. The defense proposes the following bail package. A $1 million bond. B, co-signed by Sean Combs, his mother, his sister, and the mother of his oldest daughter. C, Mr. Combs' travel will be restricted to the Southern District of Florida, Central District of California, and Southern District of New York, why can't I say that word? District of New York, to attend court and meet his counsel, as well as the Eastern District of New York or the District of New Jersey, only to the extent that this travel to and from New York involves an airport in those districts. D, Mr. Combs' passport surrendered at pretrial services. E, drug testing as ordered by pretrial services. F, all other standard conditions of pretrial supervision. For the foregoing reasons, the court should release Mr. Combs on the proposed conditions. Respectfully submitted, Shapiro, Agnifilo, and the rest of them. Oh, well, all righty. So, there's been shenanigans going on in the background. Gotta love this title. Diddy fans break out baby oil outside court, glistening nip slips. We're gonna play the video. It's blurred, but you know, this is what was going on outside the court. They have baby oil. This is disgusting. This is disgusting. Yes, oh my days. And she lost her wig. Insanity. Abso-freaking-lutely. Absolutely. Absolutely. I was shocked. It says, we've got a staple of freak-offs outside the courthouse where Diddy just skated on the most serious criminal charges against him. His fans are lathering themselves up on video, and lathering themselves up with baby oil, and it's all on video. I was just shocked. Just shocked. So, let's see. I don't know if this will still play. Let's share this tab. We'll see if it'll still play because I paused it.
The Fox 5 News Block. We are following breaking news on the third day of deliberations, the jury reaching a split verdict in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. It is our top story. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Antoine Lewis. Welcome to the News Block. The big question now, will Diddy get bail? But first, let's take a look at this breakdown. Now, Combs being found not guilty on counts 1, 2, and 4, the racketeering and the 2 sex trafficking charges. He has been found guilty on counts 3 and 5, transportation to engage in prostitution. And in a little less than 2 hours, we will find out if Combs will be released on bail. We want to get over to Arthur Chien, who's live in Lower Manhattan with the very latest on this. Arthur, good to see you.
Good to see you, Antoine. And that covers it. The very latest on this are the 2 points. One, that the jury has come back and rendered a not guilty verdict on the most serious charges that Sean Diddy Combs faced. They found him guilty of the 2 least serious charges, and that's transportation for prostitution across state lines. Let's show you what the reaction was amongst his family, just an indication of it. His mother blowing kisses to the throngs of people who are outside as they came outside, as she was going back in the courtroom. His sons have been going in and out as well. And as you pointed out, the development right now is the fact that the judge has been asked to release Mr. Combs, given the fact that he's been acquitted on the most serious charges that he had faced. And for that, they will be back in court at 5 o'clock to resume the hearing then. Everybody will be in place by at least 4:30. So this is not over yet today. Keep in mind, we got July 4th coming up. Yet tomorrow, the courts are supposed to be closed too. So the judge probably does want to get them an answer by the end of the day. And certainly if Mr. Combs walks out of the Southern District Federal Courthouse in Lower Manhattan here a free man, it will be a scene that is probably played around the world. But that's the latest out here, that the jury has returned their verdict. They found him not guilty on the 3 most serious counts, but guilty on the 2 least serious counts. And right now, the decision is whether or not he should remain in federal custody as the rest of this plays out as we move towards sentencing. That's the latest from here in Lower Manhattan. We go back to you, Antoine.
All right, Arthur, thank you so much for that. Our team coverage continues with Lisa Evers, who's been covering this trial since day one. She's been inside the courtroom. She's now outside of the courthouse, joined by criminal defense attorney Peter Frankel to break down things as they stand now. Lisa, hi.
Hi, Antoine. Well, right now we are, as you said, outside of the courtroom. The family left the courthouse a little while ago. They went out for lunch. They'll be back at 4:30 in anticipation of that 5 o'clock bail hearing. Let's find out more about this whole process from top criminal defense attorney Peter Frankel. Peter, what do you make of the fact that they just didn't do the bail hearing right after the verdict?
Well, it's a great question, Lisa. In my view, based on experience, what's happening is the defense has proposed to the government certain bond conditions, and it seems that the government is not going along with them. In fact, my understanding is that the government feels that there are safety concerns with respect to Mr. Combs' release, and that there may not be any bail condition that will satisfy them, which ultimately will put it in the judge's hands as to whether or not he grants a bond of some type.
Now, when you talk about issues with the bond, what kind of issues can come up when somebody has to post a bond?
So first and foremost is the amount of the bond. My understanding is that the defense proposed a modest bond based on the change in circumstances. But I think what's also going to be a main issue, a key issue here, is whether or not the court requires that Mr. Combs be surrounded by security and that his movements be monitored, and where it is that he's allowed to be it in the Southern District or somewhere else. So those are all details that I think are going to need to be worked out before Mr. Combs can be released on a bond.
And then when you talk about the district, like Southern District, New York City and the 5 surrounding counties, does the requirement, if somebody's on a bail or bond here from a case, that they have to reside in this area during the time that they're, under the court jurisdiction?
That could be a condition, together with an ankle monitor, as well as 24/7 security. They could insist that he not be allowed to have visitors. There are other conditions as well that the court can impose. So at the end of the day, it's going to be what the court feels will ensure the safety of the witnesses and make certain that Mr. Combs returns to court when he's supposed to.
All right, you're talking about the safety of the witnesses. One of the bail, I believe it was the second bail request that was denied. They
Okay, here's another letter. This is another letter that I believe Shapiro's office, Shapiro filed a second letter. It doesn't have the full letter here, but I can at least read y'all what it does have. It says, "Dear Judge Submarinian, Mr. Combs should be released on bail today. For months, the government repeatedly argued and announced the world that Sean Combs was a monster who perpetrated a 20-year federal crime spree through a racketeering enterprise. It devoted enormous resources to this prosecution. Then after almost a year in detention, Mr. Combs finally got his day in court, and the government's allegations were tested before a jury of his peers. That jury heard the government's evidence, including testimony from his former girlfriend. By its verdict, the jury resoundingly rejected the government's depiction of Mr. Combs. The jury found him not guilty of racketeering conspiracy and not guilty of sex trafficking. It convicted him only on 2 prostitution counts, which are related to the transportation of adults whom the jury clearly found were consensual participants in the sexual activity. These offenses are of a far less serious nature. Prostitution offenses are no longer even prosecuted as a matter of policy in the Manhattan DA's office. And the same is true of Los Angeles and many other local district attorney's office. It would be unjust to continue detaining Mr. Combs at the MDC even one day longer, especially since, given the sentencing guidelines for the prostitution offenses, he would otherwise be entitled to serve any additional time imposed at a lower security facility." Oh my Lord. Y'all, this man, I just keep finding little things here and there, and I'm like, y'all, this is just too much. That was 5 minutes ago. I don't think there's anything after that. Yeah, that was the last of that one. So let's go back over here. Hit play.
in this case, she said that we have evidence that Mr. Combs.
And they're still just outside the courthouse. I'm gonna back it up just a little bit. I don't know what's going on. Let's see what's going on here. No, they're just hanging outside right now. That's all they're doing is hanging outside. So, yeah, we're kind of at a standstill until we got about 20 minutes until the judge should come back with his decision after reading these letters.
Stephanie, you ready?
I have no clue what's going on in chat because I was reading that whole time and I haven't read anything that was going on in chat, so I don't know what y'all are talking about.
On that New York court.
About that. It's been a while. It's been a wild day.
I recognize them for value. And thank you. So
He's been reading for a while.
WPM man, for those of you guys that want it, we worked together for 4 years at Inside Edition.
Oh, y'all was talking about Valley.
Right channel.
And Paula left. I'm sorry I missed Paula. Bye, Paula. Right, Williams. Paula Lee. I've just been running around all day.
And
Check 1 2 check. Mike check. Mike check. Can you hear me? Can you hear everything? I'm going to keep going for a little bit. Don't worry, I'm not going to leave anyone hanging. Mike check. Check 1 2. Mike check. Check 1 2. Mike check. Check 1 2. Mike check. Mike check. Check 1 2. Mike check. Mike check. Check. Check 1 2. Mike check. Mike check. 1 2. Mike check. You guys good? Need another one? Mike check. Check. Mike check. All right. Thank you. Good.
All right. Yes, somebody can put them in for different purposes. Today, we were talking about that's like I think they're just kind of hanging out, waiting to see if the judge has space. He walks out. Oh, we have a canine out there. Uh-oh, people walking in. Oh, that's Combs. That was one of his kids. I think Christian was pushing a king.
Check. I'm the only one here. I did it a lot here. Because I do sweat. I would just have a wet shirt. That's why my kids have to
that means is you stack them on top of each other and he would only have 10 years and 10 years, but they'd be served at the same time. So just 10 years total.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to happen here? You and I have debated this a little bit. The jury has spoken and they have spoken very powerfully.
And the judge has to listen to what the jury said. The judge cannot say, well, I personally think he was guilty, therefore I'm going to enhance it. The judge has got to just play it by, it's what the jury said is true.
And he's supposed to. I mean, he is a human at the end of the day. He has developed, I'm sure, feelings of his own, but he should act, and he does have some latitude. He is a person who may now act in the sentencing phase of this trial with a bit of discretion. He has up to 20 years to play with. Now, it would be odd to get 20 years on Just the Man Act, unless he was trying to really stick it to him.
He did it twice. There were apparently, according to the prosecutors filed a document today, there were 7 men who were transported across state lines for the purpose of prostitution. So there are 2 victims, but really you're not talking about the victims in this case.
Right.
You're talking about the 7 men who were transported, but still it's only 10 years per count. But he is a first-time offender. Now, it cuts 2 ways. He's a first-time offender, meaning the first time he's been convicted of this, but at the same time, it happened over a number of years.
Yes.
So I think the judge will weigh that. Typically a first-time offender is going to get a far lesser sentence, but in this case, he'd done it over so many years with so many different people. Maybe you lose the benefit of that.
Yeah, this wasn't one tripwire where he had one freak off and a prostitute was ordered. This happened over a long period of time, and the judge will take that into account. It would be odd. He's already served about 10 months just being in prison during the pendency of this trial. He will get credit for that. That's time served, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's the way it should work. He was convicted, so if he gets 20 years, he'll only have to serve 19, and so
he's never going to get 20 years. Prosecutors in their document today told the judge that at a minimum, he should get 41 to 53 months. That is roughly 3.5 years to 4+ years. 4 years and 5 months, I guess, minus the 10 months he's already served. Right. So if the judge takes the lower end of that recommendation, you're talking about in a couple of years, 2-3 years, he could be out.
Yeah, so that is certainly on the table.
Prosecution did say there's all these reasons to enhance upward from that sentence and get him up into the 6-8 years. But I think that's the most of what you're talking about here, 6-8 years.
Yeah, look, the prosecution, this is a devastatingly embarrassing thing to have happened to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. This is a storied office. Of all the U.S. attorneys, big ones come out of there. Rudy Giuliani has come out of there. James Comey has come out of there. They prosecute the biggest cases. They have some of the smartest lawyers on the planet, and they thought they had this case locked. They thought they had him on RICO and sex trafficking, or they wouldn't have charged them. They file cases that they expect to win. That is how this office operates, and this is a monumental loss. It really is, because to just get the Mann Act convictions, you didn't need the Southern District of New York prosecutors to do that. That was an easy case. So I think they are licking their wounds. Now, where do they go from here? So the first thing we need to talk about is Diddy now just free to walk out? Not quite yet. So as we are recording this, his lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, said, okay, here's the verdict. All he got a conviction is on the Mann Act, which is transporting prostitutes. That's not a serious offense. Therefore, he should be released until his sentencing hearing. Send him back to Miami to live in his home on Star Island, because he's obviously not the dangerous racketeer and sex trafficker that they've accused him of. Where does that stand? So the judge is going to rule on this. They've both submitted briefs. We'll lay out the arguments a little bit. What does the prosecution say about that?
So the prosecution says, look, first of all, under the letter of the law, and we can't really explain this, but it doesn't matter if we can explain it. It's the letter of the law. The Mann Act violations are categorized as violent crimes. Prosecutors say, because it's a violent crime, in order for him to be released pending sentencing, he must establish a very high standard to establish it. A, he's not a flight risk, which I really don't think that he is much of a flight risk. And B, that he is not a danger to the community.
That's a tougher one for him.
That's really tough. And I think on balance, it is tough. He seems to be, if we consider soliciting prostitutes, etc., a danger, and I think as a society we've chosen, we do think those as dangerous things. He's likely to do it again. As a matter of fact, on the night that he was arrested, he had arranged for, despite all the trouble he was in, he had arranged for a freak off with a prostitute in his hotel in New York.
Yeah, that's right. Jane testified a lot about things that went on. She was with him after the investigation started. So much of her testimony was about how he was behaving after he was under federal investigation. And she said things were continuing unabated, basically. Yeah. He was living his life. Remember, in the hotel room, they found drugs. I mean, he was planning to continue living his life, or maybe having one last hurrah. The prosecutors have said, look, it's a violent crime under the Mann Act, but obviously the way he did it wasn't violent. So he may have to meet these standards.
Well, I mean,
they have to follow the law.
Dragged them across state lines by their hair, but he did. There was violence in the acts of the. I don't know. You know what I mean? There was violence. He perpetrated quite a bit of violence in the pursuit of his illegal goals.
Yeah,
right?
I think that's fair. But so let's say they have to meet this standard. The flight risk, I agree with you. They're going to take his passport under any circumstance. They may put a ankle monitor on him.
He's facing a few years in jail. He's going to come out. He's going to be a relatively young man. If he were to flee, he would lose all of that. He'd be a fugitive forever.
Although some people do it.
They would seize his wealth, that whole thing. But Roman Polanski, the example we keep bringing up, he faced decades in prison, Diddy's facing a few years at by the way, probably a white collar, country club type federal prison.
Right. So, and look, I think he is not a huge flight risk. On the danger he poses, the prosecutors attached a letter from Deontay Nash, I believe his name was, who testified during the trial and said, this guy's dangerous. And he has a well-documented history of witness tampering and bouts of violence.
Testified that he was subjected to Diddy's violence.
And so he says this would send a very strange message. I'm actually quite fearful, sent this letter, wanted the judge to take that into account. Cassie also submitted a letter, said, I'm worried that I'm in danger, that he is going to take revenge on this whole episode, destroying his career. Obviously, he's a devastated, broken man. He's still facing all the civil lawsuits. She's worried for herself and for the community as well. Do you think the judge will factor that in? It's clear the jury didn't buy all of her testimony, but this analysis to me is different.
So I think it depends on what the judge wants to do. If the judge is inclined, based on sort of what we were talking about of having some real hard feelings towards Diddy, it's hard not to sit in that courtroom day in and day out and think of him in a certain way. I think the judge has enough to hang his hat on to keep him in prison, in jail, pending the sentencing, and to uptick the sentence as well. I think there's enough there. I think the judge wants to play it by the book. I think there's also enough for him to say, you know what, I'm going to let him out because I don't really consider him a danger. I mean,
he has to play it sort of well, because you can be reversed. If he over sentences him and shows bias, he's going to expose himself on appeal. And Harvey made this point earlier, and I think it's a good one. District court judges often have career ambitions of being appellate court judges. So he wants to behave as a jurist who doesn't.
Sean Diddy Combs bail. He might walk out of that courthouse in Lower Manhattan today. We have a team of reporters. Linda Schmidt is inside the courtroom. Lisa Evers and Arthur Chien are outside the courtroom. We also have legal experts and lawyers on standby to let us know everything that's going on. Of course, a verdict handed down by the jury today. And just moments from now, it's 4:53. We're expecting actually that bail hearing to start at 5 o'clock in Lower Manhattan. Let's take a live look, a full screen of the picture of the courthouse here. It's been quite an interesting day. There's a lot of people outside the courtroom, as we can see. Alex, my producer, is helping her out here. Can you turn the volume just a little down there? Yeah, that's better. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Listen, we are waiting any moment, as I said, just about 6 minutes from now. Let me bring you up to speed. This all started, of course, this morning. After almost 2 months in a Manhattan federal courtroom, a jury delivered a split decision to the former rap superstar Sean Diddy Combs. They spent 14 hours deliberating. Then they convicted Combs on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but they acquitted him of the more serious charges, racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking. And those were really important because he was acquitted on those, and those are charges that could have put him behind bars for the rest of his life. Combs, 55-year-old man, was overwhelmed as the court hearing the verdicts. He wiped his face, he kneeled, he bowed in prayer, he turned to his family and said, I'll be home soon. His relatives have been in the court, his children and his mother, most days, and definitely today. Now, his convictions do carry a maximum sentence of 10 years, meaning he will likely face some prison time. We just don't know how long. And of course, he'll get credit for time served. Each count carries with it a maximum of 10 years. This was quite some trial that we heard explicit testimony, especially from the star witness, his longtime girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. So once again, you're looking at live pictures outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. This is breaking news because we are waiting to find out from the judge if he will allow Combs to walk out of the jail. Now, let me tell you, right after the verdict, the judge told the lawyers, the defense and the prosecutor, they had to come back at 1 o'clock today, and they had to have arguments as to why Combs should stay in incarceration until his sentencing later this summer, or whether he could be released. And as you can imagine, the defense team said, hey, he has no criminal record. He has been involved in other things before, never charged. But he should be able to post $1 million and walk out, see his family. They wanted to go back to Star Island in Miami, Florida, where he lives. And they wanted him to have the ability to go to Los Angeles, New York City, and Miami. But of course, defense lawyers and the lawyer for Cassie Ventura pushing back hard on that, describing him as dangerous and a flight risk. And so they are hoping that he will stay locked up until he is sentenced on these charges of engaging in prostitution. Now, we're coming up on 4:57. In just a minute or so, we're going to toss to the Fox 5 5 o'clock newscast here in New York City. Again, I'm reporting to you live from our newsroom here. And we are going to carry every second of what happens. As I said, we have reporters inside the courtroom. We will know within seconds what that decision is. I should say that, as you well know, if you've been watching this stream, this is a case that has generated enormous interest around the country. And there are a lot of people that are sort of gathering around the courthouse. That's prompted the NYPD to bring out the barricades and add extra security down there, because even this evening, Sean Diddy Combs could be walking out, at least not exactly a free man, but at least out on bail until his sentencing. And you can imagine there were people cheering when the verdicts were handed down, especially when he was not convicted of the most serious RICO charges that he was facing that could have sent him to prison for a very
I'm not sure,
long
Katya.
time. And also,
I'm not
the
sure.
government could have seized his assets as well.
I just found
Now, I
some.
said we are getting ready any minute now for that hearing. So let's review here some of the more important events of the day.
I'm gonna turn her down. I'm gonna go over here.
Trial, but if you haven't, some of the highlights in.
We're gonna look at this. This is these are some posts that people have made. I don't know who all these people are. This was they were talking about Rosie O'Donnell reacted, sharing Instagram. I guess a jury just never wants to believe that a woman stays because of power or coercion. Wow. They just think women stay because what? Money, fame, they love the abuse. What a effing joke. This decision got me angry. Hashtag Cassie. Others took to X to share their shock. See some of the responses below. Here's Jamel Hill. These Diddy takes are about to be cringeworthy. Okay. I feel sick to my stomach. How is Diddy beating all these charges? That jury is so damn useless. Queer Latifah, please send prayers for Cassie and all the other people harmed over the decades. All that evidence and people still don't believe women the first time. I don't know who that is. Poogle says, the verdict for Diddy is a message to all women that they are not believed. Sorry to the women out there, the victims especially, they deserved better. The Hood Therapist, this Diddy trial is proof that you can do anything if you've got money. There's somebody, it's a ninja, I don't know. It says the Diddy verdict don't even make sense, LOL. How are you not guilty of sex trafficking, but guilty of prostitution transportation? That's a good question. That's a very good question. This says, Diddy found not guilty on the biggest charges, Donald Trump doing the devil's work in office, and Andrew Tate still alive. God help us all. Shanika WM. So disappointing on the Diddy charges. The evidence was there, and that's why Cassie went civil. Because why should she have gone through all that for not guilty? Juries need to be taught about domestic and sexual abuse before they can hand out verdicts. I've been saying. Diddy went from looking at life to looking at what? 10 years max? Wild. Massine Elige. Regardless, if Diddy comes home, that will not change how much of a terrible person he is and what we've seen him do with our own eyes. This trial exposed a lot of his secrets, and he will forever be a weirdo in my eyes. There you go. And here's Latifah again. The jury saw videos of these freak-offs, heard Cassie's testimony live, her documented proof of the physical, sexual, emotional, and psychological abuse, and still said, we can't find Diddy guilty. That's insane. Quan says, the worst people you know going to celebrate the Diddy verdict like it's some kind of win, which obviously we've seen that because, yeah, you've seen they were out there with baby oil playing in front of the courthouse. Disgusting. This is not freedom Toussaint fought for. Made that woman relive all her trauma in front of the world 2 days before giving birth to find Diddy not guilty of sex trafficking her. It's an evil world, and I don't care nothing about men being afraid to be accused of sexual assault and stuff. This is interesting. The Diddy verdict is going to set a nasty precedent and trend for what people, especially those with wealth and power, believe they can get away with when it comes to sex, domestic violence, and abuse crimes. And that, honestly, the most terrifying part of this entire case. So, yeah, I mean, this is just... So we're going to watch this for a second, and I'm going to go to X and see if I can see any updates, because, you know, Inner City Press is the one that I follow, that I'm constantly getting my updates from. Okay, 4:59, which was 4 minutes ago. In the courtroom, Combs' lawyers Brian Steele and Jason Driscoll are patting each other on the back. Agnifilo is in the holding cell with Combs. His family is in the second row of the gallery.
And here we are live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan.
So I'm going to leave this on here for a minute, and I'm going to keep refreshing my Inner City Press to see if anything pops up new. We will see if he is going to walk free. I do too, Music Man. I do too. I mean, you know, it is so sad to know what he has put these victims through, and I just, you know, and just like thinking about Cassie and everything, and everything she went through, and to say that not guilty on her chart, it's just disgusting, just disgusting. William says, Katya, I kind of had a feeling some BS was going to go down. Yeah, you know. Yep. Nothing new yet. I'm following, though.
And you're looking at a live picture outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Yep.
Oh my gosh, I just heard a weird noise. Oh, Lola's asleep over here and she's dreaming. Wake up, baby. It's okay. Hi. Was you having a dream? Come here, baby. My mama get you. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. And baby over here be dreaming. And her having a moment, huh? Oh, her having a moment. Her mama get that. Okay, sorry. I had to pet the baby for a minute. I had to pet the baby for just a minute. Let's see. Okay, 5:04 p.m., which was 3 minutes ago. Combs lawyers Alexander Shapiro and Tony Gergos emerged from the holding
We're following
cell.
breaking news as we come on the air tonight. Sean Diddy Combs acquitted of the most serious charges against him. These are live pictures from the courthouse where we are now waiting to learn if he will be released from jail. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Natasha Verma.
And I'm Bianca Peters in for Steve. Diddy found guilty on 2 of the 5 counts that he was facing. They are the lesser offenses.
What I was
So his
saying,
defense team has asked for his release.
Diddy's bail hearing is
Alexander
scheduled to begin
Shapiro
at any
and
moment now.
Tony
The judge
Gergos
asking both
emerged from the
sides to
holding
submit
cell,
letters
still
arguing
waiting for Sean Combs to be
and
brought
against
into the
his
courtroom
release.
by the U.S.
Now,
Marshal.
Diddy is released from jail. He would likely be subject to specific conditions while awaiting sentencing, as his legal team has proposed a $1 million bond and travel restrictions as well.
And this morning, Diddy was found not guilty of racketeering conspiracy and 2 counts of sex trafficking, but he was found guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. So that means he could still face prison time, but may be released while awaiting sentencing.
Also, right now, we are waiting for the judge's decision on that. So let's get right over to Lisa Evers, who's been outside the courthouse all morning long into this evening. Lisa, what are you hearing?
Well, Bianca, Natasha, just think about this. That verdict came out early this morning.
Look at that crowd.
And Sean Diddy Combs has been in a holding pen the entire day waiting for this whole issue to be resolved. Instead of resolving that bail question right after the verdict was read, the prosecutors asked for several more hours in order to try and put their position together, which their position being they want to keep Sean Diddy Combs behind bars, even though he was cleared of the 2 most serious charges in this case. But let's bring in right now for criminal defense attorney and former Manhattan prosecutor Jeremy Sallin to get some understanding about this whole bail process that's going on right now. Jeremy, thank you so much for being with us. A little unusual for them to delay the bail hearing like this so many hours after the verdict?
There's nothing usual about this case. Everything about it's unusual, especially when you think about the magnitude of the charges that were brought against Sean Combs and to be cut down, for lack of a better term, by the prosecution right at the knees, leaving him with a crime that does not mandate incarceration, though he's already been in for 10 months. And now it's a very fair question to ask. Bail Reform Act aside about keeping him in, why should he not get out when he's not facing mandatory incarceration?
But what at this point would you say the prosecution's or the prosecutors' main concerns are about if they let him out on bail?
I think there's an integrity check here. Do I really believe, or do they really believe, that he's a danger to the community at large, he's a danger to any particular people, that he's not going to return to court? That's a hard stretch, considering the man came down prior to being in charge. The man surrendered his passport. There's been no allegations since the accusations began that he's made any threats. And the bottom line is all of those things he's accused him of in terms of violence, guess what? He was acquitted, not a conviction.
Right, and I think that's the thing that's so hard for us to understand. So one of the bail denials, because there were several attempts to get him bail all the way through this process, the prosecution said, well, we're worried about him intimidating witnesses. But that would even be a point right now because he was cleared of the sex trafficking and the RICO charges, right?
Yeah, I think it's a heavy lift, even more so than the RICO charge itself, for the prosecution with a straight face to say, this man is a danger to society, this man is a danger to any particular women, this man is a risk of flight. Absolutely not. The evidence doesn't bear it out in terms of what he's been convicted of, and nor does the history of in terms of his compliance with returning to court or behaving and following the judge's instructions. I think they come up empty-handed, but again, there's something called the Bail Reform Act, which says in substance, barring exception, he should be held in.
And then in terms of the final decision.
Okay, update just now. 5:09 p.m. Sean Combs has been brought in, and he sits next to Tinny Garagos reading. Agnifico walks over to the lectern, then back over to his seat. Prosecutors are in place at the front table, waiting on Judge Submarinian. Okay, waiting on the judge.
Consecutive, that's never going to happen to 20 years. We're talking potentially months and nominal years if he's ultimately sentenced to that.
For that, on the transportation
On the
for
transportation.
prostitution.
I agree with you. I don't.
But then in terms of the conditions and that they would
I still feel like, you know, he still needs. You shouldn't let him out.
ankle monitor bracelet, having 24-hour security watching him.
No,
What about that?
just because he has money and he's somebody that was famous is in my words, was, because I don't consider him anybody anymore.
With a similar conviction would be not as.
I would not let him out. I don't see it. I say stay, do your time just like anybody else would. Just because you're Sean Combs don't mean diddly.
Stay in certain
No pun intended.
venues. Drug tests. Don't leave New York or Florida where you reside. Post bond if you need to, in terms of the $1 million, if that's what's being asked by the defense. Those are reasonable things to ask. Is he going to return to court? Yes. If you have evidence that he makes a threat, you put him back in.
And then you've tried many big cases. What role does his family presence have? It's been very strong, very consistent, especially this last final week. His mother's been there every single day. He said the 85-year-old mother is one of the defense application. He needs to be the main caretaker for his 85-year-old mother, Mrs. Janice Combs, who's been here every single day, and also be a father to his 3-year-old baby daughter. And then we've seen the other kids, the grown kids, and their other extended family members. What effect does that have on a judge in this kind of decision?
So family ties are critical to show community ties. Family ties are critical to show you're not going to flee and you're going to return to court. However, let's not overstate. I think the defense has to be careful. Well, if he's a primary caretaker, who's been taking care of him for the past 10 months? Right. A primary caretaker for a young child, obviously someone else has been doing it. Let's not overstate, but let's also be very clear. They showed their support. They came for him. They're available for him. They're going to ensure his return.
They offered one of the bail packages previously that was denied by the judge and by the court was $50 million. Do you think this is going to be, we're going to be in the 7 figures to 8 figures?
Assuming that the judge agrees to release him, it's either going to be release him or subject to certain conditions, or it's going to be much, much more nominal in terms of what that dollar amount is. There's no reason, if it was that high or higher, when you're talking about violent, ugly crimes, they don't exist. They're gone. Granted, I will say this, the prosecution at the time of sentencing can raise that evidence, even though he was acquitted, for the purposes of sentencing. So there is still that element, but bail needs to be reduced or he needs to be released.
All right, we'll stay tuned and find out. Jeremy Salem, thank you so much for being with us. And again, if you're just joining us right now, the bail hearing for Sean Diddy Combs happening inside this courthouse. He'll find out whether tonight he's going to go back to the Metropolitan Detention Center that has been named by numerous prison watch groups as one of the worst in the United States in terms of conditions, or whether he'll be in a much more comfortable setting for his first night out after this verdict was released. Anyway, that's the latest here from federal court. Natasha and Bianca, back to you in the studio.
All right, Lisa, thank you so much. Keep watching Fox 5 for continuing coverage of this breaking Diddy verdict. We're going to have more legal analysis coming up.
Okay, so they went just back to the the bail stakeout. See what it says here? Diddy bail stakeout. Okay, I know. The coverage is very biased. I feel like, Forrest. I really do. I see a lot of bias in coverage. This is crazy. It is. I mean, I'm at a point now where it's like, I just want to know, are they going to let this man out? Are they going to keep him? You know, I don't think, he should get out. I think he should stay and serve his time just like anybody else would. Okay, judge said I've read the parties' submissions and others. The jury convicted the defendant on count 3 and 5 for the following reason. Bail is denied. That's here we go. Just so y'all see. Y'all see, Judge, I've read the parties' submissions and others. The jury convicted the defendant of counts 3 and 5 for the following reason. Bail is denied at 4:16, which is right now. So, there you go. That's your answer. They have still not announced anything. I want to see his family come out, so I will sit here for a few minutes to see if family comes out. I'll give it about another 15 minutes. Nobody has announced this yet. That's Inner City Press, which is in the courtroom. Wow. So the judge says, I have read the parties' submissions and others. The jury convicted the defendant on counts 3 and 5 for the following reason. Bail is denied. You see, okay, bail is denied to Sean Combs by SDNY judge citing conviction today on transportation for prostitution charges. I announced it before you, lady. Denied. 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 Katya, you can go to bed. All right. Love you, Katya. I know, right? Thank you, Forrest. The judge got it right. Can't say the same for the jury. I'm gonna sit here for a minute and let this play out for a few minutes, probably another 15 minutes or so. And then we'll close for the night and I'll see everybody in the morning. So let's watch this for a few minutes. Good night, Katya. Enjoy the rest of your night. know what happened, but there's no sound here. Y'all should have said something. I didn't know this wasn't. I don't know what happened, but there's no sound here. I just turned on my thing. I didn't know. Yeah, so they were talking about Diddy. I'm so sorry, Forrest. I wish somebody said something sooner. I didn't know I wasn't playing sound. I'm so sorry about that. But I think we're going to be done for the day. I have been here since I think like 8 o'clock this morning. So it's been a long day for me. I have enjoyed my day. We've had a Kohberger verdict. We've done Diddy today. And Stephens didn't show up, but that's okay. We got his stuff figured out. I think it's the 22nd or something like that. So it's all good. But I want y'all to have a great rest of your night. And I will see y'all tomorrow because Katya's got stuff she's got to do tomorrow. So I will be here. I will kick off valet, Mr. Raul, and finish up that. I think they're going to do closing arguments tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not 100% on that because I don't think that they had any more witnesses for the defense. I don't remember. Anyways, we'll see tomorrow morning. I'll be there. See y'all there. Until then, peace. Rubber out. Y'all have a great night.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.